be part of the escort committee that escorts the president in. You're also about to hear the Assistant Sergeant of Arms, Kathleen Joyce, is going to announce the numbers of the diplomatic corps, represented by the Dean. And then they're going to announce the numbers of the Supreme Court who are in attendance. There's also an interest story. But what you basically see happening now, some lawmakers who are in the chamber are going back out to line up to help be part of this escort committee that will bring the president back in. And in just a moment or so, we'll hear from Kathleen Joyce. And then the big announcement will come from Paul Irving, he's the House Sergeant at Arms. But about 1 minute after the hour, he's the one that says, who introduces President Obama.
Mike, we talked about important issues, but obviously in the last year, I think that the landscape has changed dramatically. Clearly, income and income inequality and taxes, those are important issues. But how the country fights terrorism, how the country deals with foreign policy seems to be to have moved to the forefront, right?
No question. And
there's the Dr. Jill Biden, the Vice President's wife, sitting in the box.
Probably breaking out of this model of fighting wars like we fought World War II, trying to declare victory, trying to really understand, what it's going to take to win. And while America, as you see from the campaign trail right now and how much that resonates, I think from the military's perspective, they have to almost change what they're doing. You see the Army in particular is drawing down. The Navy's going to continue to project power. Cyber war is going to change the landscape as well. So whoever the leader of this country is next year will have their work cut out for them.
Libby Casey standing by with a preview of the president's address. I believe you've got the full transcript, right, Libby?
John, the White House has released it on the website medium.com. So this is not embargoed. It's for the American public to read. It's sort of bypassing the media. Just give it to everyone. And as I look it over, we see that the president will do exactly what we had a sense he would. Not try to do a laundry list of things, try to make this a little more personable, a little more friendly.
All right, welcome to the State of the Union coverage of the TYT. We're already having a good time. All right, Ben Mankiewicz, Jimmy Dore, Johnny Pye, Jake Huger, we're all here. Johnny just came back from Iowa. Look at you. What are you, like a reporter or something?
I feel cultured now.
Did you get a tan?
No, but I did see snow. Haven't seen it in 6 or 7 years, and I ate Chinese pizza. It was delicious.
Really?
I just read on...
Good. You know what that sounds like to me? Cultural appropriation.
Yes.
It was kind of.
When I first started comedy, and first time I worked in Iowa, they paid us in snow.
Blow, you're looking for.
Blow. I'm sorry, blow.
That's blow. I just read that Chris Kaliza, who, writes The Fix
Yes.
for the Washington
I always
Post.
thought it was
Siliza.
I think it is Saliza.
Yeah, it's Chris
Anyway,
Siliza.
who cares?
It's okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Anyway, that guy just got his car stolen in Des Moines. Like he was
Really?
be on the lookout. So I just got my car. He said jacked.
That's
He said, and then he was like, for real. So yeah.
Okay.
Who knew?
Yeah, well, the problem is white culture. We knew that.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, John, you went to Iowa and you got more white, right?
A little bit, yeah. I think I had a little bit of melanin. It got jacked though. So be on the lookout.
Be on the lookout.
A little bit of polo. Did you drive on Merle Hay Road? Do you know what Merle Hay Road is in Des Moines? Merle Hay was the first man killed in the Civil War, and they named a road after him. And I said, well, how good of a soldier could he have been if he was the first guy?
All right,
Here's the plan. We're going to try to...
Well, that guy's that guy's getting the road.
Who was from Ottumwa, Iowa? You're the only guy who gets this on this panel.
It's inconceivable.
Is he one of the Rams, perhaps?
All right, let's talk about that for a sec. So, Radar O'Reilly is from Ottumwa, Iowa.
Oh, I did not know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Edwin, of course, knows that because he's 82, but John has no idea what we're talking about.
Did you know that? Yeah, that's a nice Ray. The inexplicably.
Oh, he is watching.
So we were just talking. When I sat down, I said, the great news of the day, football fans, and I don't have a football team anymore, but I
I do now. The LA Rams, they were my father's favorite team, my brother's favorite team. They're back. They're coming back. Maybe the Chargers coming too, but definitely the Rams. And John was like, LA Rams? That doesn't sound right.
That doesn't sound right. It doesn't sound right.
We don't have Rams in Los Angeles.
The LA Lakers still have it.
Where are all the lakes?
Do we actually have Rams?
I got news for you. There aren't any Native Americans that I know of in Washington either.
But at one point.
I'm sorry, that's just to honor them. The Rams were here before.
Like 100 years ago?
They were the first professional sports team to come west.
Yes, was the Rams. You know, I'm not from California, right? You expect me to know all this California history.
Yeah, well,
I don't
know, and he's not from football.
I'm not from England, but I know there was a King Henry VIII.
Oh, now you're making up.
I'm not from Anaheim, but I know there's ducks there.
Better.
Okay, all right. I believe we're actually covering the State of the Union.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, all right. So, this is Barack Obama's last State of the Union.
Are you sure?
Apparently it wasn't a second ago. And so obviously we're going to do play-by-play on it. And so as he talks, we will annoyingly talk over it. No, we'll keep that to a minimum, but we're going to tell you what's true and what's not true. And then afterwards we'll do a post-game on it, obviously, and summarize. What he's going to do tonight is just that, summarize. He's normally in a State of the Union, he would go and, okay, now here's my proposals for this year, and on this issue, that issue, etc. He's basically not going to do that here, because he has no proposals, because they have no chance of passing, right? He might mention a couple of things he's going to do, executive orders, etc. But largely, this will be a summary of, hey, I actually kind of kicked ass. So I'm going to tell you how I kicked ass.
Who's that 39-year-old on the right? Who's that tiny 52-year-old? What kind of 5-year-old has that conversation? Yeah, well, I think the interesting thing regarding soldiers are apparently going to be released. But pull it in back in. The guy's like, who's
that? Alex B. Keaton?
Yeah, totally. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh, Kim Davis has shown up. Good to see.
Okay. So
I don't even know who they are.
This is not something I should be asking on air, but Irina, is she there?
Can we get the audio?
We need audio. We need audio.
Business maker. Are we going to be watching
this? You guys doing this? That means the president's got it.
Are we going to be watching the Republican response in the game?
Oh, we got to listen to the Republicans.
They always go so well.
That's going to be the next moment.
Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and Associate Justices of the Supreme Court.
Oh, this isn't the president.
Oh, boo. Boo.
There's the Union crushing Supreme Court making its way into the room.
Yeah, the three most conservative justices have decided not to come tonight. Is that right? Yeah. So now, normally, you have one person in the cabinet that doesn't come to the State of the Union in case of catastrophe, right? And I believe one person from the Supreme Court sits out as well. But in this case, the three conservative justices are like
Alito, Thomas, and the racist.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, not the racist.
Are you saying that you think...
Okay, so...
that's a smear against Italians.
So, obviously the best moment is when the person, Sergeant at Arms, announces, who's curiously female in this case, just kidding, it announces, here comes the President of the United States, which of course is going to happen momentarily. We'll cover that for you guys. Wait, there's always people coming. Oh, there's Michelle Obama.
Oh, there's Michelle Obama.
In a very colorful suit. The first wives tonight, pretending it's spring in the middle of winter, because Jill Biden also in a very colorful suit.
Jill's called it
That's called a dress.
That's a dress, not a dress. Look at that neon pink that Miss Biden's in.
That's right. And then Michelle Obama in a very bright orange outfit.
Wow, tight fitting. Form fitting is how, as they would say.
Okay, and there we thought that the Obama administration was for gun control, but apparently not.
She looks amazing.
Okay. Michelle Obama bring out the
they always do those before and after the 8 years of the presidency. What it does to you.
Jill and Michelle Obama. That's the winning vice president presidential first team.
Yeah, and I think Michelle Obama actually looks better now than she did when she.
I agree. Well, she's been doing all those dancing and getting the kids in shape.
Oh, this is the first time Eddie Munster's.
The President's Cabinet.
We always forget, like, every time we fall for this. Back over the State of the Union, like, 13, 14 years in a row. And each time, like, the cat.
The runner-up from last year's Survivor.
Elizabeth Hasselbeck.
Ladies and gentlemen, The Bachelor.
You know, I heard a lot of that stuff on The Bachelor is the producers like make it up.
No.
Can you believe that?
On TV.
I know. I was
You know,
like, it really hurt me.
I really thought TV was the last bastion of truth and decency in America.
Everybody should be watching when you have a moment. Unreal, the Lifetime show behind. It's essentially it's a dramatic story, but it's behind the scenes of The Bachelor, and they got a bunch of Bachelor producers on it. It's phenomenal. It's clearly. I mean, they must egg it on a little, but it's clearly pretty damn accurate.
I can't wait to watch that.
Great.
You know, I love that
about how they arrange things.
It's really.
I'm not
just
kidding.
egging them on. Like, she called you Ray. I wouldn't stand for it. I mean, as a black woman, you got to take a stand and fight for it. And then as soon as she fights for it, they're like, the black girl.
Oh yeah.
I started watching that Making a Murder. I couldn't get. I had to stop. One episode, it made me so angry. It was ruining my evening. It was ruining my Saturday.
Well, you should keep watching, but you will get angry. But you probably need to do stuff.
Okay, so back to the State of the Union, and so he's going to make a case that we're much better off 7 years later than when he first came into office. I'm going to give you some stats on that throughout the play-by-play, and then at the end. The bottom line to that answer is yes, definitively, much better off than we were 7 years ago. At the same time, the same old,
That's
issue.
because we're not Yemeni.
Yeah, well, Yemen, they're not better off than they were 7 months ago, that's for sure. But the usual issue is, we didn't get any fundamental change. The system continues as it is. But within the confines of the system, I got news for you. I'm going to break news right here. The president did a pretty good job. Okay. Now, that's a big caveat that within the confines of the system, which he should have broken out of, but he didn't.
Or nobly failed trying.
Yeah. That's right. That's right. He didn't. He went for small change, but you got to give him credit. He nailed it. He got small change. It was real, and you'll see it in the numbers.
Would have been interesting if he'd behaved from the start the way he behaved in the last 18 months. Maybe he would have lost re-election. I don't know, but nonetheless, it would have been a different.
I disagree. I think he would have done even better if that was possible.
Yeah, no, I don't know.
Because the things he's doing, if they're popular, he's not sticking his neck out. Really, you know what I'm saying? In that sense, the gun control, people are behind it.
Yeah. I wonder if that somehow doesn't, for some reason, translate into election victories. It doesn't, because you'd think it seems pretty basic.
I assume there's probably going to be a defense of the recent executive orders during this at some point as well.
So obviously we get domestic and foreign policy, but domestic policy is where he's got a great case to make, and he'll make that case. Then we can debate how he's done on foreign policy. In terms of what he tried for, well, I talked to Bill Burton about this. He was White House Deputy Communications Director, basically number 2 in charge of in terms of being spokesman. Boy, that was brilliant. Okay.
That was great.
Nailed it. He was also ran Obama's super PAC during the 2012 election. And he said, he basically, look, hey, we made a campaign promise to work with the Republicans. And yes, we didn't realize in time how little they wanted to work with us.
That's amazing, because we all saw it immediately, right? Yeah. And it's like, you guys are in it and you guys don't know?
Like we would have known in 2002 that the next Democratic president these guys weren't going to work with us.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also possible. You always hear about how they develop this relationship, especially in the Senate, over working with each other across the aisle over a long period. And when you really know the person, it's different than simply looking in. But maybe the opposite side of that is he, in working with those people, falsely believed that, these are actually humans, and I can reason with them. But they were so tightly controlled during the last 8 years.
Yeah, but that goes to his fundamental misunderstanding, which is that it's not about humans anymore. You get paid for a certain job. The job of the politicians is to represent their donors. That's their job. That's what they're going to do. They're not going to have a debate with you. So one side of the debate is, I have all these interesting logical ideas. The other side of the debate is $1 million check.
And I feel like
it's not a debate.
I feel like 8 years ago, 4%, it was the people we found, 4% of journalists understood this, right? And it's been a significant change. It's like 23% now. It's a really good number to get it now.
Would you include Anderson Cooper in one of those?
Well, I'd be more likely to include Anderson Cooper than the guy who just got his car stolen, like Chris Solis, you know, who's full of interesting information sometimes. But you're like, wow, it's not 1977. There aren't people here standing. There aren't people of an equal amount of determination and intellectual honesty, eager to make a deal. And they want to score the most for their side, but they're not interested in making the deal. They like not making the deal. Yeah. And they continue to write as if Republicans and Democrats have all good faith efforts to try and make this happen.
They also continue to write as if it was 40 years ago, like using things.
I picked 77. That's 39 years ago, just for the record.
Okay.
One up in you.
Like all politics is local. No, it's not. That was a statement from 40 years ago from Tip O'Neill, who's long dead, and that was back when your local courier or journal made a big difference. Now they're totally irrelevant. God damn it, we lost it.
That was like the woman who was not supposed to like. No, of course it was the corporate.
Yeah. Okay. And then also, are we going to show this?
Okay. Are we going to show what? Yeah, can we split the screen? Can we get one of those fun things where we show it to the corner at least? Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure this can be shown. Okay, we're doing a wonderful job live on air. Okay, we're going to take your tweets throughout the night as well. Hashtag TYT Live.
Over there. By John, in that little corner.
Like, yeah, right
here. On face.
Look it out. Let's have talk down here. Okay. So, now this is the part where, if you guys are watching at home, he'll walk in for about 25 of the most excruciating minutes. Like, the one cool part is the part we kind of missed, where he's like, oh, no, the President of the United States. And they're like, hey, how you doing? There's a lot of long applause lines, which allows us to make comments, so we don't mind the applause lines in this case.
Yes. Are we anticipating any hecklers like in years past?
Edwin, it's okay. All right, there you go. That's Edwin's arm. That's me scratching my eyeball. Okay, we don't know what they'll be hecklers. This is their last chance at heckling.
Can you believe all of them running for the presidency?
2 terms, not one heckler for George W. Bush. That's what I can't get.
Yeah.
I mean, a guy who really deserved a heckle.
Yeah. Overseas, there were a few shoes.
Yeah. So speaking of comedians and getting heckled and all that, my dad and I were talking about this, and I don't know if this will start a firestorm here, needlessly, and a little off topic, but Al Franken, has he done anything?
Yes.
I do recall early on.
No, he is. He's been really good lately, and I didn't know we were going to talk about it because I just read a thing that I was, but it's very, but if your point is, has he emerged as a significant voice of the progressive movement? No, obviously not. But he hasn't done that.
It doesn't seem like he's tried to emerge. It seemed like he decided, I'm going to go in and, I'm going to take this very seriously. Yeah, I'll be here if you need me.
I get it. You want to be a politician, and you became a senator, and then you did nothing for 6 years so that you can get reelected, and that strategy worked. Because what you do in those 6 years, as long as you don't cause any controversy, you're going to have better name recognition, you're going to have great funding, you're going to have a huge advantage as an incumbent, just so don't rock the boat and get reelected. Okay. Then I suspected that maybe he would do something in his second term. Or you're just going to do that for the rest of your life, then I guess it was about your ego or something.
Yeah, I would have preferred to stay on the outside writing books. I will say that you're being much too hard. I would say that the guy, the guy who wrote, the liars, the lying liars who lied about them, like lies.
It'd be great to find that guy.
Right, it would be great to find that guy.
Can you imagine if that guy was in the Senate?
Yeah, that would have been great. But anyway, I just read a long piece on him that apparently made no impact. But I would put forth.
What did the piece say, Ben?
I was like, I had
perfectly emblematic.
I had a couple of moments where I was like, good for it. He led the fight in that. He led the fight here. He led the fight here.
Yeah. He did lead the fight in a few things.
Yeah.
Okay. The president's finally made it to the podium. For the first time, we have Paul Ryan behind him. Jesus, Michelle, it's
amazing. I can't get over it either.
Okay.
He, in 2010, proposed a financial reform legislation amendment to create a board to select which credit rating agency would evaluate a given security. Currently, any companies issuing a security may select which company. So you get to pick your own rating agency. And he was like, no, that's wrong. And I would maybe want, and he fought it, and it got taken out.
No.
A little bit.
Okay, so anyway, we can get back to the Alfred debate another time, but all the senators are here. That's partly why I mentioned him, including Senator Bernie Sanders, who about 20 minutes ago wandered across the screen. He said, "Oh, how you doing? How you doing? Lemonwood, right?" And who could be giving this speech very soon.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and the distinct honor of presenting to you the President of the United States.
Oh, take that out! Can we stand? It's his last one, man. His last one. Everybody on their feet. Yeah. Joe Biden's like, nice job, Paul. Paul Ryan's still feet. Oh, that was a quick press.
Wow.
Mr. Speaker,
Incredibly quick. Oh, but they do it again.
Vice
After the State of
President,
the Union is strong.
Oh yeah.
members of Congress, my fellow Americans.
That's us.
Tonight marks the 8th year that I've come here to report on the State of the Union.
Can you believe almost a decade?
For this final one,
That's right.
Yeah, too fast.
I'm going to try to make it a little shorter.
How is that Biden smile?
I know so we're going to miss get back to Iowa.
Iowa. Oh, Uncle Joe.
Honey, I've been there. I'll be shaking hands afterwards if you want some tips.
Ooh.
Now, I understand that because it's an election season, expectations for what we will achieve this year are low. But, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the constructive approach that you and other leaders took at the end of last year to pass a budget, to make tax cuts permanent, working families.
He's
So I hope
realizing
we
that
can
now.
work together this year on some
what really
bipartisan priorities, like criminal justice reform, and helping.
He has to make sure that he is not a teacher.
Isn't that amazing? Yes. Like he's doing in the company. But Paul Ryan's like,
People
who's the
who are
moment? Like, be like angry.
prescription drug abuse, heroin abuse.
Look at that one I can watch. I'll get behind that for that's okay.
Who knows? We might surprise the cynics again. But tonight, I want to go easy on the traditional list of proposals for the year ahead.
I told you.
Don't worry, I've got plenty. From helping students learn to write computer code to personalizing medical treatments for patients, and I will keep pushing progress on the work that I believe still needs to be done. Fixing a broken immigration system. Protecting our kids from gun violence.
Yeah. There you go.
Equal pay for equal work.
Yeah.
Paid leave.
I like to do
Raising the minimum wage.
none of that stuff around like losing, like none of it. Equal pay for equal work. Fuck that. Boo. I want more.
Matter to hardworking families. They're still the right thing to do. And I won't let up until they get done. But for my final address to this chamber, I don't want to just talk about next year. I want to focus on the next 5 years. Next 10 years.
I will be running again
Beyond.
to be your president.
I'd like to announce that I'm going to be the VP candidate for Bernie Sanders.
His wife's going to run for senator.
We live in a time of extraordinary change. Change that's reshaping the way we live, the way we work, our planet, our place in the world. It's change that promises amazing medical breakthroughs, but also economic disruptions that strain working families.
Oh, there he is.
It promises education for girls in the most remote villages, but also connects terrorists plotting an ocean away. It's change that can broaden opportunity or widen inequality.
I'm too impatient. Snooze.
And whether we like it or not, the pace of this change will only accelerate. America's been through big changes before. Wars and depression, the influx of new immigrants.
What am I doing here?
Workers fighting.
Hey, Senator Sanders, everybody.
Movements to expand civil rights.
Because they're feeling the burn.
Each time, there have been those who told us to fear the future, who claimed we could slam the brakes on change.
That was you.
Who promised to restore past glory if we just got some group or idea that was threatening America under control.
That was me. Right back.
And each time we overcame those fears.
Everybody's wearing colorful
We did not, in the words of Lincoln, adhere to the dogmas of the quiet path. Instead, we thought anew, acted anew.
There's no way those uniforms.
We made change work for us.
That's the most uncomfortable thing you could
Always extending America's promise outward.
You think those things
to the next frontier.
move with you?
More people.
The fabric does not move with you.
And because we did, because we saw opportunity where others saw peril, we emerged stronger and better
We're supposed to know? Or we just
than before.
That was the president.
Barack Obama.
What was true then
It's truer now.
can be true now.
So close.
Our unique strengths as a nation,
Denny Hoyer is no.
our optimism,
Denny Hoyer
work ethic,
He's
Minimum.
our spirit of discovery,
oh my God.
our diversity, our commitment to rule of law.
Are they kind?
These things give us everything we need to ensure prosperity
Back of the room at the
and
Golden
security for generations
I
to
think
come.
it was. Yeah, because I think that was a progressive caucus.
In fact, it's in that spirit that we have made progress these past 7
Obama
years.
and Biden look like they brought their ties together.
That's how we recovered the worst economic crisis in generations.
So they told I guarantee you talked about that. John Lennon said, look at
That's
this
how we reformed our healthcare system and reinvented our energy sector.
Oh, cannot applaud my country doing things. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I got a great video.
That's how we delivered more care and benefits to our troops coming home and our veterans.
Very exciting right in on.
That's how we.
Where did Paul Ryan's Muslim beard go?
Oh, what's that? I got a Friday favorite. That's. What do you think, Daddy? You talked earlier about the.
That's how we secured the freedom in every state
I told you.
to marry the person we love.
Of course.
Oh, there we go.
No? Well, are you kidding? But I mean, Ayn Rand would like that, right? Yeah, but it's basically the whole life. Well, look at the Jason ball down.
But such progress is not inevitable. It's the result of choices we make together. And we face such choices right now.
He wasn't elbows on the table, hands.
Will we respond to the changes of our time?
He's like settling into this job.
Turning inward as a nation? Turning against each other as a people? Or will we face the future with confidence in who we are and what we stand for?
I think we turn against each
Incredible
other.
things that we can do together.
Given those choices, we turn against each other.
Yeah. I don't like the other guys.
So let's talk about the future. And 4 big questions that I believe we as a country have to answer, regardless of who the next president is, or who controls the next Congress.
Is Donald Trump's hair real?
First, how do we give everyone a fair shot at opportunity and security in this new economy?
For first.
Technology work forward.
Why?
Not against us.
That's right, yeah.
Especially when it comes to solving urgent challenges like climate change.
All right. He said climate change.
How do we keep America safe and lead the world without becoming its police?
Oh, great. Yeah.
Finally,
memo are really loud.
how can we make our politics reflect what's best in us, not what's worse?
This whole speech is aimed at Donald Trump. And God bless everybody. And yeah, Cruz and the bad guy Republicans. And most of the Republicans are like, no, let's fight each other. Their fault. The Muslims.
Let me start with the economy
Mexicans.
and a basic fact.
Obviously.
Here comes the basic facts.
The United States of America, right now, has the strongest, most durable economy in the world.
You got to applaud that. Come on, you got to. That's USA number one.
Streak of private sector job creation in history.
Yeah, but that's only because the Republicans left it in terrible shape.
By the way, 70 months in a row of adding jobs. That is a record.
More than 14 million new jobs, the strongest 2 years of job growth since the 1990s, an unemployment rate cut in half.
What does that mean?
Our auto industry just had its best year ever.
By the way, the price of food in New York is $30 a day.
Yeah, it's unbelievable how people
Next to being barrel.
That's just part of a manufacturing surge that's created nearly
They've gone back to work a couple times.
900,000 new jobs in the past 6 years.
Maybe put somebody.
And we've done all this while cutting our deficits by almost 3/4.
Apparently this is one of the days Republicans pretend they care about that.
Anyone claiming that America's economy is in decline is peddling fiction.
Ooh. Another dig in Republicans, right?
What is true, and the reason that a lot of Americans feel anxious, is that the economy has been changing in profound ways. Changes that started long before the Great Recession hit, changes that have not let up. Today, technology doesn't just replace jobs on the assembly line, but any job where work can be automated. Companies in a global economy can locate anywhere, and they face tougher competition. As a result, workers have less leverage for a raise. Companies have less loyalty to their communities, and more wealth and income is concentrated at the very top.
David Cole writes in.
All these
This
trends
is the State of
have
the Union that was
squeezed
supposed to be different. Boring.
even when they have jobs, even when the economy is growing. It's made it harder for a hard-working family to pull itself out of poverty, harder for young people to start their careers, tougher for workers to retire when they want to. And although none of these trends are unique to America, they do offend our uniquely American belief that everybody who works hard should get a fair shot. For the past 7 years, our goal has been a growing economy that also works better for everybody. We've made progress, but we need to make more.
Well, that might have been
And despite all the political arguments that we've had these past few years, there are actually some areas where Americans broadly agree.
Oh, that's great. You know, George Dingle the other day, John.
We agree that real opportunity requires every American to get the education and training
the Republicans run.
they need to land a
Oh, really? Yeah, I remember when he joined Twitter. It was sort of an exciting.
The bipartisan reform of No Child Left Behind was an important start.
It was about
Together, we've increased early childhood education,
Carly
lifted high school graduation rates to new
He
highs,
said, I pulled a muscle groaning.
boosted graduate fields like engineering. In the coming years, we should build on that progress by providing pre-K for all, offering every student
Free kindergarten. Really kind of boring. The policy proposal. I thought it said free cable for all. I think it said free Free kid, yeah. Wouldn't it be nice after
offering every student the hands-on computer science, math class, to make them job ready.
Take her coat. Don't even let her have her coat.
We should recruit and support more great teachers for our kids.
Good education. Super boring. Okay, Matthew Gables with a nice hashtag USC Live tweet. Paul Ryan's resting bitch face is on point tonight.
Yes. Affordable for every American.
Somebody just said, like, you can't even, like, the degree to which you can't even applaud benign accomplishment that the economy is strong is, somebody pointed out here on Twitter, I just lost the tweet, but, like, it just shows the enormous power.
All hard-working students should be stuck in the red.
You know, because in a normal
We've already
circumstance,
reduced student loan
no problem. We're the best. We're number one.
Even while you could claim it was your responsibility, like you were, like we're the ones who did it.
Right,
Yeah,
you.
good.
Right,
No,
right.
even then, can't clap.
Providing 2 years of community college at no cost for every responsible student It's one of the best ways to do that, and I'm going to keep fighting
Ryan
to get
showing
that
his
started
hand
this year.
just to make sure
Right thing to do.
that we know he's not sort of being inappropriate.
I don't know. It's to the hand. I don't know what the hell John Boehner's doing, but
a great education isn't all we need in this new economy. We also need benefits and protections to provide a basic measure of security. It's not too much of a stretch to say that some of the only people in America who are going to work the same job in the same place with a health and retirement package for 30 years are sitting in this chamber.
it's approved by some, not by others.
Especially folks that are 40 and 50. Saving for retirement or bouncing back from job losses down the line.
Michigan and Montana centers.
Americans understand that at some point in their careers, in this new economy, they may have to retool, they may have to retrain, but they shouldn't lose what they've already worked so hard to build in the process. That's why Social Security and Medicare are more important than ever. We shouldn't weaken them, we should strengthen them.
Well, you put hard in the corner. They get out straight. Yeah, right. Again with the colors.
That is a sky blue.
You can't afford Social Security and Medicare. Okay, thank you for showing your hand.
You could say,
there he is. He's against Social Security and Medicare.
I'm clapping because I think we should strengthen them by privatizing them, but you can still clap.
As everything else is today. That, by the way,
looks like me
is what the Affordable Care Act is all about. It's about filling the gaps in employer-based care so that when you lose a job, or you go back to school, or you strike out and launch that new business, you'll still have coverage. Nearly 18 million people have gained coverage so far, and in the process,
it is a great thing.
I have never done that. It is a great thing that now you're self-employed, you can always get health insurance. That is a big monumental health.
Inflation is slowing, and our businesses have created jobs every single month since it became law. Now, I'm guessing we won't agree on health care anytime soon.
That's my chair that was it.
But, pause right there. Just a guess. But there should be other ways parties can work together to improve economic security. Say a hardworking American loses his job. We shouldn't just make sure that he can get unemployment insurance. We should make sure that program encourages him to retrain for a business that's ready to hire him. If that new job doesn't pay as much, there should be a system of wage insurance in place so that he can still pay his bills. And even if he's going from job to job, he should still be able to save for retirement and take his savings with him. That's the way we make the new economy work better for everybody. I also know Speaker Ryan has talked about his interest in tackling poverty.
Yeah.
It's about giving everybody willing to work a chance.
No, tackling poverty like as in tackling a couple poor people going,
also
got you.
Like expanding tax
poverty
for
can get the
low-income
first down.
workers
Yeah,
who
poverty
don't have children. But there are some areas where we just have to be honest. It has been difficult to find agreement over the last 7 years.
Yeah, bold.
A lot of them fall under the category of what role the government should play in making sure the system's not rigged in favor of the wealthiest and biggest corporations.
Well, I like
Stop it. I prefer the expression
and
billionaires.
And the American people have a choice to make. I believe a thriving private sector is the lifeblood of our economy. I think there are outdated regulations that need to be changed. There is red tape that needs to be cut.
You can't even do that.
I think he may have decided not to applaud.
Yeah, he's just
there's more fraud. He's not going to tell us anything.
He doesn't applaud advertising.
I like how
But
Chris Christie did start.
After years now of record corporate profit, working families won't get more opportunity or bigger paychecks just by letting big banks or big oil or hedge funds make their own rules at everybody else's expense. Middle class families are not going to feel more secure because we allowed a tax on collective bargaining to go unanswered. Food stamp recipients did not cause the financial crisis. Recklessness.
Thank you. That's a great line. About time you guys said it, Jesus Christ.
But they didn't help it.
No, their food stamps, they kept on eating like human beings.
Immigrants aren't the principal reason wages haven't gone up. Those decisions are made.
Come on.
And all too often put quarterly earnings over long-term returns. It's sure not the average family watching tonight that avoids paying taxes through offshore accounts.
I'm trying.
The point is, I believe that in this new economy, workers and startups and small businesses need more of a voice, not less. The rules should work for them. And I'm not alone in this. This year I plan to lift up the many businesses who figured out that doing right by their workers or their customers or their communities ends up being good for their shareholders. And I want to spread those best practices across America. That's part of a brighter future.
Yeah.
In fact, it turns out
3 a.m. on a Sunday
many
night.
of our best corporate citizens are also
right now.
This brings me to
The
the
next
second
debate is going to
question
be only on AOL.
we as a country have to answer.
We have an extra one.
How do
It's
we
going to be in
reignite that
2018.
spirit of
It'll be great.
innovation to meet our
And
biggest
it's going to
challenge?
be on MySpace.
Right.
60 years ago, when the Russians beat us into space, we didn't deny Sputnik was up there. We didn't argue about the science or shrink our research and development budget. We built a space program almost overnight, and 12 years later, we were walking on the moon.
Allegedly.
Well, somebody did that. So when Paul Ryan put that, he's not a player. That's not a player. Okay, here. But I mean, that's an obvious one. Well, the Republicans aren't a player. You could have thought of having a big move. Because he's saying you're denying facts on climate change. That's their difference.
That spirit of discovery is in our DNA. America is Thomas Edison and the Wright brothers and George Washington Carver. America's Grace Hopper and Katherine Johnson and Sally Ride. America is every immigrant and entrepreneur from Boston to Austin to Silicon Valley racing to shape a better future.
True immigrants. True Sally Ride.
That's who we are. And over the past 7 years, we've nurtured that spirit. We've protected an open internet, taken bold new steps to get more students and low-income Americans online.
He didn't really protect an open internet.
What? He really?
We've launched next-generation manufacturing hubs and online tools that give an entrepreneur everything he or she needs to start a business in a single day.
Really?
But we can do so much more. Now, last year, Vice President Biden said that with a new moonshot, America can cure cancer. Last month, he worked with this Congress to give scientists at the National Institutes of Health the strongest resources that they've had in over a decade.
Well,
we're home first. We're not allowed to say.
Steve Cohen, our friend Steve Cohen standing there. In favor of that. Adnan writes in, I miss John Boehner's ties and orange skin. Hank Thompson writes in, Paul Ryan is terrified of clapping for something decent and rational because it would cost them votes and donor checks.
Because he's gone to the man.
Rhonda Benson says Republicans are afraid to applaud because they think it's going to turn the lights off.
For the families that we can still save, let's make America the country that cures cancer once and for all.
What would that be? That'd be a big fucking deal. That's in reference to our first tragedy last year.
So that's why he's motivated.
Now, medical research is critical.
Now let's just pray on it.
We need the same level of commitment when it comes to developing clean energy sources. Look, if anybody still wants to dispute the science around climate change, have at it. You will be pretty lonely because you'll be debating our military, most of America's business leaders, the majority of the American people, almost the entire scientific community, and 200 nations around the world who agree it's a problem and intend to solve it. But
sorry, wrong.
But even if the planet wasn't at stake,
Jesus, the Adam's apple.
even if 2014 wasn't the warmest year on record, until 2015 turned out to be even hotter.
No.
Why would we want to pass up the chance for American
haters
to produce and sell the energy of the future?
Listen.
7 years ago, we made the single biggest investment in clean energy in our history. Here are the results.
Mention Tesla.
Fields from Iowa to Texas. Wind power is now cheaper than dirtier conventional power. On rooftops from Arizona to New York.
We'd have seen it.
Solar is saving Americans tens of millions of dollars a year on their energy bills and employs more Americans than coal in jobs that pay better than average.
There's a good.
We're taking steps to give homeowners the freedom to generate and store their own energy. Something, by the way, that environmentalists and Tea Partiers have been
I think people like yelling at them.
Meanwhile, we've cut our imports of foreign oil by nearly 60%.
By the way, I'm serious. Paul Ryan talked to John Boehner. He has the same smug look that Boehner's had for the last couple of years.
But they must be taught by some consultant. Don't just get motionless or don't get angry, look smug like, oh, you piece of shit. Yeah. Oh, I don't believe anything you're saying.
You can't be too open about it, but you want people to get what you're putting across.
And you're right, he cried.
Yeah.
He's had that same look the whole time.
Now we've got to accelerate the transition away from old, dirtier energy sources.
Jesus.
Rather than subsidize the past, we should invest in the future. Especially in communities
Funny old school
that
joke.
rely on fossil fuels. We do them no favor when we don't show them where the trends are going. That's why I'm going to push to change the way we manage our oil and coal resources so that they better reflect the cost they impose on taxpayers and our planet. And that way we put money back into those communities and put tens of thousands of Americans to work building a 21st century transportation system.
You gonna bring up PTP with you?
Yeah, you know.
Have you done with PTP?
None of this is going to happen overnight. And yes, there are plenty of entrenched interests who want to protect the status quo.
Drink. Yeah.
But the jobs will create. The money will save.
I haven't had a drink in a while. Let's have a shot every time Paul Ryan applauds.
That is the
we'll all drive each other home.
Yeah.
And it's within our grasp.
What's that?
Climate change is just one of many issues.
He's really talking a lot about climate change.
To the rest
more
of the
than he
world.
has the rest of us. Yeah.
And that's why the third big question that we have to answer together
is what does
how to keep America safe and strong without either isolating ourselves or trying to nation build everywhere there's a problem.
That is a good question.
I told you earlier, all the talk of America's economic decline is political hot air.
That's a great cut, man.
Well, so is all the rhetoric you hear about our enemies getting stronger and America getting weaker. Let me tell you something. The United States of America is the most powerful nation on earth. Period.
How about that? Come on. No, we're not. We're not. Come on. Shit, you Paul Ryan. These fucking guys aren't even applaud.
You're an American. Traitors, stand up! America's number one!
USA!
USA! USA! USA! Trump, Trump, Trump. This one.
We spend more on our military than the next 8 nations combined.
Oh, they don't like to hear that
Our
shit.
troops are the finest fighting force in the history of the world.
He says, like, truth. You're going to have to step that up.
I don't think they cheered for the health care for the troops.
They're wrong.
No nation
They never do.
attacks us directly or our allies because they know that's the path to
All
ruin.
Democrats gonna think, what kind of a warped country is this?
Surveys
That's the
show
only
our
thing
standing
we
around the
can
world
unify
is
on, that
higher
we
than
feel
when I was
good
elected
that our
to this
troops kill
office,
better
and
than
when it
anybody
comes
else. Yeah, kill
to
more
every
efficiently, and that
important
gets people
international
excited.
issue. People of the world do not look to Beijing or Moscow to lead, they call us.
Damn.
Wow. I like this jingle. Democratic jingle is going nuts. All right. What now, bitches? Go ahead. Trump, what do you mean mess? What do you mean mess, Trump?
It's useful to level set here.
Level set.
Because when we don't make good decisions. Now, as someone who begins every day with an intelligence briefing, I know this is a dangerous time.
I want to start every day with an intelligence briefing.
But that's not primarily because of
Be great, like
some looming superpower out there, and it's certainly not because of diminished American strength.
God, fucking
Today,
woman. Captain fucking Christ,
we're
I can't
less by-
fucking I tell you, it's fucking sick of it.
And more by failing states.
Peter King. Seems like he had plastic surgery to put a
The Middle
scowl on
East is
his
going
face.
through a transformation that will play out,
Fucking get the cops in it if they're gonna put a beat on this fucking guy.
rooted in conflicts that date back millennia. Economic headwinds are blowing in from a Chinese economy that is in significant transition.
Transition.
Soon they'll
Even
be Caitlyn
as
Jenner.
their economy severely contracts,
That is not acceptable.
Russia is pouring resources
You don't think
into
that's
Bill
Syria.
Pastrell, another old friend.
Yeah.
Client states
I thought that was
they
Munster.
saw slipping away from their orbit.
He was always a good guest.
Yeah, he's
And the international system
Quiet
we built
fighter.
after World War II
Oh,
is
well,
now
it's
struggling
quiet
to
fighter.
keep pace with this new reality. It's up to us, the United States of America, to help remake that system.
Nothing good tweet.
And to do that well, it means that we've got to set priorities. Priority number 1 is protecting the American people and going after terrorist networks.
Yeah, go after them. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Kill them.
Every once in a while, it looks like Dr. Evil.
Yeah. Chris Jansing of MSNBC reporting Paul Ryan told me that he practiced poker face to avoid verbal traps.
Pose a direct threat to our people.
Verbal traps.
Because in today's world, even a handful of terrorists place no value on human life, including their own, can do a lot of damage. They use the internet to poison the minds of individuals inside our country. Their actions undermine and destabilize our allies.
Unlike drone strikes.
We have to take them out.
Guns, yeah, I'm sure I'll get them.
But as we focus on destroying ISIL,
Wow.
over-the-top claims that this is World War III
That military spending nation.
just play into their hands.
Wow.
Masses of fighters on the back of pickup trucks, twisted souls plotting in apartments or garages, they pose an enormous danger to civilians. They have to be stopped.
You mean those people with
They do not threaten our national existence.
joysticks in the basement?
Thank
That-
you.
That is the story ISIL wants to tell. That's the kind of propaganda they use to recruit.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, this is good.
We don't need to build them up to show that we're serious.
You get that guy
And we
back.
sure don't need to push away vital allies in this fight by echoing
one of
the
those
line
gun
that
wedges
ISIL is
Bernie Sanders
somehow
was wearing, right?
representative of one of the world's largest religions.
Democrats are in Florida, obviously, Republicans.
No, those people in the pickup truck, they can destroy all of America.
And they do represent all Muslims.
Just say
We just need to call them what they are. Killers and fanatics. who have to be rooted out, hunted down, and destroyed.
Say it. Say it loud and clear. Say it.
If you could just say it, it would be
Say it with all the fixes. Say it.
fixed.
Say it.
Just say it.
Say it.
That's exactly what we're doing. For more than a year, America has led a coalition of more than 60 countries
I got the papers.
cut off ISIL's financing, disrupt their plots,
Remember when Lindsey Graham was in the presidential race? No,
stamp out their vicious ideology.
They said there'd be snacks.
With nearly 10,000 airstrikes,
See snacks.
we're taking out their leadership, their oil, their training camps, their weapons. We're training, arming, and supporting forces who are steadily reclaiming territory in Iraq and Syria. If this Congress is serious about winning this war and wants to send a message to our troops and the world, authorize the use of military force against ISIL. Take a vote.
The fact that they haven't given a vote on that is unbelievable. It's so egregious. And they say, oh, yeah, you bomb them more, you bomb them more. Great, give them authority to bomb them more.
Why do you think...
What is the problem? I won't be able to blame
But the
them later.
American people should know that with or without congressional action, ISIL will learn the same lessons.
What did he say about World War III?
That this isn't World War III.
If you doubt America's commitment, or mine, to see that justice is done, just ask Osama bin Laden.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
I'd like to, but he's dead.
If you can find
As the leader of Al-Qaeda in Yemen was taken out last year, or the perpetrator of the Benghazi attacks, who sits in a prison cell. When you come after Americans, we go after you. And it may take time, but we have long memories, and our reach has no limits.
Yeah, I was going to say, finally, we're talking about killing people. You can say that finally. We're killing people.
I know, but, you know...
Our foreign policy has to be focused on the threat from ISIL and Al-Qaeda.
And from random wedding
But it can't
parties.
stop.
And people...
For even without ISIL,
Bad people's kids.
even without Al-Qaeda, instability will continue for decades in many parts of the world. In the Middle East, in Afghanistan, and parts of Pakistan, in parts of Central America, and Africa, and Asia. Some of these places may become safe havens for new terrorist networks. Others will just fall victim to ethnic conflict or famine, feeding the next wave of refugees. The world will look to us to help solve these problems. And our answer needs to be more than tough talk or calls to carpet bomb civilians.
Yeah. Nice.
That may work as a TV soundbite, but it doesn't pass muster on the world stage.
That's right.
We also can't try to take over and rebuild every country that falls into crisis, even if it's done with the best of intentions. That's not leadership. That's a recipe for quagmire. Spilling American blood and treasure that ultimately will weaken us.
What is this? Maybe it's like Pakistan.
Lesson
Maybe
of
that's how you're
Vietnam.
supposed to say it.
Yeah.
It's the lesson of Iraq, and we should have learned it by now.
I like that too.
Nope, they've learned nothing. Almost everyone's learned nothing.
What was that line?
Fortunately, there is a smarter approach. A patient and disciplined strategy that uses every element of our national power. It says America will always act, alone if necessary, to protect our people and our allies.
The debate's Thursday, right?
But on issues of global concern,
Yes.
we will mobilize the world to work with us and make sure other countries pull their own weight. That's our approach to conflicts like Syria, where we're partnering with local forces and leading international efforts to help that broken society pursue a lasting peace. That's why we built a global coalition with sanctions and principled diplomacy to prevent a nuclear-armed Iran. And as we speak, Iran has rolled back its nuclear program, shipped out its uranium stockpile, and the world has avoided another war.
We should brag about that to no one. kept us out of a war. One of his best accomplishments. And got rid of their nuclear program.
Ebola in West Africa.
Yeah, but they took those sailors today. Yeah, they're releasing them tomorrow.
Our doctors,
Yeah.
our development workers, they were heroic. They set up the platform that then allowed other countries to join in behind us and stamp out that epidemic. Hundreds of thousands, maybe a couple million lives were saved. That's how we forged a Trans-Pacific Partnership, open market,
here it is.
environment, and advance American leadership in Asia. It cuts 18,000 taxes on products made in America, which will then support more good jobs here in America. With TPP, China does not set the rules in that region. We do. You want to show our strength in this new century? Approve this agreement. Give us the tools to enforce it. The right thing to do.
No, it's totally wrong. You can tell he doesn't even believe it.
Let me get another example. 50 years of isolating Cuba had failed to promote democracy. It set us back in Latin America.
But 100 years.
That's why we restored diplomatic relations. Opened the door to travel and commerce.
I've never seen a State of the Union this one-sided. Where one side has nothing except the truth.
I feel like
this little. Like usually
So we want to consolidate our leadership and credibility.
Bipartisan clapping,
Recognize that the Cold War is over. Lift the embargo. The point is, American leadership in the 21st century is not a choice between ignoring the rest of the world, except when we kill terrorists, or occupying and rebuilding whatever society is unraveling. Leadership means a wise application of military power.
Progressive.
And rallying the world behind causes that are right. It means seeing our foreign assistance as a part of our national security, not something separate, not charity. When we lead nearly 200 nations to the most ambitious agreement in history to fight climate change, yes, that helps vulnerable countries, but it also protects our kids.
Frank Idle got dinged in a Benghazi hearing earlier in the season.
Or Colombia resolved a decades-long war.
He had some off-season
that strengthens
surgery
the international order
on his forehead.
we depend on. When we help African countries feed their people
stand Paul Ryan's smug look.
and care for the sick,
Practice smugness.
it's the right thing to do, and it prevents the next pandemic from reaching our shores. You know, right now we're on track to end the scourge of HIV/AIDS. That's within our grasp. And we have the chance to accomplish the same thing with malaria. Something I'll be pushing this Congress to fund this year.
For ending malaria.
Come on, man. You can't clap for ending malaria.
Scientists think malaria is the single biggest killer of humans throughout human history.
Yeah,
we can't clap ending
That's
malaria.
American strength.
But those are annoying facts.
That's American leadership.
I don't have malaria.
And that kind of leadership depends on the power of our example. That's why I will keep working to shut down the prison at Guantanamo. It is expensive, it is unnecessary, and it only serves as a recruitment brochure for our enemies.
Okay, to be fair,
There's a better way.
forgot about that. So, Guantanamo. Oh yeah, that was that.
And that's why we need to reject
That's still open?
It's still ISIS would probably kill most of the people in
any
Guantanamo.
politics that targets people because of race or religion.
Hey, howdy. Coming back from the thing.
Let me just say this.
Oh, he's applauding. Where's he applaud? Must have somebody else got killed. Somebody's getting killed. Come here. I don't think so about that.
This is not a matter of political correctness.
It is.
It's a matter of understanding just what it is that makes us strong. The world respects us not just for our arsenal. It respects us for our diversity and our openness and the way we respect everything.
Even
Yeah.
His
Even
Holiness
the
Pope
shittiest
Francis
ones.
told this body from the very spot that I'm standing on tonight, that to imitate the hatred and violence of tyrants and murderers is the best way to take their place.
Yeah. Oh, a great line.
When politicians insult Muslims, whether abroad or our fellow citizens,
He's getting regressive.
when a mosque is vandalized, or a kid is called names,
Or
it
science
doesn't make us
project.
safer. That's not telling it like it is.
That's not.
It's just wrong.
That's not.
It diminishes us in the eyes of the world. It makes it harder to achieve our goals. It betrays who we are as a country.
Yeah, it takes guts to be as a person. To do all of those things that actually hurt you and your cause, that's bravery. Yeah.
The other side's like, no, we should be hateful. Yeah, no, we need to point out it's the others that's the problem.
We the people.
More than 1 million each day. Keep our lives moving along.
Our Constitution begins with those three simple words.
Stop. It keeps America rolling.
Words we've come to recognize mean all, not just some.
No.
Words that insist we rise and fall together. And that's how we might perfect our youth. And that brings me to the fourth and maybe most important thing that I want to say tonight.
Peace.
The future we want. All of us want. Opportunity and security for our families. A rising standard of living. A sustainable, peaceful planet for our kids. All that is within our reach. But it will only happen if we work together. It will only happen if we can have rational, constructive debates.
Good luck.
It will only happen if we fix our politics. A better politics doesn't mean we have to agree on everything.
Oh, so he's doing this shit again where it's all about us getting along. It's about money and politics. The things you're upset about is that the people that you're beholden to
our founders distributed power between states and branches of government and expected us to argue.
I'll look good.
Just as they did. Fiercely. Over the size and shape of government. Over commerce and foreign relations.
Gloria Steinem in the back? It is.
Over the meaning of liberty. The imperatives of security.
That's right.
But democracy does require basic bonds of trust between its citizens.
This is such a
It doesn't.
Yeah, I know that's
work
like trite.
if we think the people who disagree with us are all motivated by malice.
This is that bullshit.
It doesn't
Every
work.
car let
We
another
think that
car
our political opponents are unpatriotic or trying to weaken America.
Okay, by the way, I wrote that how I couldn't stand
Democracy grinds to a halt
Paul
without a
Rubin
willingness
writes
to
that
compromise.
he even blinks like a douche.
Or when even basic facts are
it shows from there.
when we listen only to those who agree with us. Our public life withers when only the most extreme voices get all the attention.
That would be me.
Donald Trump.
And most of all, democracy breaks down when the average person feels their voice doesn't matter. That the system is rigged in favor of the rich or the powerful.
I mean, when they accurately
Some
figure
special
shit out.
Yeah, exactly. Like Harry Reid.
Too many Americans feel that way right now.
That was a good tweet by Ben Mackles.
It's one of the few regrets of my presidency.
That is a good tweet.
Suspicion between the parties has gotten worse instead of better. I have no doubt
I
the
think
president with the
1/3
gifts
of
of
the people
Lincoln
in the
or
chamber
Roosevelt might have better bridged the divide. And I guarantee I'll keep trying to be better so long as I hold this office.
Yeah. Don't do that.
But my fellow Americans, this cannot be my task or any president's alone. There are a whole lot of folks in this chamber, good people, who would like to see more cooperation.
Unfortunately, none of
Would like to see a more elevated debate in Washington.
Shut the fuck up!
That's not what's
No,
happening. This is your job. You guys are bullshit.
Nobody cares about the level of debate.
Yes,
You know what I care about? Can I go see a doctor when I'm sick? Can my kid go to a school? Is the road paved? And will the fucking fire truck come? That's what we care about.
Washington.
Not how you guys are getting along.
Aren't enjoying being trapped in that kind of
such bullshit. It's such a waste of time.
But that means if we want a better politics, and I'm addressing the American people now, if we want a better politics, it's not enough
Obama is
change
a devil
a
in an angel on
congressman
the
or
shoulder.
change a senator or even change a president.
What is it? What did we have to do?
We have to change the system to reflect our better self.
And how do you change that system?
How do you do it?
You listen to Bernie Sanders get money out of
I
politics?
think we've got to end the practice of drawing our congressional districts so that politicians and not the other way around.
No, that's okay. Gerrymandering. Okay. That is correct. Let's go whoop that back.com. I'm going to go over to that.
Yeah. Americans take action against that.
Let's hear it.
What do Americans take action against that?
That's funny. I was going to cut this.
I believe we've got to reduce the influence of money in our politics.
Not get rid of money. Money should have a seat at the table. Money should still have a seat at the table.
Spend 20% less, you buy as many congressmen. Okay, a better deal, yes, you're buying American rock.
And if our existing approach to campaign finance reform can't pass muster in the courts, we need to work together to find a real solution.
There you go.
Because it's a problem.
He's implying a constitutional amendment.
And most of you don't like raising money.
He just doesn't want to do anything about it. I'm serious.
I've done it. We've got to make it easier to vote, not harder. We need to modernize.
Clap for this.
Yeah. By the way, when Republicans win governorships in state houses, they immediately try to pass laws to make sure there's less voting.
Yes.
When Democrats win, they immediately pass laws to try to increase voting.
We want to
one of
make
who's
it
the good guys
easier
and
for
who's the
people
bad
to
guys.
participate.
Yeah, and Democrats do because they'll get more votes. Republicans don't do anything. So they're just selfish, but who cares? The right thing is to get people to vote.
That's right.
Yeah.
But I can't do these things on my own. Changes in our political process. And not just who gets elected, but how they get elected. That will only happen when the American people demand it. It depends on you. That's what's meant by a government of, by, and for the people.
I know, we're trying, brother, but we need your help.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if you know this, you're the most powerful
What I'm
man
suggesting
on
is hard.
Yeah. Maybe,
yeah, believe me.
Maybe you stand up for the Occupy Wall Street people
a lot
and the
easier to be
teachers when they go on strike and shit like that. That's a start. That's a good start.
Except that change is not possible. And politics is hopeless.
I don't accept that at all. But again, we could use your help.
All the folks who are elected don't care. And to believe that our voices and our actions don't matter. But if we give up now, then we forsake a better future. Those with money and power will gain greater control over the decisions that could send a young soldier to war, or allow another economic disaster, or roll back the equal rights and voting rights that generations of Americans have fought, even died to secure.
Al-Qaeda.
And then, as frustration grows, there will be voices urging us to fall back into our respective tribes.
Yeah. Al-Qaeda.
To scapegoat fellow citizens who don't look like us, or pray like us, or vote like we do, or share the same background.
What's he talking about?
We can't afford to go down that path. It won't deliver the economy we want. It will not produce the security we want. But most of all, it contradicts everything that makes us the envy of the world. So my fellow Americans, whatever you may believe, whether you prefer one party or no party, whether you supported my agenda or fought as hard as you could against it, our collective futures depends on your willingness to uphold your duties as a citizen.
What a waste.
To vote. To speak out.
They're watching this. They're voting.
Up for others. Especially the weak. Especially the vulnerable. Knowing that each of us is only here because somebody, somewhere, stood up for us.
That's the tough stuff.
We need every American to stay active in our public life, and not just during election time, so that our public life reflects the goodness and the decency that I see in the American people every single day.
I see the people, American people.
How do you see it every single day?
Yeah,
you don't leave. You don't leave 2 rooms.
So trite too. It's just
our brand of democracy. You visit a mosque, you see some people. I mean, it's fine to have a little bit of this, but he's been going on for
over a year from now.
So.
Yeah.
When I no longer hold this office, I will be right there with you as a citizen, inspired by those voices of fairness and vision, of grit and good humor and kindness that have helped America travel so far.
Right. What about Al-Qaeda?
Voices that
talk about Al-Qaeda exercising their duties as citizens.
Not first and foremost as black or white or Asian or Latino, not as gay or straight, immigrant or native born, not Democrat or Republican, but as Americans first, bound by a common creed.
What is it?
Voices Dr. King believed would have the final word. Voices of unarmed truth and unconditional love.
You know, when Lincoln gave the 4 score speech, people thought that stuff then too. So maybe this is going to be a big time speech.
They don't get a lot of attention.
People like, remember when he talked about TPP?
Yeah, when he gave that 4 score speech in front of what, 19 people?
This country
and no radio or television? Yeah.
I see him everywhere I travel in this incredible country of ours.
The incredible.
I see you, the American people.
Okay, show us some people in the crowd.
And in your daily acts of citizenship, I see our
older
future
woman there. You're going to show her. You're going to show her.
I see it in Fred.
I see it. The worker on the assembly line.
Yes, he sees it. No, what's his
Keep
name?
his company open.
Charlie
And the boss who pays him higher wages.
Man, isn't that amazing? Scandal ridden.
Steve Cohen.
Wrangler and Cohen.
I see it in the dreamer who stays up.
I'll tell you, Jake, you know, I'm really good at bamboozle my way into the contents. He's my friend. He gave me money as a friend.
She knows that a young girl might someday cure a disease. I see it in the American who served his time, made bad mistakes as a child, but now is dreaming of starting over. And I see it in the business owner who gives him that second chance.
Don't mention a David Bowie.
The protester determined to prove that justice matters.
You talking about
Just say it. If you say it,
just say it.
He'll come back to life.
Treating everybody with respect.
Say Bowie.
Doing the brave and quiet work of keeping us safe. I see it in the soldier who gives
Republicans. Soldier.
to save his brother. The nurse who tends to him till he can run a marathon.
What's he doing?
The community that lines up to cheer him on.
What is he doing? What about Occupy Wall Street? Those people who got involved in their country. What about them?
To come out as who he is. And the father whose love for that son overrides everything he's been taught.
Scroll down.
I see it in the elderly woman who will wait in line to cast her vote as long as she has to. The new citizen.
I think it's a congresswoman, right? I don't know.
No, I think she's sitting next to Joe Biden.
Oh, okay.
But he doesn't have anybody close enough.
I believe every vote should count.
Exactly.
Because each of them,
church or
different ways, they know how much that precious right is worth.
Looks good, don't get me wrong.
Yeah,
He looked ambulatory.
An outdoor hat.
That's the America I know.
Ah, there it is. Yep.
That's the country we love. Clear-eyed, big-hearted,
Debates at 4:30 in the morning.
Optimistic that unarmed truth and unconditional love will have the final word. That's what makes me so hopeful about our future.
This was supposed to be inspiring.
But because I believe in you, the American people. And that's why
it's not real. It's fucking phony platitude.
I have ever been. The state of our union.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Tom. I'm not arguing with you.
Oh, wow, that was it? Wow. Okay, well, I'll applaud that. That was as short as State of the Union. Did you ever get a State of the Union is strong? That right there. That's why the State of the Union is strong.
They dropped the mic.
If Trump wins, do you think he will say the State of the Union is a mess?
Yeah, Jesus.
I came in here.
Or again, I told you, I thought the State of the Union was terrible, but I've been in here a couple of weeks.
It's a disaster.
Actually, it's way better than I thought.
State of the Union
did not need to vote for me.
Yeah.
Turns out.
It turns out, man, that Obama guy nailed it. What was up with that? I got an intelligence briefing. It turns out he was a monster. He was awesome. Okay. All right. Stephanie, love TYT live coverage, just like Mystery Science Theater for Politics. Yes, Stephanie, that's what we've been going for a lot of these years. We used to do this back in the radio. Ben and I and Joe, back in the day, Michael Schur, epic politics fan, would join us. So we've been doing it for about 13 years. Okay.
Started at the beginning of Obama's speech then.
It was long. Okay. All right, so let's analyze this thing, okay? So we just had Barack Obama's final State of the Union speech, and it turns out at the end we found out that the State of the Union is actually strong. Okay, wow, that's the first time I've ever heard that in a State of the Union. Okay, now the State of the Union was unique. He did not lay out plans for what he's going to do going forward. That's usually what you do in the State of the Union. You argue for those, but everybody knows there's not going to be a goddamn thing done next year. Congress hates President Obama, would never let him pass anything. Plus, it's an election year and everybody's distracted. I like how easily politicians are distracted. Squirrel, me, legislate. You pay me a lot of money to do that. Of course I'm not going to do that. So instead what he did was he built a case for his administration over the last 7 years. There was a lot of good zingers in there, and many moments where, as we covered this live, we kind of stood up like, yeah, there you go, standing up for what's right, standing up for progressive values, and the stronger parts of the speech, I wish he'd been like that for the whole 7 years. And then there was a lot of platitudes in the speech, and some parts that he thought and hoped would be inspirational that I thought kind of fell flat.
I actually disagree.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
I think that the beginning of the speech was roughly like that. He went over the economy. He went over gay marriage was legalized, although I don't think he can really claim. I mean, he did come out in favor of it, to his credit, and he talked about Obamacare. He talked about a couple of things, but I think that the middle bulk of it was talking about the current situation, foreign policy, talking about ISIS. And I mean, he even framed it as, I'm going to talk about the future. I'm going to talk about the next 5 years, the next 10 years. And then he descended into 30 minutes of platitudes that should have been 2.5 sentences. But I think that he did try to lay out not what he necessarily was going to do specifically with his administration, but what the Senate and the House should do, and what presumably whoever it is that follows him in the White House should do. I think that that's what the inner core of it was.
And let's be honest about that, too. There's also a bit of a campaign speech for the Democratic Party.
Yes.
So whoever is going to run in the Democratic Party, they're going to need to defend his record, because the Republicans will viciously attack it. We've already seen it a lot. And throughout the speech, he made references, clear, obvious references, to what Donald Trump's been saying and what Ted Cruz has been saying. And part of the speech felt like he was responding to Donald Trump saying, this country's a mess. It's a mess.
That's right.
We can't do anything right. And he kept pointing to all the things we have been doing right. He's like, first of all, let's be clear. We have the #1 economy in the world. We have the #1 military in the world. And then that's where the Republicans are supposed to clap. Like, they forgot, like, that's one of the moments where they're allowed to clap. And they forgot. And they're like, best economy. Wait, what? What happened? Oh, back to smugness. Smug face. To me, like, the most interesting and annoying part of the speech was Paul Ryan's practice smug face, which he clearly talked to John Boehner about, because John Boehner for the last couple of years had been doing the same face. So whoever's in the opposition has that tough role of sitting behind him, and Boehner decided a couple of years ago that he was going to go with, like, if you say so. And apparently he talked that to Paul Ryan, and throughout the speech Paul Ryan's like, and he clapped about it twice, and as Ben pointed out when we were covering it live, it was all like when we were killing people. Yeah. And are the greatest soldiers in the world, Paul Ryan's like, that kill a lot of people. There we go. Okay, all right. Finally, I'm into it. Right?
It's just, it's part of our. Did you get that message?
I did not get that message.
I think they're trying to talk to you. But we, it goes to the problem that I have now when you go to a sporting event, and we all got to get up for those, to salute the flag, and we have, anytime you're on a plane, you got to support the troops. And obviously we support it. Everybody supports the truth. I mean, you're not brave. You're not brave. You're definitely not brave. I'm not brave. We're not over there. We didn't sign up. It's brave to kick down a door when you don't know what's on the other side of the door. It might not be the right thing to do, right? But you're there, and that. We have 6 videos. But we live in a weird country that's the only thing that we're comfortable always doing. It's okay. That feeling that I have, I don't want to get up for the national anthem. Not because I don't love my country, but because it is a very subtle way of saying we are going to continue to support a country that has the military budget that is higher than the next 8 countries combined. And we are going to go fight wars and put men and women in jeopardy and kill civilians over there without even thinking about it. And we're not going to show the pictures, and we're not going to show the coffins, and we're never going to truly confront what this is that we're doing. But we're going to keep flying jets over Shea Stadium, and we're going to get you to applaud because that's sort of the safe way that we've decided to conduct our affairs militarily. And we don't really question it. And if you do question it, like we did in 2003, you're Tom Daschle and you're a traitor.
Yeah, and I think that it's seen as one of you just set it up as an easy outlet for regular Americans who most of the time, because they're living complicated lives where they have to deal with their own jobs and their own families and the things that go on in their life, they don't have so much time to devote to politics and to thinking about the state of their country. So if you set up the troops and they can just say, oh, I support that, I like that, that channels that natural interest in what your country is doing, and it says, okay, as long as we support this, then we're doing okay. And I would almost even be okay with that. I wouldn't be, but I would almost be okay with that if we even fucking meant that. They didn't even clap for, when the troops come back, we're going to make sure they have health care. We don't even support the troops, the actual politicians who are using them. I mean, if we were as willing to cure their PTSD as we were to send them overseas, then I would sort of get it. I would say there's a legitimacy to what they're saying. But they don't even give them the proper body armor. They don't even give them the proper vehicles to be protected against IEDs. They don't actually support them, and they certainly don't when they come back. And so it's just BS from front to back.
Well, yeah, Ben, the forced patriotism at a football game I find gross, the mixture of entertainment and war worship, which is what it is, right? So it's weird. So when a plane I was at the Rose Bowl and the B-1 bomber, that's what they're called, right? And the stealth bomber comes over, and everybody goes, oh, how cool! Imagine if they just had an AK-47. They were just kind of, that's the exact same thing. We're gonna kill fucking. Oh, look, a hand grenade. Oh, it blows shit up. It's the
same thing,
right? And when we see video of 1970s and 1980s Soviet troops marching in Red Square, we're like, ugh.
Yeah, good. Look at them worshiping their military machine.
But they have done it here by combining it with entertainment football. And also just making it sort of rote emotional reactions. Hey, the troops, right? Yeah. And we just get up and we don't think about it. And obviously, because then as soon as you don't do it, I had 2 friends get into a fight about it because a friend of mine was like, they were like, it was a Sunday at the Washington Nationals game in D.C., and they're like, ladies and gentlemen from the 7th wing of the, please get, and everybody stood up, and he's like, I'm not getting up, right? And my other friend yells at him, like, you got to support the troops. He's like, I support the troops. I don't want to just blanket applaud everything war. I don't want to. I'm in a baseball game. And you're bullying me, and we bully, by our non-compliance is met with bullying, with the notion that you're not really into it, or that somehow you don't think they're brave. And I don't know, man, we just don't, and we don't confront it in a realistic, emotional way or in an intellectual way. And part of that is this incredibly horrible decision we have where that same friend goes overseas, the friend was on the right side of that argument, goes overseas to Paris, and he calls me, he's like, this was in the middle of the Iraq War, early, 2005, and he calls me from Paris. And I'm like, hey, how is it there? He's like, I don't know. I can't leave the hotel room. I'm watching this TV channel called Al Jazeera, and they're showing dead Americans. I can't stop watching. I've never seen this before. He's glued to the TV because we never see that.
Well, that's the
and we don't see the coffins either, and certainly not troops killed in action because we can't handle that.
I had that exact same thing happen to me. The Super Bowl after 9/11, I was working the Borgata Casino in Atlantic City with Ted Alexandra, who's hilarious, and we're sitting in the bar in the Borgata, and all of a sudden they all get up and they're all standing because the flag and so the whole bar gets up inside the casino. They get up, and there's a guy who looks like Bernie Carrick, and I'm not getting up, and he just and he gets ready, get up, right in my face. This guy's gonna. And Ted Alexandro says, "No, you can't get up because you look like a bitch." Right? So I'm like, because I was gonna get, I was a little scared, I wanted the whole room to beat the fuck out of me,
Yeah.
And so then he's like, "No, you can't." So I'm like, "I ain't getting up," and the guy didn't beat me up. But I was like, "What the fuck?" That is.
What was it that they were showing at the game?
So it was during the Super Bowl. How everybody, it must have been the national anthem or a flag. Everybody in the bar got up for it because it was
get it now if you watch it on TV.
Yeah, TV.
Yeah. I'm in a bar. I'm not at the stadium. I'm in a bar. But it was right after it was the Super Bowl after 9/11. So I know what that feels like. It's just anyway.
It's not comfortable. We're doing it wrong.
I think that it bothered me right after 9/11 and the wind up to the Iraq War when you had all the signs, the support the troops signs that were on everybody's lawn that wanted to prove a point. And I think that some of those people might not have understood at that time what they were actually doing. But everything we're talking about now, but how it's so clearly meant to make a point, like that guy who got in your face is trying to prove something. I think that we understand it now, how we're using the idea of the troops. And I think that we acknowledge that we know that what we're doing because we use the word troops. And the only time you use the word troops is when you're trying to make a political point about it. You talk about soldiers normally, members of the military, the infantry, but it's support the troops. It's like the folks. It has to make it easy. It's like making a consumer product out of our military. And you always say troops when you're trying to make a stupid political point out of it.
It's a meaningless phrase. It's intended to be meaningless. It doesn't really mean anything. And that's why people say it. And what it really means is go along with the war. And if you don't go along with the war, you're not American.
Yeah. That's
really what it is. It is because it doesn't mean support the troops, because we don't support the troops, because the best way you can support the troops is not sending them into bullshit wars.
Yeah.
That would be the best way to support the troops. But that's the last thing they want to do. They want to get more.
But I want it really fast. I think I might have identified a way in which we might be being a little bit hypocritical, because earlier we were saying, not about the troop stuff, we understand that, we were mad at Obama for focusing so much on everybody out here, we need to have better dialogue and raise the level of the politics, and we were saying people don't care about that. They care about, what are you actually passing? But we have been focusing a lot on the fact that the Republicans don't stand up and clap. Like that's not the level it's the level of the politics to some extent. How are they actually communicating with each other? How are they actually treating each other? Is there a level of respect? And it bothered us the entire time, even in comparison to previous years, in which there was quite a bit of disrespect to the president. It bothered us that they wouldn't acknowledge just stuff every American should acknowledge is good. And that bothered us, even though we said the level of the politics isn't what really matters.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't really. Yeah, well, you're right. It doesn't really bother me. I don't care. I just find it interesting and noteworthy that things have reached that point. I also don't have any problem with that stuff that Obama said. I think that's part of your job as president. What I care much more about, what you guys care much more about too, also is the first certainly 4 years, but arguably 4+ years of the presidency of attempting to govern with that in mind. Like saying it, because to me, in a sense, like once he starts doing things, saying it now, again, we hope to a whatever that impressionable small minority of Americans is saying, hey, yeah, to me is saying, these guys aren't doing it. I'm ready to do it. These guys won't do it. And the more we remind people of that, I think that scores political points. But governing by it is the big danger, which he did.
I did want to add one thing to what you guys were talking about, the troops and the force patriotism.
I think we're out of time.
So I've realized recently that it's all in the marketing. Right? Everything is marketing. So here's what I mean by that. If we decided as a country that we were going to spend time and money and energy to bring out teachers before every football game and baseball game and go, and here are the teachers of America! Hey, get up! What's the matter with you? That's a teacher. That teaches your kids. That's the next generation of Americans, right?
Fly a syllabus over the Rams stadium.
That's right. Right? And we'd all be like, yeah, right. But we don't do that. Or Doctors, here are the doctors who saved us from Ebola. Like, shouldn't we be super psyched about that? Scientists, right? No, but we have chosen not to do that. We have chosen to do marketing for the military instead. Yeah. So the teachers are not any worse than the troops. What does that mean? Like, they're great Americans. They teach our kids. Right. Doctors, they save our lives, right? All these people, they're all great Americans, right? But we've chosen to focus on one rather than the other. Is it because the troops are much better human beings? No. And is it because they're more brave or courageous? That's the excuse they use. But the reality is, it's the military that we want to market. Okay, now Nikki Haley, Republican response.
We're facing the most dangerous terrorist threat our nation has seen since September 11th. And this president appears unwilling or unable to deal with it. Soon the Obama presidency will end, and America will have the chance to turn in a new direction. That direction is what I want to talk about tonight.
The Air Force said they're running out of bombs.
At the outset, I'll say this.
There were more realistic.
You've paid attention to what has been happening in Washington, and you're not naive. Neither am I. I see what you see, and many of your frustrations are my frustrations. A frustration with a government that has grown day after day, year after year, yet doesn't serve us any better. A frustration with the same endless conversations we hear over and over again. A frustration with promises made and never kept. We need to be honest with each other and with ourselves. While Democrats in Washington bear much responsibility for the problems facing America today, they do not bear it alone. There is more than enough blame to go around. We as Republicans need to own that truth. We need to recognize our contributions to the erosion of the public trust in America's leadership. We need to accept that we've played a role in how and why our government is broken. And then we need to fix it. The foundation that has made America that last best hope on earth hasn't gone anywhere. It still exists. It's up to us to return to it. For me, that starts right where it always has. I am the proud daughter of Indian immigrants who reminded my brothers, my sister, and me every day how blessed we were to live in this country. Growing up in the rural South, my family didn't look like our neighbors, and we didn't have much.
We had to take a lot of
There were times that were tough, but we had each other, and we had the opportunity to do anything, to be anything, as long as we were willing to work for it. My story is really not much different from millions of other Americans. Immigrants have been coming to our shores for generations to live the dream that is America. They wanted better for their children than for themselves.
Yeah, well, it's not.
That remains the dream of all of us.
Yeah, it's not.
And in this country, we have seen time and again that dream is achievable. Today, we live in a time of threats like few others in recent memory. During anxious times, it can be tempting to follow the siren call of the angriest voices. We must resist that temptation. No one who is willing to work hard, abide by our laws, and love our traditions should ever feel unwelcome in this country. At the same time, that does not mean we just flat out open our borders. We can't do that.
And we don't.
We cannot continue to allow immigrants to come here illegally. And in this age of terrorism, we must not let in refugees whose intentions cannot be determined. We must fix our broken immigration system. That means stopping illegal immigration. And it means welcoming properly vetted legal immigrants, regardless of their race or religion, just like we had for
I have a Chevy vet.
I have no doubt that if we act with proper focus, we can protect our borders, our sovereignty, and our citizens, all while remaining true to America's noblest legacies. This past summer, South Carolina was dealt a tragic blow. On an otherwise ordinary Wednesday evening in June, at the historic Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, 12 faithful men and women, young and old, went to Bible study.
She's talking
That
about
night,
those guys who got
someone new joined them.
Methodist services.
He didn't look like them, didn't act like them, Didn't sound like them.
He wasn't a terrorist, though. He was a white.
They didn't throw him out. They didn't call the police.
Nope.
Instead, they pulled up a chair and prayed with him for an hour. We lost 9 incredible souls that night. What happened after the tragedy is worth pausing to think about. Our state was struck with shock, pain, and fear. But our people would not allow hate to win. We didn't have violence, we had vigils. We didn't have riots, we had hugs. We didn't turn against each other's race or religion. We turned toward God and to the values that have long made our country the freest and greatest in the world. We removed a symbol that was being used to divide us. And we found a strength that united us against a domestic terrorist and the hate that filled us.
The speech could have been worse.
A lot of Republicans couldn't hate the speech more.
Different parts of society today, whether in popular culture, academia, the media, or politics, there's a tendency to falsely equate noise with results. Some people think that you have to be the loudest voice in the room to make a difference. That's just not
said that
true.
he had tried to woo her.
Often the best thing we can do is turn down the volume.
She's mediocre in every
When the sound
way.
is quieter, you can actually hear what someone else is saying. And that can make a world of difference. Of course, that doesn't mean we won't have strong disagreements. We will. And as we usher in this new era, Republicans will stand up for our beliefs. If we held the White House, taxes would be lower for working families.
Yes.
And we'd put the brakes on runaway spending and debt.
Technically, the
we would encourage American innovation and success instead of demonizing them. So our economy would truly soar and good jobs would be available across our country. We would reform education so it worked best for students, parents, and teachers, not Washington bureaucrats and unions.
You know how Republicans like education.
We would end a disastrous health care program and replace it with reforms that lowered costs and actually let you keep your doctor.
We would take the wire out
We
of
would
our
respect differences in modern
You keep your
families.
doctor, you can't keep your doctor now. If your medical plan changes, you may not be able to keep your doctor.
By the way, you're pulling out. They've had that doctor for 4 years.
Obama's mistake was saying that and then having a thing that had always happened happen again. And then made it seem like he had some impact on it.
And yes, that includes the Second and 10th Amendments. We would make international agreements that were celebrated in Israel and protested in Iran, not the other way around. And rather than just thanking our brave men and women in uniform, we would actually strengthen our military. So both our friends and our enemies would know that America
so weak right now. It's so weak.
But when we fight wars,
poor military.
we win
Just
them.
get some resources.
We have big decisions.
I saw a terrorist punch through a
Our
tank
country is being
on
tested,
tape earlier.
but we've been tested in the past, and our people have always risen to the challenge. We have all the guidance we need to be safe and successful. Our forefathers paved the way for us. Let's take their values and their strengths and rededicate ourselves to doing whatever it takes to keep America the greatest country in the history of man and woman. Thank you. Good night.
Oh, that was short too.
That was short. I like that.
Okay, I forgot that it was on, but I'm relieved to see how short it is.
Okay, now in this take, pretend to be a human.
And
did you know there was a big controversy about the scaffolding?
Yeah.
There was a big controversy because the Republicans wanted the building moved a little bit more to the wrong side of history.
That's very funny.
Thank you. That's a solid Jimmy Dore joke that you were able to take and use and apply to a current situation. It was nicely done.
You know, your friend with the Al Jazeera, remember earlier you were talking about your friend in France wouldn't go out of his hotel room? Yeah. That's the difference between CNN and Al Jazeera. CNN shows the bombs taking off. Al Jazeera shows when they land.
Right. And that's why, if you're applauding that, obviously it's a regressive move to
Very
make.
regressive.
Okay. Now, we should close our eyes. Okay. I have more things to say. First, I wanted to show you one of the lines from the debate. So, guys, we're going to go to video number 6. Okay? So let me do the setup on this. So, State of the Union by Barack Obama, a number of good lines in there. I liked it, and I even wrote it down. Food stamp recipients didn't cause the financial crisis. It's just like the most obvious thing in the world. The Republicans keep blaming poor people for the economic collapse that we had. as if they're the most powerful people in America. It's absurd. Jimmy Dore's made that joke 1,000 times, and rightfully so. Like, it's absurd to think teachers or poor people, welfare recipients, food stamp recipients were the ones who were like, how can we collapse the economy? Right? Oh, I got it. Let's bet on collateral debt obligations. Okay, and let's swap them. Let's bet 100 times what they're worth, and then pass it back and forth. I'll trade you them for food stamps. Okay, so that was a good line. But me, of course, money out of politics. So I enjoyed this part of the speech. Let's watch.
But that means if we want a better politics, and I'm addressing the American people now, if we want a better politics, it's not enough just to change a congressman or change a senator or even change a president. We have to change the system to reflect our better selves. I think we've got to end the practice of drawing our congressional districts so that politicians can pick their voters and not the other way around.
Let a bipartisan get to it.
I believe we've got to reduce the influence of money in our politics so that a handful of families or hidden interests can bankroll our elections. And if our existing approach to campaign finance reform can't pass muster in the courts, we need to work together to find a real solution. Because it's a problem. And most of you don't like raising money. I know. I've done it.
So then he went on to talk about, average Americans have to do it. Well, no one believes in that more than I do. That's why we started Wolfpack, wolf-pack.com. Actually joined the army. That's bringing you real change. But what would have been helpful, of course, is if the president was on our side and he wanted to help that change along. And from time to time, President Obama has mentioned that he's in favor of an amendment to get money out of politics. And I'm saying that this was the best line in the speech, the best part of the speech. And it's amazing. Ben said right there in the coverage, right? Isn't it amazing there's a political party that's like, no, we should take legal bribes.
Yes.
I mean, we legalize the bribes. Why not take them, right? I mean, that way I can work with it. I don't have to work for all of you. That's hard. I just work for 3 or 4 guys who gave me a couple $1 million apiece.
If you wanted to be kind, and I don't, but if you wanted to be kind, it would just be a bunch of guys sitting down like I got it. The system affects both parties, right? And both the Democrats are not the party of righteousness and good, right? Mm-hmm. They're the party of less corruption and less danger. That's like the best you can say. But if you wanted to defend those Republicans who just sat there and of course don't they do not want to change the status quo. I mean, that's what it is. If you want to look at it, but that's the case you can make for them. Yeah. Like that they think, no, this is what's got us here and it's fine. It's working.
Yeah, I mean, they're not clapping, but they're not clapping while they're sitting at the State of the Union. Because as much as it sucks, and I'm sure he was right, and they laughed at his joke that nobody likes making phone calls for 8 hours a day, but if they make those phone calls, they become rich and wealthy, fabulously so, beyond the dreams of any American, and powerful as well. It sucks, but it gets you to the State of the Union.
And it beats working.
Yeah. And so Ben's right, that Democrats should probably adopt the line of, we're a little less corrupt. Okay, now, having said that, yeah, they're not doing much to change it either. There's a lot of talk about, hey, wouldn't it be great if we had an amendment?
Yeah, okay, right. They're not doing a lot of talk about it, but the only people trying to change it are Democrats.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, okay. And President Obama says, you guys should get up and do something. Yeah, I agree, but you should get up and do something too. Remember the change placards?
Yeah, because your phone call is the most important.
Yeah,
your phone call makes it better.
Right.
Hey, the president's calling. We're talking about getting money out of politics. Tell him we'll call him back. Oh, wait. No, we should probably.
Oh, no. We don't have time for that. Average Americans are changing the system here, okay? So we don't need the president.
We don't need you to.
Yeah, and look, he couldn't have done it unilaterally. I get that. I understand that 100%. It's just, even talking about it would have made a difference. That's why I like that he at least emphasized it in the speech. I like Joe Biden sprung out of his chair at one point when he was talking about money and politics.
Well, Biden was applauding the congressional districts, started to sit down, heard that it was money and politics, and jumped back up.
Yeah, and so, and it goes to the heart of this speech overall, and both what I liked about it and what I had problems about it, which is that he finally started making his own case a little bit. And I just wish he'd done that for 7 years.
Yeah.
And so, like, if he had for 7 years talked about, Jesus Christ, did you see, name a Senator McCain, right? Took $150,000 from this company. I mean, the company's going to want something back with $150,000. John, what are you going to give him for the $150,000, right? Or, Senator Graham, you took $1.5 million from Lockheed Martin. Jesus, what did you promise him? Can you imagine if the president said that? That'd create a firestorm, right?
Well, they could throw it right back in his face.
I know. The reason he can't say it is because he took even more money, right? And hence the corruption, and hence why President Obama didn't do anything. I like that he's saying it in the speech so that he gets more attention and more Americans talk about it. I didn't like that he, because of that reason, didn't do anything about it. Now, finally, on the Republican side, you got to understand something. Ben's right. They could claim that they're protecting the status quo, and that is what a conservative, I guess, should be doing, right? Because fight change, fight all change. I don't want any change, right? Unless the change is lower tax cuts for billionaires, in which case I love that change, right? But the reality is the guy who's winning on the Republican side is the one who says, yeah, the system sucks. Yeah, it's corrupt, and all these guys are owned. I'm the only guy who's not owned, right? And so he's not going to do a damn thing about it either.
Exactly.
But it's resonating with the Republican voters because the Republican voters are Americans, and they don't like their politicians being bribed either. Yeah. And so they hate that. And when they see the Republicans sitting on their hands, like, yeah, no way, money in politics is awesome. Remember, 80% of Republicans in a recent poll said money's corrupting politics. Yeah. So when they see them not cheering, they're like, sons of bitches.
If you can blend getting money out of politics with a little racism, you're going to win a lot of Republicans.
Well, I mean, case in point, Donald Trump.
And I think that they need to use that opportunity where people seem to understand the corruption in the system, but they need to, while using that, the Democrats, they need to make clear that, look, we agree, we agree with Donald Trump, we need to get money out of politics, but the solution to rich businessmen buying politicians to give themselves favors, the solution is not to just have the rich businessman be the politician so that he can directly give himself favors. That's not the solution of the problem.
To be fair to Donald Trump, that is a good businessman move. Where he cuts out the middleman. Yeah. He's like, what am I going to give those guys millions of dollars to maybe do what I want? Largely do what I want. Yeah. I'll just become president. I'll do whatever the hell I want.
And we'll pass the savings on to you.
By the way, nothing yet from Donald Trump about Nikki Haley. Because in many ways she was picked because she's the anti-Donald Trump in the Republican establishment. Everyone likes Nikki Haley. She does not sound insane. The first 4 minutes of her speech were normal. She did say the strange thing about when we start wars, we win them. Except the last three. Yeah. Vietnam, Korea, Afghanistan, and Iraq. We didn't start Korea.
Oh, we didn't start.
So I go with Vietnam, Afghanistan. So we haven't won the last three, but generally we win them.
Like a long time ago. When we were a progressive country, we know wars all the time.
Yeah. When we start wars, we stay for a long time and we tie.
Four ties in a row.
I mean, a tie on the road is a win, Ben.
Tie on the road is a win. You get a point. Get a point in the standings. Get that Smythe trophy.
Yeah.
And if we just play more of those on Monday night.
Right. The tie goes to the runner.
Yeah.
State of the Union speech is really boring, slow, lethargic, very hard to watch.
I agree. It was a bad speech. It was uninspiring. It wasn't his best work. I don't think he appealed to me. I don't think he appealed to Republicans with the bullshit at the end about that everybody's got to get along stuff for 20 minutes. I don't think this speech did anything. He highlighted for the first time that I can remember him talking about money in politics. He would always talk about it in metaphors, right? He would always say, oh, they're bought. Or, no, he wouldn't say that. He would say they're corrupted. Special interest has a hold on Congress. It's too much of the corrupting influence of the NRA. He wouldn't say these guys are bought. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I think it was. I disagree with you because I think part of our atmosphere, we weren't ready. We weren't into this speech. So I don't know. I thought it was pretty good.
Really? He's a great speech. He can inspire me.
I got you, and I thought it was sort of inspirational. There were times that look, a president for the first time to say the economy didn't crash because of people on food, like that's a 100. So you could mess up the next 30 minutes, and I'm going to phrase that.
Okay. It's one thing to imply that it was more Wall Street's fault, but you need to take a really strong stand. You need to tell them to cut it out. He didn't do that. He wouldn't go far enough.
By the way, but he didn't mention Occupy Wall Street when he said that. That would have been nice. It wasn't the people protesting.
It's been a few years.
He's never going to be
Occupy Wall Street. Come on.
Barack Obama's establishment. He hates Occupy.
Well, I know that's what I'm saying.
And Trump also wrote the Iran deal was terrible. Why didn't we get the uranium stockpile that was sent to Russia? Like, I don't remember this, but like, it just now when they say things about the Iran deal, it's like even in criticizing it, you're like, great, we took their uranium stockpile, we took it out of Iran and gave it to another country. Yeah, like, what a great deal.
Yeah,
what a great thing they did. Yeah,
it's not like, oh no, the Russians have uranium now.
Yeah, right. Oh, now the Russians have all that uranium, they can make a nuclear bomb and point it at us.
Yeah. I think that the section on climate change was strong.
Yeah.
I think that the way that he sold,
he just felt like a lefty speaking. It felt like a lefty.
So I love that section, but I do think for like 5 different reasons that I believe, unless maybe we were making a joke and I missed it, the complete lack of any mention of gun violence or what he's recently tried to propose to fix it. I mean, both because of how soon it comes after the executive actions that he's been proposing, the fact that we are never in this country more than a day or two away from a mass shooting, several extremely huge mass shootings in just about the fact that it wasn't mentioned, that seems odd. And I know that he gave the press conference and he had the town hall, and so it's not like he hasn't been talking about it. But this is the State of the Union, and you're going to get a lot of people tuning in that weren't tuning into those other speeches. That's a big problem that he is actually trying to do something to fix. He's being opposed by other politicians on the right. To not mention that seems odd. You couldn't have cut a bit into the platitudes, 5 minutes maybe?
Okay. I want to say one more thing here about the speech, and then we're close to wrapping up, I think. Okay. President Obama did lay out his case a little bit better this night in the State of the Union than he has in the past. But to me, it still was frustrating in lack of details. And he actually has great details that he can talk about. If I was president, I don't think you guys are going to be surprised to find out that I'd have given a lot more speeches. And I'd have been a lot more in the Republicans' face about what we did. So, for example, on the economy, he bragged about it a little bit. But you have to remember that when he came into office, we were losing 800,000 jobs per month.
That's crazy.
Isn't that amazing? I mean, that is the debacle that George W. Bush left behind. And we've already forgotten about it. Like, it's Republicans, Democrats, I can't tell. What do you mean you can't tell? Bill Clinton created countless millions of jobs. George W. Bush was a disaster. I mean, Trump, when he talks about a mess, a disaster, he's actually talking about George W. Bush losing 800,000 jobs per month. That's what he handed off to Obama. You know that we've had jobs added for 70 consecutive months. That's a record. The record in United States history under President Obama. Who knows that? Why don't you brag about that? Why don't you do that so the Democratic Party can say we did? Republicans, jobs. You want to talk about jobs?
Well, he did say that.
We broke the record for job creation.
He did say that.
Republicans will praise it if it ever hits, 70 right now? If it ever hits 83 months, 13 more months, then they would give the guy credit.
Sure.
Short of 83, I don't see them bringing it. Yeah.
So, John, I hear you. You did mention it. I just want him to be more specific, and I wish he had done it all along, throughout.
Yeah.
So people go, well, I mean, look, every time Trump says it's a mess. On the other hand, we have had 70 months in a row job growth. That's pretty good, right? Now, the deficit. Again, Bill Clinton hands off a giant surplus. We forget. We had a surplus. Yeah. And President Bush destroyed it, pulverized the surplus, hands off a $1.2 trillion deficit per year to President Obama. President Obama added a little bit to the deficit because he did the Economic Recovery Act, right, in the beginning to stimulate the economy. By the way, that worked, right? And then, you know what happened to deficits? They've been heading straight down. Now, we haven't gotten rid of them entirely because we had a $1.2 trillion deficit to start with, right, per year.
Yeah.
So now,
because the Bush tax cuts were so outrageous that now, because of this peculiar system we're in, you can't say, I'm going to raise taxes 9% on people just to get back to this normal place we were.
Yeah. And now we have, in terms of the deficit, the lowest we have been since 2008 per GDP. Okay, so how's the economy doing, and how large is the deficit compared to the economy, right? And we've now gotten to a point where the deficit compared to the economy is at its lowest point since 2008. So like I said, it's been dropping the whole time as a percentage of the economy. That's great news, right? So one more thing, and we can go all night, right? But on healthcare. So we did Obamacare, Affordable Care Act. That's got its problems. It's got the pricing issues that we told you it was going to have when we were, criticizing it from the left. Turns out we were right about that. The criticism from the right was, oh, it'll never work. Oh, the website doesn't work. Oh, yeah, that wound up being a huge problem, right? Yeah. It was irrelevant. It was a blip, right? So instead, what happened was, share of the population that was uninsured before Affordable Care Act had spiked around 2008, 2009 at 18.2%. Nearly 1/5 of the country was not insured.
Of non-elderly.
Of non-elderly people. Elderly people are insured because of Medicare. They're all insured. Wouldn't that be lovely if that was true for the whole country? So now that's also, of course, another very progressive policy. So 18.2. Now I hear that because Obamacare was going to destroy healthcare,
and the economy.
Now weird, the economy seems to be doing much, much better.
Weird.
Right? But I'm sure that the number of people who are uninsured went up, right? So right now the number of uninsured, non-elderly uninsured Americans is down all the way to 10.5%. Okay. From 18.2% of the country uninsured and screwed the minute they get sick to 10.5%. And 10.5%, by the way, lowest on record for the United States of America.
And it will continue to go down as more and more people either stop getting the penalty for it and start recognizing that they have to get involved in the system. And maybe it'll go down even more because, like with Social Security, the critical thing about passing this bill, even with the mistakes, even with the giant holes that allowed the pricing problem to happen, even without single payer, even without the government being able to get involved and competitively, even without the public option, all of those things, even without that, we'll change it. We'll fix it. If we ever get an actual progressive Congress in with a progressive, they'll change it. They'll make those changes and they'll just do it, and then it'll be fine. And that'll be that.
All these great accomplishments that Cenk is touting about the Democratic administration over the last 7 years. I mean, we had just as good a list after George Bush got out of office, and just as good a. Ronald Reagan could have said the same thing. We have the highest number of mentally ill people that we put into non-houses.
You want to meet a mentally ill person? You don't have to go some strange house. Just go out.
You just go outside now.
Just open the front door.
They're everywhere. You're welcome. That's Republican legislation in action. So what would be George Bush's list of accomplishments? They would just say we cut taxes. They wouldn't say the effect of it.
No, they'd say they cut taxes. They'd say they return money to to working families.
In the last year of his presidency, there were far fewer Twin Towers being struck by terrorists than in the beginning of his presidency.
No, to be fair, Jimmy, there's a long list of number ones for George W. Bush. Number one in deficits, broke the record in the amount of the deficit, and both as a percentage of the economy and as a raw number. Number one in jobs lost, losing 800,000 jobs a month is unbelievable, breaking all records since the Great Depression as a raw number, obviously larger than the Great Depression. Then number of terrorist attacks that in this country,
killed by terrorists,
number of killed by terrorist attacks.
He's only 8 months into his presidency.
Number of wars lost. Right.
Number of foreclosures, highest I think since like 1934.
Number of brothers whose presidential ambitions got boned.
That's right.
But give him a break.
Yeah.
Give me a break. Give me a break. So when you make the case is obvious. So it's so maddening that they don't make the case more often. So if you watch the Young Turks a long time, I don't think President Obama was a great president. I think he had an opportunity to be great. I think that he blew it by going for small change, right? But is he a good president for what he tried? He didn't try for big change, not changing the system. The donors are still in charge. Your wages are still stagnant because most of the money is going to the rich, the millionaires, the billionaires. He made a lot of the tax cuts. Yes, he increased some of the taxes a little bit on the rich, but he made a lot of tax cuts permanent, right? He still gave away a lot of money to the banks. So those are real. That's what prevents him from being a great president. Was he a good president when he tried for the small amount of change that he tried for? Absolutely. He did all the things that once he got into office, he said he would do. Right? He said, I'm going to improve the economy. He did. I'm going to get you more jobs. He did. I'm going to get you health care. He did. And I'm going to prevent a war with Iran and on foreign policy. He did.
Pulled out
get
most
the
of
nuclear,
He got out of the other countries, basically, actually.
Yeah, it's a little bit more mixed. I hear you, but hey, Iran's not going to develop a nuclear weapon. They didn't, right? So if you're looking at that list and then you're comparing it to Republicans, biggest no-brainer you've ever seen.
Something else that I think just from the last point I would like to make tonight. Actually, I made the last point I'd like to make about 27 minutes ago. But I'm going to make the final point out of it. The beginning of that speech mattered too. Like having the President of the United States telling America, this is not World War III. And that takes some political courage in this current environment. And in a news cycle that doesn't, where there's no value in, you're not in danger. Your loved ones are not threatened. Like that was good. That was a presidenting thing to do.
But there was Anderson Cooper said a lot of people feel deeply that we are in trouble
in World War III. Yeah.
So maybe we are in World War III. I don't know it.
I didn't know
feel
that.
it.
I didn't have that information. So.
Yeah. No, I was going to talk about that on the show today. I ran out of time. He said we're not under an existential threat, and it was a bold thing to say, but it's so obvious that it's funny that it's bold. So is ISIS going to take San Antonio? I mean, it's absurd to think.
Who said that?
I think in the third round,
threat.
They just raised DC to the ground.
I think ISIS could take San Antonio in a round robin. But the point is that you're talking about what he said. I don't know who I was telling, but that Lawrence Krauss, you know him, that atheist,
the futurist,
from Kansas, right? He's that as professor. He wrote a real reasonable article in the New York Times recently about, hey, well, we're not really under threat from ISIS. They really can't do anything to us, and we shouldn't be worrying this much about terrorism in America. And all of a sudden, everybody came, oh, you're aggressive. What's wrong with it? Go quit your day job.
Okay, well,
so that's what Barack Obama's basically trying to. It's like, what's that?
He's an atheist,
and he's an atheist. So and he's piggybacking, I think, on that. Like, oh look, even these atheist lefty guys are on my side. So maybe that's why he felt strong enough to make that point. No.
Yeah, well,
I was just trying to check if you were still listening to what I was saying.
Yeah, kind of. And as you can tell, I was pretty honest about it. So maybe.
Anyway, good point, John.
Okay.
Oh, Jimmy!
Okay, all right. Super last thing. Can't wait for President Sanders to make the speech now.
Oh!
Okay. By the way, I'm telling you, man, I've been going crazy these last 2 days.
The polls.
It's real.
Yeah,
it's real.
I'll put the downer on your reel. Look, first of all, if you want Bernie Sanders to win, obviously he has to make a move to polls, and then it has to be reflected in the voting. So this would be step one of that. So there's no getting around that. But we're reaching the point where the polls are going to start sticking with people, right? People are paying much more attention, and voting starts. And once voting starts, the polls change dramatically because because you can pick winners, right? Like people want to be with the guy who won.
Yeah.
Are you still making points?
No. So what this has done is, if Hillary Clinton had won Iowa 48-46, the way things stood 4 weeks ago, the story would have been, man, Bernie Sanders is up her ass. And now if she wins 48-46, I guarantee you, she held off Bernie Sanders. And
I think people will say that.
They'll say it, and that matters. And it matters in the next
what the press says.
The expectation game. Like, I already read 2 stories about expectations today, and so if you were going to spin this in a positive way for Hillary,
they don't matter. They used to matter in the past. They matter a little bit still. The whole expectations game.
Is there any amount of money you want to put on who gets the nomination?
Yes.
How much?
So no, you got to give me odds, right?
Apparently.
Okay. Oh, really?
Yeah, it's tied. How many? What odds you want?
2 to 1.
How much money?
$100.
You're going to take Hillary?
500.
Ooh, 500. So if Bernie Sanders wins, I get $1,000. If Hillary Clinton wins, you get $500.
Yeah, it's $1,000. There's really no downside for me.
Yeah, I hear
either I get $1,000, either I get $500, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Bernie Sanders is nominee. I give you $1,000.
And then private money won't have any value anyway. So
that's right.
Different.
So is this the moment when I pull was it Rick Perry? Like, where I grew up, we don't do that kind of thing. All right, you forced me into it. I got to be a man. Okay, $500. You know why? Because it's real. It's real, and Bernie Sanders not only has a very good chance of winning the nomination, he has a very good chance of being the next president of the United States. I never said that before. I said he's got a shot. Don't count him out. Like, Hillary is not as strong as you think. I now think that. I actually think right now. Well, I did 2 to 1, so I can't say he's more likely than Hillary Clinton. But but he stands an excellent chance. He really does. He's likely to win Iowa. He's likely to win New Hampshire. And then we got a whole new race. Yeah. He's only 4 points behind her in the national polls. And I'm telling you, everybody's stuck in the past. No. I know. South Carolina about a bullshit. I call bullshit on it right now. That he wins Iowa and New Hampshire, South Carolina and Nevada are going to be on fire. They're going to be on fire. It's got a totally different equation. We're in a different time. People have trouble adjusting to new times. Okay? Change is afoot. In the old days, yes, this was 2004. Bernie Sanders wouldn't have gotten past 6% in any state. He wouldn't have gotten past 6% in Vermont, in New Hampshire, even though it's next to Vermont. Okay? But this is this is what I've been saying. People aren't getting it. Americans now hate politicians. They hate them, right? A congressional approval rating, at one point, it's bounced up now. It was at 7%. Wow, 7%. It's now bounced up to around 11%. Okay? They hate politicians. Now, in the 1990s, you think, well, they've always hated politicians. No, I checked on this. This is really interesting. In the 1990s, that congressional approval rating was in the 50s. Was that Gingrich? Okay.
Well, that's one because Congress used to be Democrat all the time when they worked for the people.
Right. Well, look, there's a lot of different factors to it. But no, the jury's in. Well, I got it. You guys are scumbags taking legal bribes. I got it. Okay? You don't work for me. I got it. I hate you. So look at what the Republicans are doing. All you Jeb Bush thing, Jeb Bush is done. I mean, we all knew that, right? But you don't get it. Marco Rubio's done. Kasich is done. They're all done. It's either Trump or Cruz. That's it. Okay? So it's Trump, Cruz, Sanders, Clinton. I think Bernie Sanders is a 25% chance of winning.
That's a silly analysis. I mean, dismissing those other guys is
done. What? Okay. What's
$10,000.
Well, I mean, I can have anyone. I get everybody else, right? You said Trump.
I take Trump, Cruz.
I get the rest of the world.
Yes.
Becomes the nominee.
Well, you have to give me odds, but because again, your point was it's done, and it's not done.
Okay. All right. What do we think is the right odds? 1.5? 1.5 to 1?
Man, you should give me the same odds.
2 to 1? See, he keeps goading because we're on air, so I can't. Being a tough guy, I got to take his goading, right?
Well, on the other hand, it's done.
Yeah, it is done. I want some of that coffee.
Now we're risking a lot of money. I didn't really want to make the other bet. I just thought
I want some of that other bet, though. I want to go with Bernie in Iowa. Do you want?
Let's just note for the record, you didn't take the bet. Okay.
What?
It's done. It's Trump or Cruz. Okay.
Let's just lower that amount because I don't care about those guys, and I think that's most. I think I think you're most likely to win that bet, but I don't.
That's why I'm giving you $2 to 1.
Right. I'll go $100.
$100. Okay, $100 next.
And you're not taking any more action on the Bernie Sanders caucus in Iowa?
I don't want to take your money. You're a working comedian.
Thank you. Thank you. But I'm trying to
married to a teacher.
I'm trying to finance something right here. Yeah. This is easy money.
Okay, I can't help it. So drink if you're playing the drinking game.
By the way, I just
okay. Hillary Clinton, that Clinton Global Foundation thing is going to blow up on. The only question is it in the primaries or is it in the general election? God help us all if it's in the general election. Okay, it's a ticking time bomb. They did do favors. It's obvious they did favors, right?
It's obvious.
For the money that they took for the Clinton Foundation. Jesus Christ, if that's in the general election, we're fucked. And the whole idea of this whole she's more electable, total bullshit. The numbers now prove that is not the case. It's in the numbers. Number 2, she's got this time bomb. Number 3, she's a politician. Bernie Sanders tests and polls so much better with independents than Hillary Clinton does in a general election. So, all right, well, we're on the record, and so
look, somebody asked about it today, on Twitter, whether we'd have the bet, and I just think it's most likely. I think she. I think it would be great.
Let me see. Jen, how you said about her thing, her global initiative is going to blow up, and that. So yes, and she's got lots of. So. Do you want to spend the next year, Ben, this is what I say to people, is that you want to spend the next year defending Hillary Clinton or fighting for Bernie Sanders? Yeah. And I want to spend it fighting for Bernie Sanders. I don't want to spend it defending Clinton and her fucking legacy.
You say times have changed, and I hope they have. But I don't, and I'm not as certain that times have changed because times never change, right?
Except for when they do.
Right, but they almost never change, right? And they don't change nearly as much.
Remember how we used to elect black guys president all the time?
By the way, I had the same debate with Wes Clark. I had the same debate in 2008 with Wes Clark. He's like, "You're crazy. They'll never elect a black guy president."
Yeah, but we knew
except when they do.
Except when they do.
Yeah, and I think that Barack Obama was a more electable candidate, a much more electable candidate than Bernie Sanders.
Yeah.
Right, obviously. Than Bernie Sanders, who I think just doesn't pass some. But anyway, that's different because Democrats can still make the mistake of giving an unelectable guy the nomination and then having him lose, and we have President Cruz.
Yeah.
But by the way, look, I'm not saying that'll happen. I'm just saying that this is a
Martin O'Malley's not going to get the nomination.
Well, first of all, if something happens with Hillary prior to this, what will be interesting is that here's what can happen. Bernie and say Hillary wins Iowa, but barely, and Bernie wins New Hampshire, and it's really close, right? And then a scandal breaks, right? And Hillary just starts sinking. It doesn't get handed to Bernie Sanders in any way. I mean, I don't know whether it's Biden or some Andrew Cuomo or Al Gore or something.
No, I get you. That's totally possible.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'll tell you this. If people that are in politics, they think they're smart when they quote things like McGovern's run in 72. But 1972 was not 44 years ago. It was a million years ago. In 1972, the internet didn't even exist. Okay, it didn't even exist. So don't tell me about McGovern and all that bullshit. Okay, so look.
Why wouldn't they tell you about McGovern to say that Bernie is unelectable because he's too liberal?
Yeah, he's when we tried that and Nixon routed McGovern and so don't run those liberals; they'll get routed. They got routed in 1972, which again was approximately 2.5 million years ago.
Do we have polls during the primary of McGovern beating Nixon by 12 points? Because we have polls right now of Bernie beating Trump by 12, 13 points. Yeah. Like the whole electability thing has been turned on its head. The establishment candidate is polling worse against the most likely Republican nominees than the crazy liberal. That's the opposite of the historic pattern for the Democrats.
Yeah, okay. And so what we have on our hands,
the good news for us is that it's going to be Trump and Cruz because I don't ever win these bets. I mean, I'm sorry, not Trump. It's Cruz and Sanders because I made the bets. Congratulations.
Well, you do think that Sanders would beat anybody on the Republican side?
No idea. Right? Just like I don't know what's going to happen. I just know that what has happened in the past matters.
All right. You know how? Sorry. So. This has got to be the last thing, guys. Okay. So last night it struck me as I was talking to my dad about Sanders' campaign. First of all, last night we had the NBC Wall Street Journal poll showing, oh my God, Bernie Sanders is closing in Iowa, almost caught her in Iowa. I get off the show. No. I got off the show. Quinnipiac says, no, he caught her and passed her in Iowa. And then another poll comes out today. He's only 4 points behind her national. But as I'm talking to my dad, I already know the Quinnipiac poll's in and he's already passed her, right? And I was talking about some of the policies I don't agree with Bernie Sanders on. That he's more liberal than I am, right? Like if Bernie, that's amazing that there's now a politician that's more liberal than me, right? That hasn't happened in 15 years, right? So he says I'm going to cap the credit card rates at 15%. And I was explaining to my dad why I don't agree with that because price limits are not the right thing. I'm a capitalist. I think that's the wrong way to handle it. And then I realized in the middle, holy shit, he's going to win. Right? Nobody wants to hear my bullshit about capitalism and setting price. They say, wait, are you telling me my credit card is going to be capped at 15% interest rate?
Which is still a crazy interest rate.
Okay, you know what just happened? Everybody in America, all voters that had paid even a smidgen of attention just went like this. Wait. What was the part before that about how my kid gets a free education? Right? And all of a sudden, wait a minute, no one's actually run a populist campaign. No one has actually told people, hey, you know what? Instead of giving everything to the fucking billionaires, I'm going to give it to you. And we actually have a ton of money. This is an incredibly rich country. This is the richest country that has ever existed. And instead of giving it to the donors, I'm going to give it to you. So your kid gets an opportunity. He's got a fucking chance, man. That guy, unbelievably, and Ben, what I'm trying to explain is, I'm as amazed as you are. I mean, my lifetime, if you had told me 2 years ago, let alone 7 years ago, I'd have laughed you out of the room. I'd have grabbed you by your pantaloons and thrown you out of the room. Bernie Sanders, president, you're fucking nuts. I cover politics. Bernie Sanders ain't never going to be president. I'd love it, but he ain't never going to be president. And now I'm telling you, it's real. He has a pretty damn good chance of being president. Maybe something comes in and screws it up. That's possible. Because there's going to be, like the establishment, they hate Trump, right? Because they're worried about Trump. Okay, wait till they get a load of Bernie Sanders. Well, like the minute they think it's real, and it's happening right now, they're going to be like, wait.
And how does Bernie get covered? Like,
they're and I'll tell you right now, and I'll make the prediction as I always do. They are going to start very soon being merciless to Bernie Sanders. They're going to go from trying to ignore him to fighting him. Okay, the mainstream media will not be down to center. They love being down to center, right? A little bit of this and a little bit of that, Jimmy. No way. And maybe I'll be wrong, but they will. My prediction is they will be vicious to Bernie Sanders.
I don't think the mainstream media will be. I think they'll be totally charmed by him because I think he is charming and he's a different character, and they will love that. I think the right will come after him with everything that they possibly can,
which they would do regardless of the candidate.
That's true, but it will influence, and that will obviously influence the coverage the way.
But any attack against them from the right only makes them strong. Because when they go, goddamn socialists going to cap your credit card at 15%. People go, hey, that sounds pretty fucking good. You see what I'm saying? Goddamn socialist thinks your kids should get a free education. Really? You see what I'm saying? Did I not amp you up a little bit just there?
Very much, yes. Because whenever they try to make that case, they're actually telling what the platform of Bernie Sanders is to people who are going to like that platform.
That's right.
Yeah, but Trump will get rid of the estate tax.
They're going to get routed, Ben. It's possible they're going to get routed. Ben, it's not, the right wing's not the issue. The media's the issue. It's a subtle thing. I know they don't think it consciously.
They don't need to be. They don't need to be vicious, but they just need to marginalize them in the ways that they've already been marginalized. Like, for instance, the first time Chuck Todd interviewed Bernie Sanders, he interviewed him for 15 minutes. He spent 14 minutes talking about Trump. So this is the way they're going to find ways to marginalize him.
No, what I'm saying is different. It's going to turn a leaf. It's going to go from ignoring, marginalizing to, it's socialist. Look at all these dangerous things. These are radical ideas. These are dangerous ideas. These are really outside the mainstream. It's interesting, but it's way outside the mainstream. That's what's coming next in a matter of days. Mark my words. Okay. All right. Now we're mercifully done. Thank you guys, John, Jimmy.
Why do I make bets that I don't even want to root for?
Come on, Louie, I want $500 from Jake. Yes!
You're a loser either way in this one, though.
I'm a loser either way and a winner either way.
Look at it like that.
Yeah, okay. All right, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
Of putting pieces together, which was well, Michael has this idea, and George has this idea, and Disney has this idea. Originally, they were working off two different concepts. One was a Music Man in Space type deal, which is what it became, which is this guy is bringing light and whimsy and color and music to this otherwise drab environment. The other idea was based on Michael's love of the attractions and characters, because, he famously loves Peter Pan. Mm-hmm. Apparently, he was a big fan of Pirates of the Caribbean. But they kind of went more with the first option, but kind of laid into the second option a little bit with the fun Muppets, which are my least favorite part of the attraction, if I'm being perfectly honest.
No, I thought they were really
really cool. You got one that looks like Bicentennial Man.
You got a flying elephant.
The elephant.
wife beater.
Yeah, and then you got the little like butterfly, like the furry
butterfly. Is adorable.
Yeah, no, that's
fair.
like the part I remember the most is at the very end. That butterfly comes and waves at the screen. That's the part I remember, like as a child, seeing. I'm like, oh, there's a little furry butterfly saying bye to me. It means the movie's over.
He's a hamster butterfly.
Yeah,
best pet ever.
Yeah.
Actually, Angelica Huston was not the number one choice to be the evil queen character. Originally, it was Shelley Duvall, but she couldn't.
Shelley Duvall.
She could not. Toward really scary things. Read into that what you will. Because he liked Snow White's Scary Adventure. He liked Alien. Like these scary movies.
Right.
He was insistent that the queen be terrifying. And Shelley Duvall was claustrophobic. She couldn't deal with all the makeup. So they went to an actress who wasn't as famous at the time. Angelica Huston. Is it Houston? I've been saying Huston.
It's Houston.
It's Houston.
Yes,
my mistake, everyone. She was little known, but actually in production, after they hired her, she had won an Oscar that year. So she suddenly skyrocketed in fame. Everyone wanted to get her, and they think they couldn't have gotten her if she had won the Oscar before approaching her for this, because it's kind of a lot to do. And she was available, and she took the job. She actually had a dream that she and Michael were like together in the desert, raised in the air, and elephants were stampeding under them, and they were like in love.
Wow.
And then when she got to the set, she was like, oh my god, it's happening. My dream. Look at this stupid elephant. It's real.
It's an amazing piece of makeup, and Rick Baker.
Does she look beautiful though?
She does look amazing. Like that face is on fleek.
You think me beautiful?
Yes, and then she wanted to turn all the puppets into trash cans, which that made no sense to me. Like they get turned
my whip warriors. Why do you have a whip warrior if everything is metal?
They get changed into trash cans, and Michael Jackson gets 100 years of torture. Like that was the deal. That was a little off, but no, her makeup was amazing.
Yeah.
She looked phenomenal.
Before she was cast, though, they were going to have Shelley Duvall transform into a different woman altogether for the end, where she's like a beautiful princess.
Wow,
lovely.
That's like
rainbow. It was going to be a good-looking black woman, but then it made no more sense once Angelica Houston was cast in the role. So they're like, you know what? We'll just put the makeup on her and give her the nice dress, and she'll be the same person. But originally, that was not the concept.
Okay.
At all. So that's interesting to see how that turned around. This is a great history. I'm just saying. There's a lot of fun stuff going back there. A little less negative than Doug Benson's account on Doug Loves Movies, if you know about that. He filled in as a dancer in the last day. There's a lot going on with this crazy attraction, which makes it more appealing to me and makes me sad that we're no longer going to be able to look at it anymore. But, you never know. Disney, they could have a resurgence someday. It closed in 96, came back in 2010, of course, after the death of Michael Jackson. I really don't know what could make it come back after that besides massive fan uproar, but that might not even work considering some other choices they've made.
Right. I mean, you can just find it on YouTube now. Like, just watch it on YouTube.
I do watch it on YouTube.
Yeah, you don't need to go all the way to Disneyland to see it in 3D.
My goal is to learn that dance.
I know.
It's pretty
hard. Yeah, it's a pretty amazing dance. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's, I noticed there were...
A lot of crotch grabbing.
I didn't see any crotch grabbing.
Well, there was originally more crotch grabbing, and then Disney saw the crotch grabbing, and they went, oh, no. And they did their best to work on tight shots, edit around it, but it's very much ingrained in his dance routine.
They do realize this is Michael Jackson.
That's one of his things.
Yeah.
They originally wanted to dub over Michael Jackson's speaking voice when he was speaking as EO, which was, yes, but without a key to unlock it.
Yeah.
But because they thought his voice was too high, which is another thing, like, how do you not know what he talks like? He is a major superstar. So they wanted to redub him with a deeper sounding voice, but then they were all worried that they would offend Michael, and nobody approached him about it, and they never did it. So sheer awkwardness brought us what we have today. Thank you for listening to us talk and reminisce about crotch grabbing and crotch grabbing, Shelley Duvall, and some other things that were weird. What moments did you like about Captain EO? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. According to new research, about 9% of Kickstarters fail. And I don't mean that they're not funded. I mean that they are fully funded, but fail to deliver whatever promised perks were supposed to be given to the donors. So that means that the donors are screwed when I say failure. So basically, this comes from the research from the Wharton School at the University of Pennsylvania, specifically from Ethan Mollick and his team. So they surveyed more than 450,000 randomly selected backers about their experience using Kickstarter, and about 50,000 of them actually responded to that. So the responses represented about 30,000, a little bit more than that, projects across the site's categories. So all categories across Kickstarter. And about 9% of all the projects failed to deliver any product whatsoever, or eventually deliver a product that's not at all what they were promised. And about 8% of all the money spent on Kickstarter does go to failed products. So only about 65% of respondents said they agreed or strongly agreed that the reward was delivered on time and what they wanted. So Mollick and Kickstarter together say that the failure does not indicate a systematic problem associated with failure or fraud on Kickstarter. Of the projects that completely fail, backers got at least a partial refund roughly 13% of the time. You may remember the number 13 as being particularly low and indicative of failure, at least to me. So I'm just saying, if you're only getting a refund 13% of the time, that's not good on a completely failed project. So they have to go back and forth on what defines a failure, and specifically, was it never delivered? Was it delivered poorly? Were you promised something that you never got? Are you still waiting? So a lot of people were actually still waiting. So I guess there's a large percentage that is unknown between this is good and this is horrible.
Yeah, it's a really interesting business model, because it's like you donate money to a product to see this product come into fruition, but at the same time, that company's promise to you is to give you like an item as a thank you. And so it's weird, because like you're donating something, but you're getting something in return. So technically, aren't you sort of like half buying the gift that they're sending to you? And then you don't get it. So it's kind of like, well, where's the product that I paid for?
See, that's where Kickstarter gets a little sticky, actually, which is that they specifically say, we want everyone to understand exactly how Kickstarter works. It's not a store, and that amid creativity and innovation, there is risk and failure. So what they're saying is, in the broadest terms, you're not buying something, you're supporting something, and you get this gift.
Right.
Which seems like mainly a really broad way to cover one's own ass, which is the legal term, in case someone wants to sue or file a complaint about not getting what was promised at all or on time.
I also think about that too, like the companies don't necessarily have to, or correct me if I'm wrong, maybe they do have to, but they don't have to, send a reward. Like they don't have to put that list down saying that they'll give you something if you donate to them. I thought that was just a courtesy, really.
It's more of like an incentive, let's say. And then what's funny is this happens to projects that are overly funded, like resoundingly funded. They are not able to deliver whatever goods were promised to backers, at certain levels, because there's just so much in there, which seems counterintuitive to something that was a resounding success.
Right. Yeah, I don't know how I would feel personally in that situation, because, I mean, I don't have a lot of money to, donate and give. And so, like, if I were to spend, $20 on something and I didn't get my t-shirt or something, I wouldn't be too heartbroken over it, because I would be supporting something that I truly believed in, and it's the cause that my money is going to that is more rewarding, in my opinion.
It depends. I mean, we have a lot of different views on like what you expect and what you're, some people might actually expect nothing. maybe you're supporting a web series and you're just like, I love this web series, I want it to happen.
Right.
But maybe you're supporting a technology project where you're like, well, where's mine? I gave you $200. Where is it?
Exactly.
So,
I can understand. Like, if you were giving, like a chunk of money away from your personal account and you're promised something like that, yeah, I would be, disappointed. But, if it was like a $10 donation or a $20 donation or just, whatever you could give, I wouldn't lose too much sleep over it, personally.
Justin Kazmark, who is a spokesperson for Kickstarter, had something to say, which was, we're here to safeguard the system against bad actors, not against ambitious ideas, which I support that idea. But it's, he also says failure is not the same as fraud. A lot of conflation between fraud and failure pops up. It's, did they create the film but fail to deliver the DVD? If not, did they deliver the DVD but no one liked it? You do get kind of into the definition of, what is art? What is how do we consider this a failure, a success, and what are we supposed to deliver? It gets very philosophical. But I think, at least from Kickstarter's end, it's vaguely or deliberately leaving vague and low expectations so that people don't get mad, but people do get mad, and I think they have a right to do so. Audience, what do you think? What is your expectation when you back something on, let's say, Kickstarter or Indiegogo? And if you don't get whatever you were promised, how do you respond? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Alright, you either are one or you know one. Knuckle poppers. People who are always constantly cracking their knuckles, hearing that pop sound. I personally don't like it, but maybe you feel some level of relief or catharsis from cracking your bones like gross. Anyway, this is something we've been trying to figure out for a long time, actually. Scientists have been trying to figure out what exactly that pop is since the 1940s, and we still kind of don't know what it is. Let's take a look at an ultrasound image of that action actually occurring. Oh. Okay, wait.
Gross. Oh my God.
Oh man, that's happening in your body.
Right.
Some of you. So we're looking at research from the University of California, Davis, where 40 subjects were supposed to pull their knuckles a total of 400 times. 62 of those pulls resulted in cracks, pops, snapping. Other serial noises. Turns out the sound of a person cracking his or her knuckles is accompanied with a bright flash. That's what that was. At the knuckle base, at the metacarpophalangeal joint, which is just at the right here, at the bottom of your finger. So that's a pocket of air, but there's two theories as to what's going on. One theory is that is the formation of a gas bubble due to decreased pressure around the joints. The other one is that cracking your knuckles actually causes the tiny bubbles to burst. So is it creating them or is it destroying the bubbles? Either way, there's a bubble. And we're still trying to figure that out, actually.
Man.
There's been a lot of evidence to support both theories.
Right.
It's not crystal clear which one it is.
Right. I don't know what the bubbles are doing exactly and how the bubbles are relieving.
They're related to your joints.
Yeah, like they're relieving like some sort of stiffness or pressure. Like how does that help you, or how is that, remotely healthy? I mean, I don't know. Like I always thought bubbles in the body was a bad thing.
Not necessarily. I mean, you actually do have a lot of air in your body,
right?
In various places that you may
true,
be disgusted to find out.
Yeah, it all just sounds so weird to me, and obviously I'm not a doctor, so I don't know.
The ultrasound video we looked at did lend credence to the theory that it was forming bubbles as opposed to destroying them, but still not crystal clear what's going on.
Sure.
There are some famous anecdotes about people cracking their knuckles and their mothers or significant others saying that'll cause arthritis, and there was a doctor who proved that it does not cause arthritis. So we don't really know where or what is causing this air bubble explosion to occur. We don't know why this needs to happen, and I specifically don't know why people need to do this at all hours when they're near me, because I do not like it. Audience, do you crack your knuckles, and what do you think is going on besides disgust in my heart? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. There haven't been a ton of advances for the bandage. I wanted to say Band-Aid, but that is a brand name. But there is a new product that could actually help people who may suffer from infection. Instead of me telling you, let's take a look.
This prototype glows under UV light if the burn is infected. This would give a clear signal to doctors that the child needs to be treated for an infection.
So as bacteria start to colonise a wound, and they form a dense mat called the bacterial biofilm.
You could spend whole days at Sears. It wasn't what it is today, which is kind of, the sad end of a mall.
Yeah, it is.
But it was a big deal.
That's shocking, and then I'm shocked that, how did they find out that they actually called NORAD? It's not like, does this guy pick up the phone and he's like, Colonel from NORAD speaking, how can I help you?
Yeah, we're helping. We're tracking Santa.
Yeah. But I mean, just like, even if it was, it was this colonel or whatever, like if that was me in that super top secret situation, I would have played it off, but as like Santa, but how did they find out they were actually calling NORAD is what I'm wondering, and how did this actually come into fruition?
Oh, I think originally he answered the phone not as Santa. That's according to Colonel Shoup's daughter, Terry, who was talking about this recently.
Sure.
He said he was a straight-laced and disciplined man, got annoyed by this, thought it was a prank, but then he said the little voice started crying, and he realized it wasn't a joke, and he had to play along. And it's nice that he did, but it also created this tradition that we're doing decades later.
I just wonder why, this top secret facility, like NORAD, said, "Oh yes, this is the correct phone number that you accidentally misprinted. That is our number, and that was me, a colonel in this top secret facility that answered and caused this to happen, and it caused a tradition, decades later." That's the part that's confusing to me, is is that easily accessible?
I have a couple other, it's a little weird. I think things have changed today. We're beyond 1950s technology and communication at this point, which it might be a little bit more comforting to you, at least. But there have been times where typos have changed history. I have a couple examples. Okay. One was in 1997 with Larry Page and Sean Anderson. They're sitting around a table at Stanford University. They are wanting to brainstorm names for their search engine that they were coming up, and they suggested Googleplex, GOOGOLPLEX, and they thought, we'll shorten it to Google. But then there was a typo, and now we call it Google, GOOGLE. Huh?
That was a typo, huh?
That was a typo. We also have, in 1870, a German chemist accidentally printed a decimal point on spinach's iron content, one spot too far to the right. So instead of having 3.5 grams of iron, it said 35 grams, and everybody went crazy over spinach. It's a decent amount of iron, but we're still we're nuts over. We still think of iron till this day as being, that's in spinach. We're just going to eat spinach. Iron. So this is not unprecedented. This has happened before.
Right.
But that's why a top military government tracking group tracks Santa every year. And we're still doing it to this day. Hey, you know what? Joy and wonderment. That's what we do here in the government. Audience, what do you think of this story? Does it warm your heart, or does it make you feel a little bit scared and suspicious like our friend Jessica? Let us know below in the comments, and please like and subscribe for more. Krampus is sweeping the United States now more than ever, with the horror holiday movie coming out just recently. But there are a few misconceptions about what Krampus, I'm going to say Krampus because I'm an American and I'm sorry, and that's how I pronounce words, came about. And there are some, misunderstandings. I've heard people describe it as the evil version of Santa, which is not true. There's actually a very deep history about masks and lore and hitting kids with sticks that I'm totally behind, and I would like to chat about today. In tradition, there's a mask that's carved. It's very ornate. It's very special, and it's worn and used. And it's like this one. I don't think this one is made out of wood, like the traditional sense. But I'm worried I'm going to drop this. So here you go. That's actually a valuable piece of folk art, or it's in the tradition of a valuable piece of folk art. There are other interesting traditions as well. Krampus is kind of a Christmas demon. He's not Santa's buddy per se. He's not evil Santa. Typically, Krampus is a demonic character. He appears around the holiday season, but not necessarily Christmas. Krampus's night is Krampusnacht, which I'm sorry again about the pronunciation. When he reigns, it's that people might have parties or balls celebrating this, while young men run around in Krampusgroup, which again, sorry, donned carved wooden masks, cowbells, chains, elaborate costumes, and they do a Krampus run, which is running around and, like I mentioned earlier, hitting people with sticks. So basically, one of his trademarks is a bundle of sticks. So he might leave a bundle of sticks at your house. He might hit you with it. He might hit you in the leg. He might toss you in a sack or basket on his back. He might throw you in a stream, or he might straight up take you to hell. I mean, depending on your interpretation of how this goes. But the next day is actually, Nikolstag, which is Orchard's a German name. I'm sorry.
Oh my God.
Which is St. Nicholas's Day, Santa's Day, Sinterklaas. Other words, this is the day that Santa would go around and give gifts to the kids who had survived the night and not been thrown in a stream or in the depths of hell, which is great children. So Krampus would also leave around, in some traditions, reminders, decorations for the whole year round. Perhaps instead of a bundle of sticks, you would get a gold-painted bundle of sticks that your parents can put up in your house to remind you to be good, and that the threat of being hit is always there. In some traditions, he was a purely pagan creation, the son of Hel, A-G-L, not H-E-L-L, from Norse mythology, but he did kind of get grafted into the Christmas tradition paired with St. Nicholas, with Black Peter in the Netherlands, which is a whole other thing to talk about. We're not going to touch today. And the two have been kind of linked, Santa and Krampus, as kind of a yin-yang,
Right.
rewards and punishment. So let's use some negative reinforcement. And the threat of being hit with sticks. So apparently in parades, Krampus revelers will actually hurt you. People have been described as being badly beaten, to just having, their legs whipped with sticks. Some teenage boys have been sat upon and hit with a stick.
Gosh, what is happening
That's
here?
a lot going on. They're described as savage beatings. Oh my God. So this is coming to America, y'all. So
I mean, who knew that Krampus had such a history and so much lore behind him? I mean, I kind of feel like adopting the naughty or nice for children has replaced the terrifying history that is Krampus, because
hey, stop blaming your kids. Sticks like I do. I don't have kids. And what's also funny is for a period in Austria between the 1934 and 1938, when fascists were in rule, they banned Krampus because they viewed him as a symbol of sin, of anti-Christian values, of social democrats. So he was banned for a while. People were forbidding people from going around dressing like him and participating in the run, and actually Santa's or St. Nicholas's needed to be sanctioned by the city. That is some fascist stuff, y'all.
Wow.
So if you don't like fascism, you run around the city in this mask and you hit some kids with sticks. Don't do that. The owners of the Young Turks and Nerdler do not promote violence of any kind.
This is gnarly. This is a gnarly history. Obviously I know the movie is coming out and all of that, but I had no idea that the lore behind this guy.
It's a deep and rich history that goes back to keeping kids in line.
Yeah.
Audience, what do you think of Krampus? Should he make a big comeback the way that Santa Claus has? Let us know below in the comments, and be good or we'll hit you with sticks.
Well, the Young Turks fighting power battle plus 10-hour coverage over 10 years. Drop it. Oh, you get a twofer tonight. You get a Power Panel regular Young Turks show like you would at 6 to 8 p.m. Eastern every day. On top of that, it's part of our rolling 10-hour coverage to celebrate our 10th year anniversary live streaming. Not a big deal, just the longest running live stream on the planet.
Yes, come on.
Yeah. Although we have been appropriately punished for that. In the business community, if you've been around too long, they think, losers.
Not new enough.
Yeah, no, I need it to be new and unproven.
The new glitter's off.
Yeah, I need it to be like sexy and totally useless. and hasn't been able to prove any audience at all. That's what I like. Okay? You guys already have a giant audience. Boring.
You should call yourself a startup again.
I know. No. I seriously, in the business community, if we had declared ourselves bankrupt last year and started again, we'd be the hottest thing on the planet. Facebook would have bought us for like $19 billion.
And if we went bankrupt a couple more times, we might, as a company, be running for the presidency.
See what he did? Singer! Okay, all right. So, since we have been on the air now since 9 a.m. Pacific, what are we looking at?
6 hours.
6 hours already, right? So I already have a bunch of tweets from you guys ready to go. So let me do a couple of fun things about the 10-year thing, then of course we're going to do news. Johnny Pie's going to... Oh, no, that reminds me. Let's do a poll first.
No. Oh, God.
This already was a poll put up on the TYT app. I don't know how it got there. This is part of a story that was told in the first hour of today's broadcast about how John... What was the line somebody said to, was it Anna?
It was to Anna.
Yeah, because they thought that when John first came on the Young Turks, someone made the mistake of thinking he was hot. And said to Anna...
And seen me in person yet, in her defense.
And said to Anna, I know, cause she likes Latinos, right? So I don't know if that's why they say, I know you like double chocolate or something.
No, I made the joke about double chocolate. No, was it she said...
Oh, dulce de leche. But you might want to try vanilla with sprinkles. So his new nickname, of course, then immediately became Sprinkles. So now there's a poll on the app.
Which is cool as a nickname because it's both sort of a weird acne illusion and also makes me more feminine.
So, okay, yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, it is.
Johnny Sprinkles, that is a better name.
Johnny Sprinkles is cool, but Sprinkles is not cool.
No, Johnny Sprinkles, because Johnny Sprinkles, that's the guy, they give the feminine name to the guy who fucking kills you in the mafia, right? That's like calling the guy tiny when he's gigantic.
Yeah. Right. Maybe they call him Johnny Sprinkles because he's on you after he kills you.
Yeah, or he sprays you.
Yeah. Like that. That's not a bad idea. I don't have my soundboard today, but okay. Anyways, what's a better nickname for John Idarola, Johnny Pry or Sprinkles? And right now, Sprinkles with a 53 to 47 lead.
I think it's going to stick.
Johnny Sprinkles. I'm using it.
I'm going to look at the...
Well, Jimmy's
look at the demographic breakdown there.
Yeah.
Question the methodology.
Well, it doesn't matter really, John. If Jimmy's using it, you're pretty much fucked. Okay. All right, now, a couple of quick tweets. Peter Hamby says, 10 years. I wish I knew you guys earlier, but now it's awesome. You guys have made the news fun with your constant discussions. Hashtag TYT 10 years. Thank you, Peter. We appreciate it. We do know you now. Chanel Berlin says, congratulations, guys. I'm happy to have been part of the ride and always part of TYT Army. Hashtag too strong. Chanel used to work with us both at Current TV and then here in PR. So we're super happy that you helped make this what it is. Thank you. Appreciate it. Andrea E. Morgan says, only TYT could keep my attention for 10 hours and it feels like nothing but fun. Okay, so that's awesome. Thank you. And last one, I can go all day, but I'll do one last one. Dennis Hazlitt writes in, congrats, Young Turks. My 8-year-old black TYT shirt still separates the rebels from the masses. People say either, you too, or what? But you get that all the time. It's not just us. My dad wears a TYT hat everywhere. People are constantly like, hey, like the hat, big guy.
Listen, when I wear the TYT gear, I've got a hat and a T-shirt, and I'll go to Vegas. Vegas, I'm figuring that's pretty mainstream. You know, talk about sort of GOP rich, and people go, "Hey, man, love the Turks, love the Turks." They know exactly what it is. It just says TYT on it, so there's quite a following out there.
Yeah, that's awesome, man. Hey, and I'm doing wardrobe changes throughout today. So this is my third shirt. Okay, I wore the other TYT Superman shirt, the light blue one, and then I put on a dress shirt because I'm sophisticated. Okay, and now the main Superman TYT shirt. ShopTYT.com. Okay, go make a friend. You wear these around, somebody will come up and be like, "Hey, you watch too?" So ShopTYT.com. Last time I was in Vegas, I sat down, started playing, and was talking to the two guys at the table, and eventually they're like, "Oh shit, you're the guy we were listening to on the way here."
That's terrific.
Good luck. Yeah. All right. So we got a lot of news for you guys.
How'd you do?
They took him.
And then they laughed.
It felt like a total setup too. I mean, you know that the next they're about to drop it.
Yeah. I had a guy come up to me and say, "Hey, I saw you talk about me on the Young Turks." And I said, "Oh, really? What did I say?" He said, "You called me a hateful douchebag."
Oh, really?
And I go, "Well, I guess then you're a hateful douchebag if I said that." And then he started to come at me, and I just started to go, I knew who you are. He was the guy who did that abortion Barbie thing. You know what I'm talking about?
No.
He was making fun of the Texas legislator Wendy
Davis. Yeah.
So he did that to make fun of him. And I was standing there with TV's Frank, and he started making fun of him too. And he goes, "Oh, you did that abortion Barbie? That's a really nice twist on an 80s comedy premise. That's really hacky of you." And I go, "Hey, look, TV's Frank's making fun of you right to your face." Wow. And he just kind of slunk away. He's like, douchebag. I'm a hateful douchebag.
That's awesome. That's a good story. All right, so Sprinkles, take it away.
The toss will be the toughest part.
Yeah, I think this anniversary is my last day. Anyway, okay, let's talk about the news so I can forget that just happened. GOP leaders met this week to discuss what to do if they end up next year with a contested convention, or just maybe if they have to block Donald Trump from actually being the nominee. So this account comes to us from Robert Costa of the Washington Post, who says several longtime power brokers argued that if the controversial billionaire storms through the primaries, the party's establishment must lay the groundwork for a floor fight in which the GOP's mainstream wing could coalesce around an alternative. According to the Post, Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, and RNC Chairman Reince Priebus, dined with 20 party elites, but said little during the meeting, although they did acknowledge to the group that a deadlocked convention is indeed something the party should prepare for. So there's two possibilities that they're preparing for. I mean, the first one doesn't seem likely at all. I mean, right now, at least in the polls, Trump, it doesn't look like you're going to end up with anything deadlocked. It looks like he's going to run away with it. But once you actually get into the primaries, it's a different sort of thing. Once people have to actually think about what it means to actually vote for this guy. And the other alternative, I think, is much more exciting. The possibility that they might have to actually buck the voting of the primaries and the caucuses. It's a little bit hard to believe, but I like the idea of it.
You went with buck. Okay. Yeah. I think others might use a different UCK word.
Maybe.
About what they would do to the voters. So I have a lot of strong opinions on this. So first of all, if, for example, Jeb Bush had the gigantic lead that Donald Trump has now, and amalgamation of all the polls recently has Donald Trump at about a 22-point lead. Oh. So the last set of combined polls I saw, Ted Cruz was in second at around 14%, and then Trump's around 35-36%. Okay, so gigantic lead. If Jeb Bush had the gigantic lead, there'd be no talk of a broker convention. I'm not sure Hillary Clinton's lead over Bernie Sanders is that large nationwide, let alone the fact that she's losing in some states. So is anybody talking about a broker convention on the Democratic side? No, nobody's talking about that. And nobody would talk about it under Jeb Bush. They're doing this because they don't like Donald Trump. So let's not, hey, I don't like Donald Trump. I'm glad they have plan B, or they're thinking about it. Yeah. But let's not pretend that this is something it isn't. This is kind of a coup within the Republican Party that they're planning. If you've got your top 20 political leaders in the Republican Party, you got Reince Priebus, the head of the RNC, you got Mitch McConnell, the head of the Republicans in the Senate. Yeah, that's the establishment thinking, how do we do a coup of the chosen leader of our party by the voters? Yeah. If that's how it goes down. And now, part two is, will it go down that way? I'm not talking about the coup, about the voters. I don't know when they're going to wake up. I guess this is part of them waking up. It's very likely to go down that way. They keep thinking, everybody in Washington thinks, well, eventually Marco Rubio will win. they live in that fantasy world, but they believe it 100%. They think we're naive and the voters are naive and everybody. I'm not saying that somebody can't make a comeback. I actually think the guy most likely to, at this point, to pull it out is Ted Cruz, who I think is the only person who might be worse than Donald Trump. But to think that Rubio is definitely going to win, which has been the assumption of Washington for months now, as he trails by 20, 25 points. Every email I get from the Democrats is Marco Rubio sucks, Marco Rubio said this, Marco Rubio said that, because they assume he's going to win. Wake up and smell the fascism. That's not how it's going down. And so it maybe bothers you that your party is responding so overwhelmingly to the clear fascist candidate. And one, I'm shocked that you care. Okay, great. Thank you for minding that. But two, that's the reality. That's the reality you created. That's the party you created. Yeah. So now you got to live with it.
So it's interesting, we have an actual fascist in Donald Trump, and people are still afraid of Bernie Sanders because he wants to give you universal health care.
Oh my God, that guy's dangerous. He might give me health care. Oh, the other guy, he hates all minorities, and by the way, just kind of bribed the cops in a sense.
Yeah.
Oh, did you see that?
Oh, sure. I feel safer.
Yeah. You want to talk about fascist? What a brilliant fascist move. He said to the cops, hey, you know what? If I'm president, anybody who kills a cop gets a death penalty, no questions asked.
No trial.
No, but what if he's innocent?
Power, yeah.
What if you got the wrong guy? What does that mean? And it's beyond his power. He can't control what a state does. He can't be like, Vermont, you must execute that guy.
Yeah.
Right?
Ask a couple questions.
And you know what the cops did? They immediately endorsed him. Immediately. Like almost under 24 hours. And now all the cops in the country have turned and are on Trump's side. So you want to go to a Trump rally and bother them? The cops won't let you. Oh, that's if you were a fascist, that's exactly what you would do.
So it's now to the point where it's irresponsible not to refer to Donald Trump as Hitler. It is, right? But it is also intellectually irresponsible not to point out the differences, right? So, like, for instance, Hitler had a mustache. And this is
a good head of hair.
And this is, yes, and he did. And this is what happens. Okay, we've said this before, but this is what happens when you sow the seeds of distrust in government, right? That's why they're going after Donald Trump, because he sounds nothing like a government insider. He doesn't care what he says, who he offends. He's not trying to pander, in a sense, to the elite. He's pandering to the people right at home, right? So whatever you want to hear him say, he'll say. He's got a scapegoat ready for you. He knows you're unhappy, and he's not afraid to blame Mexicans and Muslims and whoever the fuck else gets in his way. And that's exactly what so people are desperate, right? Because the system has turned on them, and so then they sow the seeds. Washington's bad. Washington's bad. Washington's bad. And now they got the ultimate outsider. In the end, they can't be helped by an insider, and their base will not allow an insider to save them, and that's why Ted Cruz is the closest to Donald Trump right now, because he's the least insider. He's hated by his own party.
What I love about the current the primaries we have on both sides is, I talked about this on a podcast with one of my friends months ago, is that you have on both sides a candidate who represents in one way or another the outside of the party. So you have Bernie Sanders and you have Donald Trump, and both of them understand that there is this boiling resentment, anger, and unease and frustration out there. But then once you turn to the actual Americans, everybody wants solutions to the problems. And Bernie Sanders is actually proposing solutions to the actual problem. And for the Trump supporters, it's like he hears our concerns and he's ready to distract us with a scapegoat. He's not actually going to solve a single one of the problems. The problem for most Americans is not Mexicans and it's not Islamic terrorism. It's that they have been sold out by the economy and the politicians don't give a fuck about them. Those are the problems. And he doesn't propose to solve any of those.
But that anger, he's tapped into that anger, and it's pure emotion. And the reaction of the voter is pure emotion. And the thing that they can react to and feels like a lightning rod for their emotion is Donald Trump. You're right. He can't resonate with any solution to any of their problems, right? He's about rich people, but they're angry, and the anger is overflowing to the point that they give us a scapegoat, give us something to hang our anger on. And Trump is essentially saying, I hear you. Now my question is there a part of his base? I mean, when you see these polls that are off the charts, I ask you guys, don't you think that there is a whole, if you look at beyond just the numbers, it's an uneducated white guy who is typically behind Donald Trump? Are those people voting is my question. And number two, might some of those people who aren't voting actually turn up in the election, people who've never really been part of this entire process before?
Maybe. Yeah, I think so.
I agree.
I think his lead is so large right now as things stand in the primaries that anybody's kidding themselves if they think, well, maybe some of them don't show up to vote. Yeah, like half of them can show up not to vote and he'd still win. Yeah. So I think we're not playing around the edges for that to be relevant. But in terms of when you go to a general election, can he motivate people who haven't voted before to show up and vote? Insufficient numbers that it could make a difference? I think the answer is yes. So now let's be careful about this. I'm not saying that he would have the advantage over Hillary Clinton. No, she would have the clear advantage. And Bernie Sanders, by the way, would have a clear advantage over Donald Trump on the strength of him being a Democrat and the demographics behind that. Not because, Democrats are better by definition. I'm talking about the demographics of the country and which way that they're leaning. And then he's got specific proposals, and Donald Trump upsets a lot of people in the middle, thereby driving them away. So Democrat has at least a 70% chance of winning. But first of all, 30%, as you know, you and I are both gamblers. Sometimes the 30% happens, right? A lot of times, 30% of the time, it happens. 3 in 10 times, right? Okay,
roughly.
And so,
4 out of 10 for me.
So, well, that's not the dice I want to play with the country. And then, people who don't normally vote, wait a minute, I just upset the demographic order I was just talking about. Because those demographics are based on likely voters, people who usually vote. What if a whole swarm of people who don't usually vote go out? And I just saw a focus group on CNN where it was a bunch of people saying, like, I don't normally care about politics, but this guy's speaking what's on my mind. Like, his mind is, I didn't like the Mexicans or the Muslims either. Right. And finally, I got a guy who's telling me that, who's got the balls to tell me what I was thinking, and all the other, weak politicians won't do it. Yeah, maybe I'll go vote for that guy.
Sanders and Trump both did that, right? That's what got this whole ball rolling. We thought, wow, these outsiders have really galvanized this country, because it really falls into the money and politics having ruined the entire system. Everybody's aware of that, and most of them are even aware of it to that point. I'm talking about the general voter. They know money has taken over the system.
I've got to add one last thing to that then, because that's why I'm more scared of a Hillary Clinton-Trump contest than I am a Bernie Sanders-Trump contest.
Me too.
Because Trump can say, see, insiders, lying politician like you're always used to, and energize that populist anger, right?
Yes.
But he can't say that to Sanders.
No.
Nobody believes that Sanders is a normal lying politician beholden to the donors, right? Yeah. He can make a legitimate argument. The way he's crushing his fellow Republicans is how he could but how he has a path of victory against Hillary Clinton. I don't think he has a path of victory against Bernie Sanders.
I think one thing, though, that we should consider is that look, it's a presidential election, so people do pay attention more than they would in an off election. But I think that in past years, you can get through a primary potentially and have a significant portion of the country who still doesn't know that much about you, because primaries that's what party extremists pay attention to. Most people don't give a fuck about primaries. So you can get to the general election and still have a lot of people who they haven't made up their mind about you. But one of the things I think that's going to come with the fact that you can't go 2 minutes without either us or anyone else in the media talking about Trump is that, let's say he wins the primary. Everybody knows who Trump is and what Trump is about. Whereas Bernie Sanders, potentially, he's gotten so far, as we're going to talk about later, like 10 minutes of coverage on the network news. He could potentially even win a primary and still be able to spread his message to a lot of people. But Trump, we keep saying he's going to tap out, and so maybe he's falling into that hole, but nobody in 2 months isn't going to know what he's about. And he's still losing to the Democratic candidates.
And that's what's scary, right? Because it reveals our own country to ourselves. You're like, holy shit, half the country feels this way? They're okay with all this stuff? Whoa, this could actually happen? It makes you uncomfortable to live in America. It makes me feel like, wow, this isn't the country I told I lived in when I was growing up as a kid. I was taught that Russia was like this. I was taught that East Germany was like this. I wasn't taught that America was like this. We're not supposed to. We fought against this shit. We fought against persecuting people based on a religion or an ethnicity. We fought against that in this country, and now it's being embraced. What seems like it could be embraced by half the people. That makes me freak out. I don't know about you guys, but it makes me freak out. One more thing I'll just say is that, talking about Hillary Clinton's not going to inspire her base to come out, which she doesn't. Her base doesn't like her, right? The left wing of the Democratic Party not interested in Hillary Clinton because they hate her just for the same reason the base of the Republican Party hates Marco Rubio and Jeb Bush, right? They're insiders, they don't speak plainly, and they're bought, okay? But what will motivate the base to come out is if Donald Trump is the nominee. Then it's like the reverse inspiration, right? So, Hillary Clinton can't get the base out. If she's running against Donald Trump, that will get the base out. That'll get the Mexicans out. That'll get the Muslims out. That'll get all the liberals. Everyone will come out and feel like me to vote against this guy to keep him away from revealing to the country that we feel like we're not supposed to be.
Right, to essentially repudiate his platform.
So if he runs, it will bring out the Democratic base. If Bernie runs, he will crush him. But if Hillary runs, I think it'll be a squeaker and she'll win.
Yeah, well, look, obviously we don't know, but last two things that seem slightly contradictory, but I don't think they are. First, we shouldn't panic too much about the country because he's winning 35% of the Republicans, right? So we're still talking about at most about 25% of the country. So it's not half the country, and there's a lot of Republicans who are like, what is that, right?
But they will vote for him if he's the nominee.
Well, that's the wildest thing to hear, yeah.
But all it really is a few percentage points less than usual.
No, I bet you, if things don't go the wild path, they go the normal path.
Which is that?
The normal path is 70-30, and 70-30 is crushing, right? So whether it's Bernie Sanders or Hillary Clinton, they could annihilate him. Okay. I mean, not only win maybe every state, because a lot of Republicans, not a lot, but at least some Republicans will flip over. Like you said, almost every liberal, Latino, Muslim, gay, atheist, whatever. Well, not all atheists. Will come out and vote against him, right?
Good ideas. Smart atheists who aren't afraid to fucking identify the problem. Are you afraid to identify the problem? You're afraid to identify the problem. You don't think Kareem Abdul-Jabbar is part of the problem? Because I fucking do.
Now, in 10 years, has there been a Kareem reference on it? I don't think so.
So one last thing. The Republicans are now worried that Trump is going to pulverize them, get them pulverized, not just in the presidential election. It's him, you lost, right? I mean, obviously they're not that blasé about it, but that's a problem. No, they're worried about down ticket voting, okay? So if they've got a lot of tight races coming up in swing states like Ohio, Senate seats, they have more Senate seats up than the Democrats do this year. So now all the Republican senators in Illinois, Wisconsin, Ohio are in a cold sweat panic that Trump is the nominee. Even John McCain in Arizona is worried he's going to lose if Trump is the nominee. So, I mean, Republicans, I don't know whether I should tell you to be careful what you wish for, because, and at the same time, like, the world's crazy. There's a scandal about Hillary Clinton, and everybody's talking about how she takes money, and oh my God, they find out one more piece of evidence about the Clinton Foundation, and then everybody's sick of that, and we are faced with a possibility of a debacle that I would not want to face under any circumstance. On the other hand, if things go as they normally should, the Republicans are looking at a bloodbath, right?
That's why you go with the safe candidate, someone who's never had a scandal, Lincoln Chafee.
That is such a funny reference. Anyway, you guys remember the first
debate reference 2 months ago?
No, I know, but the first debate, Lincoln Chafee was like, "You should vote for me because I'm the only one who never had a scandal." Dude, nobody knows who you are. Like, no one would bother to put a scandal on you. You could have sex with their wives in front of them, and they'd be like, nah, it's not worth the scandal.
Yeah. Yeah, you know who else never had a scandal? Bill Nye, the science guy. I'm not voting for him either for president.
Although I would.
Although actually I would. Actually, I would vote for him.
Bill Nye or Lincoln Chafee right now?
Bill Nye.
Bill Nye or Hillary Clinton?
Bill Nye.
You see, I'm saying Bill Nye. Come on, start the big
You know what? I
Bill Nye.
repudiate myself.
Regressive.
Okay, so I was gonna say let's jump to something different, but it's related, slightly different.
You telling me that you don't think Muhammad Ali is an enemy of this country?
Just say it. Just say it.
You'll have the balls to say Muhammad Ali and his ideology are what's wrong. Okay, go.
Probably going to be the downfall of our civilization. Okay. I would imagine. I've been saying that for years.
And you can do it. You can try to dress it up. You can put sprinkles on it. Whatever. It's not going to make it nicer. Okay, over to you, Johnny.
Okay. All right. Now, seriously, I'm sorry. I forgot to say one more thing, which is like the 18th thing we were saying on the first story. But by the way, if the Republicans do want to do that coup within their party, it's their party. They can do whatever they want with it, I suppose. But
and I can try if I want to.
I know. But I think it's a terrible idea. I mean, as loathsome as Trump is, as fascist as he is, to say, okay, the voters clearly voted this way. Now, we're the powerful and you're not, so I'm just going to take someone else and put him as the nominee. Is a giant dick move, totally undemocratic.
Yeah. Well, plus it'll be ineffective from a bottom line standpoint. Split the party, and it's a lead pipe cinch for whoever the Democrats nominate.
And then he might run as an independent, and that will totally screw it up.
That's what I mean.
It would confirm everything he's been telling them about the party.
Yeah, it would be a debacle.
Well, it's funny to see the Republicans try to distance themselves from the other Republicans, right? They're acting. They created Donald Trump. They've been doing this since they invented Fox News. This is the culmination, right, of the right-wing talk bubble. The culmination of Fox News, which is owned by a Saudi Muslim, which he wouldn't let into the country. Anyway, so this is the culmination, and now they're all acting like the dog who took a shit in the corner of the kitchen is acting like it's not his. I don't know what the fuck is that shit doing over there. I don't know.
He is the embodiment of everything Fox News has been saying is the perfect American.
Yes.
For 25 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so
he's rich, he's not PC, he's white, he hates gay people, hates Muslims, hates
immigrants.
People.
Right.
Yeah.
That dinner they had where they were considering betraying him, this insider dinner the Washington Post was describing.
Red wedding.
The red wedding. It's a good thing they didn't invite him to it, right? They're all Dr. Frankensteins sitting around that table going, I think Frankenstein might be heading towards the village. Right? Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Right, they created him.
Yep.
Okay, let's talk about Ted Cruz. Ted Cruz has been extremely hesitant to criticize Donald Trump, in public at least, but behind closed doors, he was recently quoted as saying, "Who am I comfortable having their finger on the button?" Now that's a question of strength, but it's also a question of judgment, and I think that is a question that is a challenging question for both of them, talking about both Donald Trump and Ben Carson. I think that's the wisest thing that Ted Cruz has ever said, but it did eventually get out to Donald Trump, who apparently spends about 12 to 16 hours a day on Twitter. So he responded in a professional way by tweeting back at Ted Cruz with the period to make sure that everybody has to see it. It can't just be a private conversation between the two of them. Ted Cruz should not make statements behind closed doors to his bosses. I like that reference, though. He should bring them out into the open. More fun that way. Looks like Ted Cruz is getting ready to attack. I'm leading by so much he must. I hope so. He will fall like all others. Will be easy, because every tweet has to end with a declarative sentence with an exclamation point.
He tweets like I imagine Saddam Hussein would have tweeted if he had lived. It just occurred to me as I was saying it.
Will be easy.
Saddam's tweets, yeah. Okay, so, this could be a lot of fun. Please make this happen. So the guy who's been looking forward to it the most is Donald Trump, for two reasons. Number one, I literally saw him tweeting out last week, before any of this happened, and he said in the past too, he's like, look, I don't attack first, I don't throw the first punch. And that's his code. That's the only thing in his code. There's only one line in his code. I don't tweet first. Okay. So, and he's like, but I'm waiting for Ted to do it. He's going to have to do it because he's trailing me. And if he does it, oh, I can't wait, right? So now, for the first time, he's seen an inkling of him doing it behind doors. He's like, oh, yes! Let the tweets begin! Twitter storm, right? So, and the second part of this is that Ted Cruz is actually winning right now in Iowa. Mm-hmm. And so the polling nationwide is massively in favor of Donald Trump. But in Iowa, the first state where Donald doesn't want to be embarrassed and be a loser, he doesn't want to be a loser in the first contest we're having, Cruz is winning right now. So he's chomping at the bit to get at him. Yeah. But Cruz has been such a lapdog of Trump, like, Mr. Trump, he's brought such important matters to the debate. I really think he's doing a great service to the country.
I commend Donald Trump for bringing attention to the immigration.
Yeah, so he's like, I can't attack the guy, right?
But boy, what is it possible if Cruz were to win Iowa, the bounce he'd get off of that could really propel him? Trump. And things change so quickly. People lose track, I think, of how quickly things change after the Iowa primary is done. I mean,
that's true. And Ted Cruz has the ability to make crazy sounding things sound almost reasonable. Right?
More than Trump.
Yes, that's the scary thing about Ted Cruz. He goes, oh, well, I'm just saying, and they're like, oh, I guess that kind of makes sense. And then a couple seconds later, he goes, that's fucking crazy, right? But he does have that ability to make it sound, especially to someone who's not informed.
And he's benefiting here because before he would have come out with these statements about Muslims, about gays, about blacks, whatever, and he would have sounded crazy. But now, anybody's going to look reasonable. It sounds moderate. It's like, oh, God, yes, this guy is just a crazed demagogue. Oh, we'll go with him.
No. And I've said from day one, Cruz is the only guy possibly more dangerous than Donald Trump. Because while Donald Trump is full of hot air and talking about, the Muslims are the total ban, Ted Cruz introduced legislation this week banning Muslims in 3 different ways. He said if you're from a Muslim-majority country, you're banned. What? Right? He introduced real legislation.
Yeah.
So he's this, like, Donald Trump is the big, like, oafus, like, bear, like, oh, right? And the Trump is threatening to do, and he's doing it under cover, and now he's like, oh, Trump's to my right, this is fantastic, I look like the moderate, I'm angry enough and hateful enough to get the base voters, but then I can say, hey, don't worry about it, Trump's crazy, I'm a senator, I'm a United States senator, I can't be crazy, right? And so he is, that guy's the real time bomb. So part of the reason why I love this story is because maybe Trump eviscerates him like he's eviscerated everyone else, and that would be the first time where I'd be like, well, at least he did us a favor on that one, right? Because Cruz is perhaps the real danger.
One thing that I'm, in a very immature way, looking forward to the next debate, which I keep forgetting if next Tuesday's debate is Republican or Democratic. I know they got both. It's Republican, okay. So we know he's getting primed, Trump, to attack Cruz. And the last time he was really fired up to attack someone, it was Rand Paul, and he loves to go physical, like to attack their appearance. And Rand Paul's a moderately good-looking guy. He attacked his hair. Wait until he gets a load of Ted Cruz's melted candle of a face and body. He is going to tear him apart.
I don't know. But like again, never underestimate
like
Cruz.
So was it Dershowitz who picked Cruz out as the best debater? I guess he had him in one of his as a student in law school or whatever. Mm-hmm. And Alan Dershowitz said the best debater is without question.
The thing that I think is interesting.
Yeah, no, I don't know how they'll wind that out. Yeah.
Considering how similar I think their actual positions would be, what I think is interesting in a debating context between Trump and Cruz is that Trump gets all this credit for being like a tough guy, when I personally see him as the biggest wuss in the world. I think one punch he goes down. He loves to say, oh, I'm not going to debate unless you give me $5 million. No, we're not giving it to you. Okay, I'll be there. He keeps backing down from the things he says. He's an actual wuss. But Ted Cruz, he tried 2 debates ago to seem strong, and he kept doing this and looking directly at the camera, and he can't sell strength. Trump, all he has is the perception of strength. But Ted Cruz looks like a whiny little child when he tries to look strong. And I think that coming out of Iowa, he can get a lot of momentum, and he could probably clinch it if he could sell himself as the strong man that the conservative base desperately wants right now. They want a Latin American dictator. And Ted Cruz, while he has half of that, I don't think he can sell the dictator.
Oh, I thought he meant he had the dick.
I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt on that.
I thought he had the tater.
He needed the tater.
So, I'm telling you, Trump Cruise is going to be interesting.
Maybe that's a ticket.
Well,
I think that's what Cruz has been sort of being such a wuss about. Is, well, I don't want to like hurt your feelings. Maybe someday you'll give me a job.
Yeah, that could be. Look, Trump versus Rubio is not interesting. Trump's going to bat him around like a Kiki cat. You're going to be like this. Oh, hey, little mousey. Hey, boy.
You thirsty?
Right.
I can't even pay back the student loan. I'm running $10 billion from the industry.
Is this boy still in the race?
Hey, you want me to help finance your boat?
Okay. Okay, Mark. Okay. Nap time. So that's not an interesting contest. Ben Carson, as Trump said, I thought Jeb Bush was low energy. That's why I meant Ben Carson. No, that's not a contest. Trump Cruise is a contest, and so now let's get it on and see what happens.
Tuesday.
Yeah, now fun for everybody.
Can I also? I forgot to bring this up. I saw an interview with Kareem was on my mind because I saw an interview with Kareem the other day, and he there's a picture. Because Trump tweeted out, "Where are all the Muslim athletes?" Right? Because Barack Obama said, "He said, where, what sports?" Right? So then Kareem's on this news show, and they show a picture of him with Donald Trump from 2005, and Donald Trump says that picture's been photoshopped.
Oh, come on!
And the news reporter said to Kareem, "Are you kidding?" That he goes, "No, he said that. That's his statement. That this picture with me has been photoshopped with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar."
Yeah. And Kareem did it. He's like, man, this will be a lot of fun if I'm in a picture with Donald Trump. Right. Like, why would he want that picture?
And that feels like a Putin-esque thing to say. I mean, you always imagine these dictators from Eastern Bloc, what we've traditionally thought as Eastern Bloc nations, being these kinds of guys. And Trump has come forward in this country with our common backgrounds, if you will, to be this guy. I mean, he reminds me of an Eastern European strongman.
An oligarch,
Some
guy who was given an oil company when he was 10.
Now, I would like to see where his strength really is. Like, I know, it's going to be mostly in red states, in rural areas. I would like to know what he's polling in actual cities where people live, right? Because that's what moves society forward when people come together and live in cities. That's how you develop culture and you move forward. So I wonder, right, and that's why cities are more liberal and poor and progressive, right? So that's what happens. I wonder how many people who actually live in cities who are civilized actually follow Donald Trump and would support him. I wonder if all his support isn't completely rural.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I wonder. I don't know.
Yeah, I think we'd be disappointed to find out that it's not all rural. Yeah. So, but obviously more so. No question about that. Okay, now we got to take a quick break here. But today is like Jimmy's dream show. We don't have to just do 2 hours. We can keep on going.
We're keep going.
Okay.
I've been fucking saying let's do this forever. Now we're going to do it.
We're going to do it, Jimmy.
All right.
Until we find a cure, we're going to
All right. Sprinkles and the whole crew will be right back. We're back on the Young Turks. There's so many great tweets here. So let's get to it. Let's go to Leanne Davis here, writes in, the 10-year stream has been awesome. Thanks for tons of passion, honesty, and a daily dose of fun. Hashtag Sprinkles.
Sprinkles is trending.
Hold on. Can you send me that name? I want to block it.
Wait, get your finger ready.
Yeah, you'll be busy.
Okay. Sandra O says, I love my TYT Superman shirt. And my tie-dye TYT t-shirt, and my TYT sweatshirt, and my Wolfpack sweatshirt.
Damn.
All right, way to go, Sandra O. And shoptyt.com for everybody, okay? Boom. Let's skip forward to here. Engineering final exam in 3 hours, and here I am watching TYT.
That's a terrible idea.
No, great idea. Exams happen all the time. 10-year anniversary happens just once. See, there you go. Now you're thinking to here, okay?
That reminds me of the NCAA championships between Georgetown and Villanova when I was in college. And I didn't study for the test because I wanted to watch that because I knew this only comes around once a year and a game like that. And then my friend, Chris, didn't watch the game and he studied. And I have a much, much better life than he does right now.
By the way, though, this is all funny, but a teachable moment. Right? Yeah, I literally also have a story like that. Like I was in law school and I was supposed to be studying for a final. Instead, I watched the Bills Oilers. They were still the Oilers at that time. Game, and then the legendary Bills comeback.
Oh yeah, that was a great game.
Yeah, and at halftime, I was like, "Come on, knucklehead, turn it off! Like you've got a final.
The game is over.
The game's over." And I was like, "No, I'm an American.
No,
I'm an American. I don't do homework. I do football."
And who was right?
And who was right?
Yeah.
If I had missed that,
you'd never forgive yourself.
I might have dropped out of law school.
You don't even remember that test. You don't remember anything on that test, but you remember that goddamn game.
That's right.
And I remember that Villanova-Georgetown game because Villanova won.
Oh yeah,
And they were the underdogs.
That's right.
You remember that was Patrick Ewing.
Of course. All right. Last couple of
Very
years.
often, I have an important life event, but there's a sports athletic match, and I watch that instead. Because there's like a game thing.
Yeah.
And I was like, I want to know which team is gonna win.
Okay, I've got to read these last four quotes. These are great. And the last one related with John's joke here. David Griffin, happy 10 years from England, guys. He says, I have to do this in this voice. I do declare it's been awesome. He's from England, right? Okay. Bree Hood says, I only missed a few shows. I come back and find out we're all regressives. What in the holy hell's a regressive? No one knows. No one knows. Okay.
You don't have the balls to say what it is.
You won't name it. You won't name it. Say it. Okay. Jamel writes in, OMG, I love this power panel. Hashtag regressive. Hashtag sprinkles. I'm not kidding. There you go. Swear to God. He had a post unrelated to the other tweets. Our sprinkles.
Hashtag corn.
Okay, and then finally Garden Goddess says, Sprinkles is the funniest guy on the power panel.
Oh, that's nice.
There you go, John.
Still don't like it. But thank you.
Okay.
I like that nickname. I really do. I really think that's got legs.
Yeah.
No, I mean, that's such a good
Johnny
nickname.
Sprinkles.
Wait, hold on. What? So if I pretend to really like it, that'll kill it, right? I think it's great.
I think it's unkillable.
Keep calling me it. Give me some sprinkles.
There's some chance it's like Trump. Yeah. The more you attack it, the bigger it grows, and so it might not be killable. All right. By the way, members of the hour, I'm a couple of hours behind here, so let me catch up. We're doing the first 10 members ever of the Young Turks. So member number 6 is where we're at now. Jay Tomlinson, the great creator of the Best of the Left podcast.
I thought that was.
It is.
Kidding me.
And all 10 years ago, Jay was like, I like this Young Turks show. Well, I'll subscribe to it. Okay, and then Best of the Left podcast.
Wow.
Isn't that neat? Well, John said he was a member before he ever joined the Young Turks.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
I've been watching for years.
Yeah, number 5. Well, look, I know this top 10 so well, though. Anyway, so I feel like all of these are like, of course, number 5 is Eric Sorensen, obviously. But of course, a lot of you guys
strong pull also.
Yeah, Eric Sorensen. All right, that's great. All right, we got a couple more left to go, but we've got some stories. John.
Okay. Today we have even more instances of Islamophobia around the country, both attacks and acts of possible terrorism. The first is a man in New York who launched an attack after screaming about Islam and ISIS. So he goes into this eatery, and he'd been going there for a while apparently. It is staffed by some people who originated in India, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and he apparently didn't like the look of them. So he started yelling about Islam, yelling about ISIS. According to an employee, the altercation came after he harassed other customers before turning on Mahood, one of the employees there, and saying, "Why don't you tell me your religion?" and calling him a Muslim motherfucker. He didn't tell you his religion. That's presumptive to say that he's a Muslim motherfucker. A brawl between employees and Marino ensued before he was ejected from the restaurant, only to return moments later where he picked up chairs and began smashing the glass dividers in the restaurant before leaving again. And so we've had a couple of cafes/restaurants in the past week or so that have been attacked by somebody screaming about Islam, screaming about Muslims. But that's not the only attack. There's perhaps an even scarier one, and that has to do with the council the Council on American Islamic Relations had to evacuate one of their headquarters because of a suspicious envelope filled with white powder. It had a hate message in it. It was signed that an infidel had sent it. And so that was the executive director there explaining that. One of the attorneys for CARE said that we receive hate messages daily because of our advocacy on behalf of the American Muslim community. By the way, this is literally minutes before we were gonna go live. There's a Coachella area mosque that has an act of arson that's being investigated right now. No injuries, but it was set on fire. That was very recently. And overall, largely, we've been talking about these stories now for weeks about attacks, about the woman in a California park who went up to a group of Muslims who were praying and started yelling at them, threw coffee in their face. So overall, through December 8th, so far this year, American mosques and Islamic centers have been the victims of vandalism, harassment, and anti-Muslim bigotry at least 63 times this year. That's the highest number since the Muslim civil rights group CARE began keeping track in 2009, and a threefold increase over last year. The previous high, just a little bit more history, the previous high was 53 incidents back in 2010 during the controversy over the Ground Zero Mosque, but many of those incidents just concerned biased zoning hearings for new mosques. This year's hostilities have a sharper edge, meaning that they're acts of arson, assault, potential attempted murder. We had the cab driver who, the guy went into his house, got a gun, and started shooting at him. These sorts of things. So this is scary, and perhaps a coincidence that it comes at a time when people like Donald Trump and Fox News are hyping up the threat of Muslims across the country.
Yeah, so it's of course not a coincidence that the more it's in the news, the more people do the hate crimes. They get passionate, they get worked up. So Ground Zero Mosque, so-called Ground Zero Mosque, is in the news. People do anti-Muslim stuff. Now, to be fair, it's not just Trump that's in the news doing this, or even Fox News, but it's in the news because those are the terrorist attacks. So the Paris attacks that killed 130 people, then we get hit here in San Bernardino, 14 people killed, 21 injured. People are already pissed, and then Trump comes along and pours significant fuel on that fire. And the reason why the Trump part of it is so damaging is because it seems to legitimize what some of these hateful guys are thinking, and they go, "Oh yeah, he's saying it too, right? Yeah. And look at that, and that guy's leading, presidential contender for the Republican Party." I mean, I don't know that they say that exact sentence, but they feel like it's okay, it's legitimate, because that guy on TV keeps saying it. So, and then all of a sudden you have these guys now that are brazenly saying, "Hey, what's your religion? If you're Muslim, I'm going to kick your ass."
Yeah.
This is the problem with hate speech generally. The refrain in this country is it's a free country, I respect your right to say whatever you want, and I understand that. But hate speech is damaging for just this reason, that if you put enough out there, it catalyzes people who are on the edges. I understand this is not, the average person doesn't, go out there and shoot up a mosque or take a chair and throw it through the window. Frankly, against the backdrop of all the shoot-em-ups, I'm kind of happy, for a good old-fashioned glass breaking. You know what I mean? It just, nobody was killed. But having said that, I think that's the real damaging part of this. And when Trump first started with the Mexicans and Latinos and building the wall, that was the beginning of the hate speech. And of course, it's been amped up now to an even to a level it's even more dangerous. But I feel that's what I really lament in this country now, is that there's sort of, political correct. I'm not going to be politically correct, so I'm going to put a lot of hate speech out that might catalyze a bunch of people to do things that we've seen you reference.
So I grew up around a lot of racists, so I have I feel like I have an insight into the way they think, and the way they think is that Donald Trump isn't saying anything racist. He just has the guts to tell the truth, right? And they think that people like me and you and us, when we don't say horrible, hateful stuff like him and blame Mexicans or want to exclude all Muslims, they think it's because we're weak, even though they think we actually think those things and agree with those things, but we don't have the guts to say them.
Yeah.
And because we're afraid of what it would look like, and that we're being anti-PC, and the PC crowd would shun us, and we don't want to be shunned. That's literally what they think. They think that what Donald Trump is doing is he has the balls to tell the truth and call a spade, and nobody else has that kind of courage. Yeah. That's really what they see. That's because racists, Just like, I was in an acting class one time, and they taught me not to judge the character, even if you're playing a murderer, because murderers don't judge themselves as murderers. They think that anybody would do what I'm doing in this situation. Yeah. So they don't judge themselves negatively, just like racists don't. They think anybody who had the courage like I do would be saying the shit Donald Trump has that courage. That's exactly what they're thinking, right? So I just hope that gives you a little insight into what they're thinking. They don't think, hey, I'm a racist. They think I'm courageous enough to tell the truth and stand up to these motherfuckers. That's what they think.
Yeah, by the way, like the first story we gave you here, and by the way, we've done 3 stories a day almost every day this week of different attacks against Muslims. So these 3 isn't like, hey, we found 3 stories in the country. Yeah. No, there's just today.
These are the ones we chose out of the ones today.
Right. And so the first one of the guy attacking at the store in New York, right? So what kind of courage does it take to just pull a random guy who doesn't want to fight back? And the guy said, the Muslim kid says that he didn't want to fight back because he said, as a Muslim, I want to be polite. I don't want to fight anyone. Okay, that's his interpretation of Islam. God bless. I like that interpretation, right? But so how courageous is it to punch that guy in the face? Not that courageous, right? So I mean, it's not like the guy's fighting back. There's nothing going on. It doesn't take courage to throw a punch like that. They think they're so tough. They think they're so manly and all this stuff. No, you're the one throwing the punch. There's nothing courageous about it.
Throw coffee in someone's face.
Yeah, I mean the tough talking Lindsey Grahams and Ted Cruz. These are all a bunch of pasty white dudes with man titties who are trying to act tougher than ISIS, right? So I would say you put a split screen up of Lindsey Graham and an ISIS guy with a head chopped off. You tell me who you're fucking more scared of.
Yeah. Yeah, and look, we had the attacks on. There was an attack on one African American man at a Trump rally. We did an attack on the 2, I believe it was 2 Latino men in New York. And so now we have all of these attacks. I know that they've been going on for a long time. There's more of them now. But like we said, it's no coincidence that Trump is the most outspoken. There's others who are saying similar things. He could go on one of his big speeches and just say, ISIS is the biggest threat the universe has ever known. But how about we not terrorize these people? How about we not send fake anthrax if it turns out to be fakes? Let's say we don't actually recreate the crystal knocked in their businesses. He could say that. But we're at a point in 2015 in America where it would hurt his poll numbers to say don't commit acts of terrorism against Muslims. And the thing that's so crazy about this country is we're coming off of a week where Megyn Kelly and Bill O'Reilly were both saying there's no evidence of any Islamophobia or anti-Muslim bias in this country. Fuck all these stories. Who cares? It doesn't matter. If the thing with, if it had been a Christian business and a Muslim guy goes in and says, tell me a religion, you motherfucker Christian, they would never stop talking about it. Ever. I mean, we have every year a War on Christmas month on Fox with books written and specials because Starbucks doesn't put enough Christian verses on a coffee cup. They literally, I went to Starbucks, there's Christmas shit everywhere. Everywhere.
Yeah, and that's in July.
Imagine
the realm of the Christmas is laughable. That whole thing.
It's amazing, but you can go into their cabs and you can shoot them. You can throw coffee in their face, yell about that they're driven by Satan. You can, and that's no evidence of anti-Muslim bias.
You can invade their country, kill hundreds of thousands of people, displace millions more on a lie, and still call them the violent crazy ones. They're the violent crazy ones.
Yeah.
Because you see how they fought back? Like fucking maniacs. That's how they fought back when we were bombing them. They're crazy. They all banded together against us like fucking maniacs.
I do
it's a religion.
I do a podcast.
The Edge?
The Edge, and Jimmy's been on. Actually, everybody in this panel, I think Sprinkles has not been on, but it'll happen.
Not after that.
Anyway, this week, it's at edge-show.com. This week, we talked to a guy who's a Marine and a Muslim. And, of course, that's not in itself that extraordinary, but in this context of so much anger toward Muslims, he was making the point. First of all, I was asking all those basic questions like, how come there's so much violence in the name of Islam? What do you think there's anything, endemic to the books or the verses or whatever? But he was making the point, there are a lot of Muslims in the U.S. Armed Forces. What kind of message does this send them right now? They're in Afghanistan. They're in Iraq. They're in foreign theaters of war. And so it's sort of, that's where the shoe pinches, the other place the shoe pinches on this Trump speak. Hey, Don, we got a lot of people who are Muslim. They're fighting for us over there. They're getting their boots dirty.
Yeah. So it's
well, the parallels to what happened with the Japanese in our country are really striking, right? Because
he made them.
Yeah, I mean,
for him to cite him was crazy.
It is. I mean, like we all understand. Ronald Reagan gave reparations to the Japanese because of what we did to them. Ronald Reagan, right? And Donald Trump's like, I think that was a good idea. We did that to them. We put him in there. It might be a bad idea. I'm not Japanese, so who gives a fuck?
Yeah, they named highways after him. Yeah,
very well respected.
Yeah, that's why everything he did was great. Wait, no. We liked FDR despite the fact that he did that terrible thing. Right. It's not because he did that. But for him, he probably thinks, of course they liked him. He turned to Japanese for no reason.
Yeah.
Right. That's,
Hey, same thing with everybody liked Andrew Jackson. Nobody fucking bitches about him.
Totally,
and the Indians and the Trail of Tears and the Typhoid and the...
Yeah, John Wayne Gacy did a lot of good stuff in his free time. He was well respected by some crazy people, so what's the problem with the murders?
Everyone loves a clown.
Okay, I can't help but say one last thing about the Starbucks thing. It just drives me crazy. It's like the Muslims with the drawing the Prophet Muhammad. Okay, they're like, don't draw the Prophet Muhammad. No, but I'm not in your religion, dude. Okay, you don't draw the Prophet Muhammad because you're a Muslim, and that's what it says, what you think it says in your religion. I'm not in your religion. I can draw anything I like. I can draw Bugs Bunny, even if that freaks you out. Okay, and for the Christians, why does Starbucks have to put Merry Christmas on their Christmas cups? First of all, the CEO is Jewish. Why are you going to make him force him to write fucking Merry Christmas on his Christmas cups? Yeah. That's nuts.
Yeah,
I just it's not church. It's a place I'm going for an espresso.
Some people. Yeah.
By the way, an espresso invented by the people we fought in World War II.
I know. I posted on Instagram a picture. The entire rack, as you're waiting to get in line, it's all Christmas blend. It's not even a holiday blend. It's literally
I know.
a mountain of red Christmas.
And they still attacked him. It's not good enough.
It's amazing.
Yeah. You know what's funny is that the GOP, all the Republicans want Barack Obama to be bombing Syria more, and Barack Obama wants to be bombing Syria more. I wish they could agree. They agree.
All right, let's keep going.
Okay. Carly Fiorina is still facing questions that the sort of rhetoric that she was using in reference to Planned Parenthood seems oddly familiar when you listen to the words of the Colorado Springs Planned Parenthood shooter. Was she in some way responsible for driving these sorts of people to do crazy things? You're going to see that in this video.
Do you feel any sense of regret about how you characterized what was going on at Planned Parenthood after the attack in Colorado because of what the man said, which seems as though he was influenced by some of the rhetoric that was coming out of you and others that painted a very ugly picture, an unfair one, about Planned Parenthood?
Oh, please. Really, Chris? Look, 9 videotapes have come out about Planned Parenthood. It is very clear what they have been doing. And in fact, Planned Parenthood several weeks ago made a quiet little announcement that they would no longer accept compensation for the sale of what they call fetal tissue. That's about as close to an admission as you can get. In
That's
fact,
not what they say.
Admission. Look, what happened in Colorado is a terrible thing. This guy is a deranged murderer, and I hope he is put away for life. It may be that we should be classifying that as domestic terrorism as well, but that has nothing to do with the truth of what is going on in Planned Parenthood, and this is a typical left-wing tactic.
Can I just make a real quick point on there? Because when she says that what that guy did is terrible, hey, Planned Parenthood admitted that they're selling baby parts. What that guy did was terrible. Those two sentences aren't congruent. Because if you really think people are killing babies and selling their body parts for profit, why would you think it's terrible to go in there and kill those motherfuckers? Because that's what you should do if that's what they are doing. But they're not doing that. That's why you say, oh, it's horrible to kill. You can't feel both those things. If you really thought there was a building on the corner of your block that was killing babies and selling their body parts for profit, it would be incumbent on you morally to go in there and shoot the place up. But they're not doing that, which is why you say it's horrible. So you can't have both those things. So that's how you know they're full of shit.
Yeah. So let's talk about that for a second. I mean, literally, if you thought babies that are born, they're 2 months old, whatever it is, and there is some maniac ripping their body parts off, right, and then selling it to, I don't know who would buy it, but okay, they're selling their baby parts.
And Carson would buy it because he did research with reported fetal tissue.
So we would, if we would send the police, and if they needed to, they would go in shooting, right?
Yes.
Right? And so, of course we would. So they get people to believe it. They themselves don't believe it, but they get people to believe that that is actually what's happening when it's not. Because these are, they say, because the pressure we put on late-term abortions are not legal. No, late-term abortions weren't legal to begin with, right? So you made that up. Late-term abortions, third trimester abortions were not legal. So that was the law. You didn't do anything to get that put into effect. So we're talking about, early-term abortions when none of those, like the whole thing about, the brain exists and they feel pain. It's all made up. That's not true. That's not the state of affairs at that time with a fetus. That's just not what it is. It's not a baby yet. If it was a baby, it would be born and it would be a baby. But it's not. It's at a different stage of development, right? So at one stage of development, it's an egg and it's sperm. But the baby parts, you can't do that with the egg or the sperm baby parts. No, it's in a different stage of development. Get it through your thick skull. But you already know that. As Jimmy's point is, Carly Fiorina already knows that. The leadership already knows that. They want to rile people up. But the Robert Deeres of the world, he's stupid. There's a lot of stupid, crazy people out there. They don't know that you're messing with them. So they believe it. They think there's someone literally ripping baby parts off of babies. So they rush in with a gun. Yeah. And then when they do, and he says, I'm a warrior for babies, you go, what, me? And he says, I'm doing this for the baby parts as he's killing people. You go, me? Oh, I don't know why you would connect those things.
Well, and it's amazing. So she did the same exact thing that Bill O'Reilly did, I think, last week, where, like, you can say, it's not fair of you to say that the words I used in the past, just because they're the same words that a terrorist used, it's not fair of you to connect that. Fine, you can not like that. But both of them, immediately, the first thing they do is say, that's not fair. By the way, Planned Parenthood's selling baby parts. It's the worst thing ever. They're selling baby parts. You should go crazy. Bill O'Reilly, in his talking points memo, it was just baby parts, as he's talking about the rhetoric. Okay, maybe you think it's not fair to say it was irresponsible beforehand, but you can't take a couple of weeks off from using the exact sort of language? It's like unnecessarily needling crazy people into action.
Then one Fox host said that when Planned Parenthood complained that this guy killed them because he was yelling baby parts, that they were politicizing the issue.
It's a left-wing tactic.
No, but wait a minute. But how am I not supposed to say what he said as he was murdering us?
Yeah.
Like, I didn't politicize it. When he started shooting me, yelling baby parts, I think it was him that was politicizing it. You see, that's why he's a terrorist, because he did it for a political ideology.
And they don't want you to say that for a political reason, Jenk. That's the whole irony there. They're saying, why are you politicizing it? You mean the truth, the facts, what actually happened? You don't want those to come out? Why don't you want those to come out? Oh, for political reasons?
Yeah, well, there are two things. First of all, the percentage of abortions that go on at these Planned Parenthood clinics is fairly small anyway. I mean, it's not really the lion's share of what they do there. So the whole idea that they could focus on this is really sort of a disingenuous and intellectually and morally bankrupt thing as well, because there are a lot of people who go to these Planned Parenthood clinics, and this is the only place to get any kind of reasonably priced care for the sort of reproductive issues that they might have. The other thing is that, yes, the politics of this is that they've identified this soft spot, and it is baby parts, right? They've latched onto it. That's why that verbiage exists. It's their way to get these clinics closed. It's their way to defund these clinics. And what worries me is that it might be an effective way. They really might have a foothold with this. I don't know. I mean, but wow, they found the gold vein of what's resonating with a lot of people in this country.
Yeah, with those deceptively edited videos.
And it has some consequences that go along with that. And I guess they're willing to live with the consequences because they're still alive. Unlike the people who were murdered by this guy. By the way, one of the guys who was murdered was a cop. Yet, this is an amazing stat, when Robert Deere declared himself guilty at his trial, said, yeah, I am guilty, and I did it because I'm a warrior for the babies. Fox News spent 27 seconds covering it. 27 seconds.
Admission of guilt of a domestic terrorist.
Yeah, imagine it's a domestic terrorist who was Muslim, and said, yeah, I am guilty. I did it for Allah. Yeah, Fox News was probably only covered for 27 seconds, right? And so CNN only covered it for 2 minutes and 31 seconds. MSNBC spent about 21 minutes on it.
Okay, it's good.
I guess it's fine, but
they'll spend 40 minutes on an unedited Trump speech right after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, but here I think is why that happened. So if we could bring up that first chart again with the Fox News at 27 seconds. So that's just because they're not interested in this abortion, Planned Parenthood, baby part stuff. They're not interested. You're going to see this in this next chart that shows. Oh, the exact opposite. Oh, they kept talking about baby parts more than all the other networks combined. Even Fox Business is pretty low there. Now, CNN, unfortunately, did use it quite a bit. But so oddly,
baby parts come up in Fox Business? If it was a real business channel, which business channel is talking about baby parts? Yeah. Is there a market in that? No, there's not a market in that.
It's probably Stuart Varney.
Yeah, so, no, they're the ones that are constantly talking about, Planned Parenthood. And O'Reilly again in that same talking points that John's referring to. Still going back to rub it in for the doctor who was murdered, George Tiller. He's like, well, George Tiller, people were calling him the baby killer because that's what they do, and then they need body parts and baby parts, and then oh yeah, by the way, the guy who did the killing based on baby parts, 27 seconds, get out of here. Well, that never happened. Okay, so
and this is the danger of those words. It's what I was talking about before in regard to hate speech. And you get it out there enough. You get it out there through Fox News, and you pump it out there through even CNN because they have to dignify it by actually having that conversation with Carly Fiorina. You get it out into enough places, and then some a-hole buys that BS, and he's crazy to boot. And what does he go and do? He perpetrates this carnage.
You know what? I would say that guy is a victim also. That guy, just along with those people he shot, is also a victim. He's a victim of demagoguery and the media and all the people who are more powerful to step in and do something so he doesn't get that message. They didn't do that, and they let it happen. Even, I'll commend Chris Cuomo for confronting Carly Fiorina right there.
Yeah.
Right? So good job on that, except, I don't know if you noticed, his pushback to her was, well, they say that isn't true. Instead of saying, that's not true, they always got to say, someone else says it's not true.
He does keep saying that the video was edited. We can't show all the video, but he does keep saying that the video was
progress. But it would be nice. Even Chuck Todd, when he was doing his famous pushback on Donald Trump a week or two ago, he never called him a liar, never said what he was saying was a lie, and he always relied on someone else's words. He wouldn't just say, that's just simply not true, I've checked it out. Why can't Chris Cuomo say, I've checked this out, and you're lying? And then, why do you bring them on after she's lied every time she's been on the show. So come back on and let me give you another platform to lie some more. It's at some point, Joe Scarborough eventually cut off Donald Trump. Eventually, he cut him off and went to a commercial. So why do you even allow these people on your airways if you know all they do is spew falsehoods and hate speech? And that's all they're doing.
Yes, but that goes to good copy. These people are on these shows and they're having these interviews and these back and forths go on with that heated rhetoric because it's good copy.
Yes.
And so that brings eyeballs to the screen.
Yes.
They know Trump brings eyeballs more than anybody, and Carly Fiorina puts on a good show.
So that's why,
and that's all it is a show.
Yes.
And the problem is they pick up that crap as part of that show, and then somebody acts on it.
And that guy doesn't think what he's doing is wrong. That guy really thinks he's saving babies. So how can you hate a guy like that? It's hard to. He's been manipulated by those same people to think, if he really thought that, that's why I said, if Carly Fiorina, if you really thought that, you should be going in there with guns blazing. Well, you don't, but you want other people. You want to manipulate the most easily manipulated person, which is what that guy was. You want to manipulate him, the person closest to the brink, just about to go over the edge, and he needs that extra push, and you give it to him. That's all I'll say about it.
Okay, so super last thing here. So Fox News, this goes to the power of propaganda. Fox News spends 27 seconds to talk about the guy who did the Planned Parenthood killing, and explain why he did it or for babies. Just say they've spent 27 hours or even 27 days on Muslim terrorism is, an understatement. Right, so they've decided what they're going to emphasize, and so the right-wing terrorism, bury it. The other one, elevated. Okay, but put aside that obvious example. Think about this: the Planned Parenthood shooter killed a cop. They spent 27 seconds on it. Black Lives Matter never killed a cop, but how many hours has Fox News spent talking about how Black Lives Matter endangers cops?
Yeah.
But when a cop was actually killed by a domestic terrorist, they didn't care at all. Yeah, okay. They just covered it for 27 seconds. See, that's propaganda. All right. John, thank you. We'll see you later in the program. Anna's going to come up next. We're going to do the 2nd/7th or 8th, the 8th hour of the show today. All right, we'll be right back. All right, back on the Young Turks. Yeah. I didn't tell you. Anna's back. We traded up.
That's me.
Drop it. I mentioned cosmetically.
Okay, that's fair.
God, I love the viewers, man. I love them so much. I mean, how do you not love them when they say things like Joseph's music? What a way to spend my 28th birthday with a 10-hour, 10-year anniversary. Oh, come on. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Candygram for Mongo. Goddamn. Jimmy Dore speaks the truth every fucking time. Look at that. How do you not love these people? Right? Rafer Madness. Mark is 100% on point here. Speech as much as responsibility as it is a right. Okay? So look at this. Look at the love. Look at that. Zinni, I would take a double serving of Johnny Pie without the sprinkles. He's tempting enough. Hashtag brains. Okay. Should that be his new nickname, Brains?
Brains?
No way.
But I do like sprinkles.
You can't even take a meeting on that one. No, that's a no-starter. Okay, finally, non-starter. Okay, Lonnie Tyler says, I've only been on the ride for 2 years now, but it seems like meeting old friends. Thanks. Well, you too, Lonnie. Thank you. And it's true. I mean, we're all old friends here, and anytime I meet viewers, long-time viewers, even 2 years is a long time if you watch a show too. Yes. And people sometimes come up, and I've told the story before, come up and start and hug me because they're like, look, man, you don't know me, but I know you, man. And, we spent a lot of time together, and it's true. We're friends and family. So thank you guys. Thank you, all of you, for making the whole 10-year run happen. It would be great. Wouldn't it be great if we had another 10 years? Wouldn't it be, I just saw this for the first time. Like, I never even considered it. Mm-hmm. Wouldn't it be sad if we didn't? Like,
oh, shut up.
But
like 2 years from now, we're like, oh, well, I guess the insiders were right. We didn't make it. Okay.
Have we already made it?
No. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. I think we already made it.
You've got critical mass already. So
how many 3 billion views? I don't know what goal are you in your mind you're trying to get to? I don't understand.
The money, Lebowski. No, but seriously, like, I want to expand more what Jimmy does. I want to have Mark do more stuff. We want to do more field reporting. There's just a ton of stuff we want to do to make it better. We want more languages. Resources are what you need, right? And so, and there's 55 to 60 people that work here. You need resources. So, well, anyway, first of all, thank you all for watching. And if you remember, I doubly, triply thank you because you guys make the show run. TYTnetwork.com/subscribe. TYTnetwork.com/subscribe. Speaking of which, member number 4, Ed Uthman. Ed Uthman, been around 10 years with us. God bless your heart, Ed. Thank you for making the Young Turks happen. Okay, Casper, all right, let's do it. We got a lot of stories.
All right, we start off with the story of justice, which doesn't happen often on TYT. An Oklahoma police officer by the name of Daniel Holtzclaw has been convicted of rape. He apparently used his position of power to exploit women who were in underprivileged positions, the most vulnerable women who had charges against them involving drugs or prostitution. Basically what he would do is he would stop them during a traffic violation and he would look them up, find out that they had some charges against them, and then he would proceed to either sexually assault or rape them because he knew that they were powerless and they were the least likely to tell on him. So he was found guilty on 18 of the 36 counts he was facing, including 4 counts of first-degree rape.
Man, this guy was a monster.
Yeah, he was.
So, now, a lot of times this happens systemically. This was just an incredibly literal representation of the powerful beating on the powerless, right? And attacking them and attacking their humanity. And he did it on purpose. Look, by the way, it's not like the powerful on a macro scale don't do it on purpose. I've had Baltimore cops on the show that say, yeah, we couldn't arrest people in rich white neighborhoods because we were worried that they were the judge's son. But so we would go into the black neighborhoods and arrest them because they didn't have any power. You know, and it's not just former cops that were on this show. I've read similar accounts in other cities where they say, well, I mean, I got to arrest somebody, and so who am I going to arrest? I'm going to arrest the guy who can't complain, right? So in this guy's case, he did it for his own personal, power kicks and pleasure and the things that he wanted to get out of it. So he thought, let me figure out who is the least powerful people in the country, the ones in my area, the ones that are the most vulnerable, and take advantage of them. The other place I saw it was in the great movie Spotlight. The abusive priests would literally figure out who didn't have a dad, who was poor, had a strategy for figuring out who were the most vulnerable, powerless kids in their parish, so they could rape them. So there's this one story in the movie that's obviously out of real life, where one of the priests hears that a dad of one of his kids has just died, right? And he rushes in, and the mom's like, oh my God, this really powerful priest here in Boston came to help me in my time of need. No, he came to rape their son. Jesus. And so, and he did, and he brought the kid for ice on that day. He took the kid to comfort him for ice cream, put his hand on his knee, and then did what he intended to do. Look, there are monsters, and this Daniel Holtzclaw is one of those monsters. And what do they do, since they are? Because monsters at their core are not brave people. They're cowards. So they don't want to fight. They don't want to take on anybody their own size. What they want to do is pick on the least powerful people who can least resist, and that's what he did. It's a great day in America that at least we have justice in this case.
Well, two things happened here, Anna, and as you guys know, also they weren't. He wasn't convicted on all. Everyone who came forward as an accuser didn't really get justice in a way. I mean, but I want to quickly say one of the nice things is, to Jenk's point, that this guy who preyed, the powerful preying on the powerless, as you say, to see him break down in court like that, to see him become this just sniveling guy who was clearly finally found out. He got 36 years.
That's what they recommended. His formal sentencing will happen in January.
Yeah, they recommended 263 years. But Mark, you're so right. And I don't know if it makes me a bad person, but to see him crying there, it gave me some relief.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right? Because when they were crying as he was raping them, he didn't care. He didn't mind. But these guys, I tell you, they're all cowards. That mean that it affects them a little bit.
They can't handle it.
Yeah.
Which is why oftentimes when you do these stories of police using excessive force, they get really defensive. Because police in general get defensive. Because they can't handle a little bit of criticism. But in this case, I mean, thankfully, there was some justice served. And I like that you mentioned that he wasn't convicted of all 36 counts. That's absolutely true. There were women who testified during the case, and there was this one woman's testimony that really stood out to me. She was asked why she didn't report it immediately. And she said, well, it was my word against the cops. And who was going to believe a woman who had a criminal record against the word of a cop? And we've set up this system where no matter who you are, even if you don't have a criminal record, a cop's testimony is believed over anyone else's. And we need to change that system. There needs to be a healthy dose of skepticism when there are cases like this.
Yeah, and so two other things I really wanted to do, the quotes here in the graphics. His attorney comes in, Scott Adams, and he says during the defense, he was aggressive, he was vigilant, and he was honest. Without people like Daniel Holtzclaw patrolling the streets, what are we? Oh. And a woman in the gallery yelled out, safe.
That's terrific. That's a great moment. That's like a movie moment.
Yeah. Wow. And then this unfortunate fact, which goes to the whole conversation we've been having. Between 2009 and 2014, nearly 1,000 police officers nationwide were either decertified or lost their badges for crimes like rape, sexual shakedowns, and possession of child pornography. So, like, this whole idea of, like, no, a cop would never do that. A priest would never do that. A politician would never do that. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Sometimes they seek out those positions to do that.
Exactly.
So be careful. It doesn't mean, of course, that you should generalize or that everybody, all the priests are guilty, all the cops are guilty. No. But at the same time, be careful. That's 1,000 cops that were caught. And now remember, cops' words are taken over non-cops' words almost every time. Imagine the numbers that weren't caught.
All right, well, let's move on to something different. Pew Research just did an analysis of the middle class in the United States, and they found out that for the first time, the middle class is actually the minority in the U.S. The beginning of 2015 saw 120.8 million adults living in middle-class homes, compared to 121.3 million Americans living in lower and upper income households. So you look at that graphic and you think, oh, maybe this is a good thing. Maybe some people in the middle class made it up to the wealthy status. That's not the case. The 21st century has seen middle-income Americans fall behind financially. The median income of middle-income households fell by 4% between 2000 and 2014, while median wealth, assets minus debts fell 28% in 2001 and 2013. So this is an ongoing theme in the U.S. Wages are obviously stagnant. They've been stagnant for quite a while now. But for the first time, the middle class is not the majority, it's the minority.
So think about why people are disaffected in this country. So a lot of people in the halls of power really don't understand it. I know it because I go to Washington all the time. I go to New York all the time, San Francisco all the time. And so this is filled with people who are wealthy and powerful and connected. And like I have said that 1,000 times, it doesn't mean they're bad people. And I think the guys I know are really good guys, and they're fighting on the right side, right? So don't make blanket assumptions. But even a lot of those guys don't get it because they don't live it. And they're like, well, the stock market's back up. That's what I hear all the time. I don't get it. Like, and in fact, a lot of them are Democrats. They're like, why are people blaming Obama? The stock market's back up. But if you're in the middle class, not a lot of your money's in the stock market. That's just a fact. So, well, okay, if your middle income household fell, your median income fell by 4% in 14 years, instead of going up at all, it went down. Well, you'd have this visceral reaction like, wait a minute, I'm working just as hard. Maybe now my wife is working, we've got two incomes, and oftentimes we're working harder, but I'm making less money. What the hell's going on here? And then when you talk about their wealth instead of their income, that fell by 28% between 2001 and 2013. They were supposed to get richer as they worked harder, and instead they got poorer.
Yeah, the problem.
Well, then of course, can you see why they're angry? Of course they're angry.
So Jen, why is this happening?
Because we're taxing these corporations too much, and what we need to do is stop taxing them so much, so the money will trickle down to their employees.
Okay, so there's a great number of reasons why. So, of course, I think the primary reason is the system's rigged, and so the first thing you do in rigging a system is you fix the rules, because the rest is easy once you fix the rules on your behalf. And how do you fix the rules? The first rule you fix is, who are the ones passing the laws? The politicians. Well, they're going to make incredibly important decisions about your tax rates, first of all. So the minute they lower your taxes by a little bit, you're going to save millions of dollars if you're in the upper bracket. They lower them a lot, some of them are going to save billions of dollars. So, whoa, okay. So how do I get control over the people making the laws? Oh, I got it. I'll make them reliant on me. So if I do private financing of politicians, well, then they'll be dependent on their financiers, and that's me. So I give them $10, they give me $100 in tax cuts. I give them another $10, they give me $100 or $1,000 in deregulation, whether it's Wall Street deregulation or it's deregulation that affects the media,
or a tax break to send a job overseas.
That's right.
Does it cheaper.
Or they just flat out give me tax subsidies like the oil companies. Hey, I'm the richest companies in the world. Who cares? Give me an extra $40 billion a year in subsidies. Take it from those suckers that are the middle class. Hey, who do you work for? Who signs your paychecks? I do, right? Without me, you can't get elected. I sign the checks that go into your campaign, the independent expenditures, the dark money, etc. They go, oh, absolutely, sir. Yes, sir. They fix the system to rob you, and they have robbed you. See, here it is. You lost 28% of your money. You know where it went? It went to the guys who fixed the rules. They didn't fix the rules for their health. They didn't fix the rules for liberty. They fixed it so they could rob you of your money, and they did.
Some of those rules that they fix also make it harder for you to organize as a union, right? Because of this, what we saw Scott Walker do in Wisconsin, take the union away from the public employees, take it away from teachers, and that hurt. That was one way that workers could get their piece of the pie. They could organize, so we can now demand that we get some of the profits that we're actually generating. Well, now we've taken that away, right? And it's not only the union worker that gets benefited by an easier country to organize in, but it's non-union people, that because the union sets the wage rate, and then other people, other private companies match that, even if they don't have union workers. So that's another way that they've rigged the system. They make it harder for the worker who's working to organize.
And last thing I would say is what Jank has said and laid it out very clearly is something that's not party specific, of course. It applies to Democrats and Republicans and anybody, it applies to big politics and smaller politics as well. But that's why, and everybody watching TYT is aware of this, but that's why you really need a real change in the system.
And to Jimmy's point, the Republican congressman, I think it was Don Young, they asked him, hey, what do you think about increasing the minimum wage? He said, those guys should get a job instead. No, but they do have a job. That's why they're being paid a wage. So because now, if you're poor, you're middle class, he doesn't care about you. But again, I don't have it in front of me exact congressman it was. This is from memory. But it was a Republican congressman, and he doesn't need you. All he needs is the money from the donors, because then he's going to use that money to buy political advertising that's going to trick you. What is a political ad going to say? Hey, I'm giving all the money to the rich? No, it's going to say freedom, liberty, right? I'm fighting to shrink government down that's oppressing you. I'm for freedom and liberty. When he means shrink government down, they mean shrink the taxes of the Koch brothers and all the others. And look, and so we fight to get money out of politics so you can stop getting robbed. We're not like the lunatics on the right who are like, get angry and then do something physical or violent, right? No. We're progressives. So we fight strong and hard, but we do it the American way. We do it through politics. We go get up, but we don't sit on our couch, okay? We're warriors. We're political warriors. We get up, we fight back, and we get our rights back so that we can live as, human beings that actually should get paid a wage for the jobs that we actually do, and not be insulted by people saying, if you're a minimum wage guy, you're a bum, you should get a job. I guess it means a second job, because you're not working hard enough. Get back into the coal mines.
There's no reason why a full-time employee in the U.S., the most wealthy country in the world, should need government assistance or should struggle to put food on his or her family's table. There's no reason why.
Yeah. Well, the only reason why is because the system is rigged. This Pew Research Center, I think one of the most interesting things that they found out was that the biggest winners, they say, since the 70s in the economy are those over 65, that their poverty rate has fallen from 24.6% in 1970 to just 10% in 2014, in contrast to younger people whose their poverty rate has gone up. Now you go, why are the people over 65 doing so well? Somebody rigged the system for them? Yeah, that guy's name was LBJ, who instituted Medicare. And instituting Medicare, which is a huge government program, took senior citizens out of poverty. Before Medicare, 33% of senior citizens used to live in poverty. 10 years after, that number was down to 13%. That is a great anti-poverty program. And that's why the people over 65 are no longer in poverty anymore, because we all came together as a country and we decided that, hey, we can give medicine to the people who work their whole life for us and our economy. We can take care of them when they get sick because we're the richest country in the world. And so we do that now.
So the lesson here is you can either set the rules to favor the majority of the country and to protect all of us, because we're the ones setting the rules in a democracy, or you can set the rules to favor only the powerful. And that's the system we live now, which is no longer a democracy. So the way if you publicly finance an election, for example, the Republicans have made that a dirty word, like, oh, they're just taking government and making it bigger, right? No, what that does is that means you work for the people. That's why they're giving you the money, and they're saying, okay, I'm going to give you this much and this much, you this much, and you guys are going to have a fair fight. And then I'm going to decide which one is right and which one is wrong. It's called a democracy. The other way of doing it is, one side gets a lot more money, has a much larger megaphone, can say whatever they want, right or wrong, and buy all the ads. The other guy can't even be heard. Why? Because the rich support that guy, and guess who he's going to work for? The rich. Of course that's what's going to happen. So let's reset the rules the way they used to be. When we got Medicare, when we got Social Security, and that existed in this country. Between 1940 and 1980, roughly, we had fair domestic policy. We had a policy that was so progressive that Ralph Nader could almost get Richard Nixon to do anything he wanted. He got Nixon to pass the EPA. He got Nixon to pass OSHA. You know why? Because back then we lived in a democracy. We can live in a democracy again, but you got to get up and you got to fight. So wolf-pack.com. We got warriors over here. And you come in here and you join us and you fight back, you'll be shocked at how great it feels. Then when you get the power back and we fix the rules so that it serves America again, well then imagine 20 years later and all of a sudden you hear on the Young Turks from probably other hosts say, hey, look at this, middle class's income has gone up 15% in the last 20 years. What happened? Well, maybe you happened. Wolf-pack.com. By the way, if you want to hear more about the details of this, Wes, in the last episode of Old School, Wes Clark, explained how the East Coast and the West Coast has colonized the rest of the country. And I'd never heard that before. And it was a brilliant explanation of how by deregulating all of the industries, it allowed for, instead of having hundreds of banks across the country, only 5 or 6 large banks. They bought all the big banks. Then all the local bankers who used to contribute to the local economy went and lived in Santa Barbara or Long Island or Palm Beach. And then Walmart drove all the local businesses out of business. So then that guy didn't have any money to spend, right? And every business was consolidated. He talked about a beer distributor in Joplin, Missouri. That got consolidated, and he got bought out of business, and now he lives in Seattle. And so all of the wealth got sucked out of the middle of the country. So all the guys in the red states that are voting for Republicans, oh God, I mean, I hate to call you schmucks, but you're schmucks. They turned you into a colonized state, and you don't even realize it.
So what you're saying is that we need a Teddy Roosevelt to come along again. So the people who talk about the free market, they're all full of shit, because it's not a free market. It's a rigged market, right? That's why we only have 5 fucking banks, right? That's why we only have 4 telecommunications companies. That's why we only have 5 media companies that deliver all the media. It used to be 50 in 1980. Now there's 5, maybe 6. And that happened under a Democrat, right? That was Bill Clinton's Telecommunications Act of 1996. Anyway, so the problem is money in politics. You can't solve any problems until you get that out. Let me just give you one example of how you raise middle class's income, maybe in 15 years. So if Bernie Sanders wants to send everybody to college for free, what effect do you think that would have on middle class incomes? Oh, you'd be able to keep $100,000 a year instead of paying it to a Wall Street bank for the loan so that you have to go to college with your kid. So that's another way you can help raise. So you get medicine to people that's bankrupting them. You get college to people that's bankrupting them, and we can afford it very easily.
Yeah, if I've told the story 1,000 times, but if my dad didn't get a free education for college, I'd be picking olives. And by the way, in a town called Kilis, which is now overrun by Syrian refugees. So who knows? Maybe I'd be down there doing some work to help the refugees. I don't know, but my whole life I would have been an olive farmer like my dad was. Yeah. So instead, what do? We got a 60-person company here helping the American economy. It's not just that it's the moral thing to do, but it also helps the economy because it spreads out the wealth, not by force, but by nature, right? Because if you set the rules right, it helps everybody. And what does that do? It lifts the economy up.
That's the funny
thing. In a bit of irony, I cannot get in my martini any olives at this place. And the Young Turks, the one place, never olives. Great vodka.
Okay, well, if I had stayed an olive farmer, well, yeah.
Better choice, but still. Step up your bar game.
That's okay. All right, fair enough.
Should we take a quick break?
Okay, let's quick break, and then we'll come back, and you won't believe where Granny put her drugs.
It's a crazy story.
All right, back on the Young Turks, Cenk, Mark, Jimmy, and Anna with you. Everybody check out the Edge, Mark's podcast, Jimmy Dore Show, and The Point with Anna. I've got 1,000 tweets for you guys. Live and Learn says, happy anniversary, TYT Network. Thanks for letting me enjoy you anytime and anywhere. Hashtag no excuses. He's got a picture of himself wearing a Young Turks t-shirt in a gym with his baby.
Oh, that's dedication.
You know what? And that's multitasking. Okay? Okay. Phelan Cypher says, public finance campaigns for the win. Get money out of politics. Hashtag wolf-pack.com. Holy Ghost says, I'm in desperate need of that leather jacket, Anna. Hashtag BAMF.
So am I. It's been freezing in the studio all day.
TYT Imp says, Anna's absolutely correct. Would that make sense? It's the TYT Imp. No, I'm just kidding. We need to eliminate child labor laws if we want to get the economy back on track. Seth Flicker says something really nice. You've been like a family to me. Knowing you has made me a smarter, better, and stronger person. I love you guys. Right back at you, Seth. That's super, super nice of you. Thomas Coyne says, I like having 3 or 4 person TYT panels. It's more of a debate, and it's fantastic. Hashtag TYT 10 years. Hashtag we are TYT. That's right. Renaissance says, congratulations, Young Turks, on 10 years. I'm loving your 10-hour hashtag TYT live. Established 08, he says, you all been waking me up to the poop in U.S. politics. Thank you. And it was an emoji poop. Nicely done with the emojis. Okay, the other wrestler says, the real power panel is everyone who made this happen for 10 years. The next 10 will be a country with 28 amendments. Hashtag awesome. That would be great. Elizabeth Rosario says, this TYT is my latest obsession. I've been watching for 4 months, and I went to their channel, and I've almost seen every video.
No way.
Wow.
That's literally impossible.
Julia Mahoney says, I love how quickly Jimmy shut Cenk down when he thought it was even remotely possible that TYT wouldn't exist in 10 years. Okay, speaking of people who believed that we would exist in 10 years, the original 10 members, we've been reading their names throughout the show. Time for member number 3 of all time, Kelly Fenton. And I've met Kelly. She's wonderful. And so that's a hell of a thing, man, to be a member for that long with us. So, yes, all you members, you did build this with us. And as I've said over and over again, we literally, financially, could not have done it without you. So, tytnetwork.com/subscribe if you want to be a member. All right, Anna, what's next?
All right. A grandmother in Canada was recently arrested after she showed up to the prison where her son is and was caught with drugs. A drug-sniffing dog found that she was smuggling drugs in her vagina for her prisoner son.
So a pooch found it in her cooch.
Yes, that's exactly right. 62-year-old Linda Ethel Sheridan is the woman who tried to smuggle the drugs into the prison. Police found packages of methamphetamine, heroin, and marijuana resin tucked away in her cavity, plus an opiate called hydromorphone in her bra. Now, she apparently had an excuse for what she was doing. She says, I was afraid for my son. I didn't want him to be killed in prison. I didn't feel I had a choice in the matter. She alleged that she was contacted by this mysterious, unidentified prisoner who said that if you don't bring the drugs into the prison, well, then we're going to kill your son.
Yeah, that doesn't sound too likely.
I mean, she's definitely down for her son.
So, yeah, like, if she had said, hey, my son called me in a panic, and he said, like, oh, this guy's going to kill me unless you bring drugs in. Well, that's a little bit more plausible story. Except her son immediately threw her on their bus.
Yeah.
Nathan Sheridan's he's serving time for a home invasion, and he told the court, "I didn't ask for the drugs.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. My mom. I don't know what she's talking about.
No.
What? She had what in her vagina? What? No, I don't know anything about that.
No.
I like a grandmother though who's this wasn't her first rodeo. I mean, well, she's got a bunch of stuff secreted in her vagina. Yeah. She's got opiates in her bra. This woman has.
She's had things up that cavity before.
Thank you, Jimmy. Exactly.
She had that kid up there.
Yeah,
she had her son up there.
That's
a lot of things.
That's
By
how
the way,
it works.
I've tried a lot of things for cavities, but I've never done that.
I don't know what to add to that.
I've heard of root canals with this.
Oh man,
ridiculous.
How did this granny get her hands on all these drugs, though?
Well, that's my point.
Yeah.
That's exactly right. This is not her first rodeo, so it's not like, oh my God, I was threatened by this big bully. And then I found all these different kind of drugs. I don't know how I found them. And then I'm like, this and this and that. I get a sense that, like, yeah, you might have done this a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, I mean, can you imagine the first time a little old grandmother's called and she's so scared for her son and she's like, oh, I got it, I'll stuff it in my pussy. Like, that's like, think of that. That's not that, Grandma.
I called the warden if you're really that worried.
Yeah, that's not, no, this grandma's been here before.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
So go ahead.
I was trying to find a way to fit my favorite porn title in.
I know, busting nut in Grandma's butt. We thought about a play on that, so we can use it for the master.
That's hilarious.
All right, yeah,
that's my favorite porno title. I'm Golden Blonde, which is a little different because it's an old people thing.
Oh yeah, but I could have worked half a click off. Sure. Okay.
All right. Recently, MTV did a special on gay for pay individuals in the porn industry, and these are men who say that they're straight. They have no interest in establishing relationships with men, but they put their bodies through quite a bit in order to perform in gay sex. Now, MTV's True Life, I'm a Gay for Pay Porn Star, chronicled two people, Luke and Ben, and both of their stories are pretty depressing, but let's hear from Luke first. And the video.
And here comes Luke.
And here comes Luke.
Drop it.
There's no video.
Jimmy, will you reenact Luke for us, please?
Oh, no, please don't. Okay, never mind.
Okay, so let me give
these pills right here. This is what gets me hard and lets me do the job. These are not even legal to have in the United States, so this is just my regular pill bottle. This isn't what it comes in. It comes in like these metal containers, which I had to take out of here because I throw them away before Caitlin saw them. I read about some of the ingredients in them, and it's like some of them like poisonous ingredients, and there's a substance in that like makes your healthy cells die or whatever. So who knows? Sometimes you get your blood pressure really high and stuff, and it gets you all nervous. But I've gotten used to it, you know. But at this point, I just get a really bad headache from taking those pills, and that's why I have my ibuprofen with me all the time.
Jesus.
What an idiot!
Look, I don't know what his story is. I don't know what he's gone through in his life or how he got to where he is today. So I hesitate to be super judgmental, right?
You're right. You're probably right.
Right, but at the same time, I mean, he's literally killing himself in order to do this job.
Yeah, that's what he says too.
Yeah.
I mean, look, there's a lot of issues here. Luke apparently has expressed anti-gay sentiment on Twitter,
right? Even
though he has gay sex for a living. So literally. Now, he says he's straight, but he's just doing it for a living. And so, because he's getting paid. But as porn stars, they're not wealthy. Don't get to say, oh, Hollywood. No. They don't get paid that much. So, it's a little better, maybe, depending on how consistently you do it than a regular job. So you're killing yourself with all those pills just so you can stay erect because you're not really gay to do this gay porn stuff. I don't know what to believe.
Yeah, I know. It does seem a little odd that like, if you want to be a porn star, why do you have to be a straight guy who does gay porn? You can probably do straight porn and make some money, but I don't. Yeah, it's an odd story. I mean, I know that
I know you get paid a little more for gay porn than you do for straight porn. You'd think that there'd be plenty of volunteers. I mean, guys are horny, whether they're gay or straight.
Right, but I know that there's like this weird fetish of like turning straight guys gay or seeing straight guys have gay sex.
How do they know? Why couldn't a gay guy just act straight?
Like he's straight? Yeah.
That's like the easiest thing in the world.
Yeah,
just like the women act like they're babysitters or whatever before, right?
Yeah, I got
I've
news for
heard.
you.
Yeah.
They're not really babysitters.
Right.
Or are they nurses or secretaries? Okay. So, but some of them are moms. Okay. So, and then one guy tries to make himself feel better, some Ben, and he says, fucking guys like fucking a watermelon.
Yeah, he says, when I'm having sex with a guy, it could be anything, from vegetables to fruit to car tailpipes. Whatever you're into, fucking a guy is like fucking a watermelon.
No, fucking guys like fucking a guy. Fucking a watermelon is like fucking a watermelon.
Yeah, if that watermelon was full of shit, that's what it would be like.
Okay, well, look, shit.
Oh, I'm sorry, I crossed the line. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cross the line.
Well, that would also be true if you were having sex with a woman in that particular area.
Yes, if you fuck a woman in the ass, it's like fucking a watermelon full of shit.
Thank you. I didn't know what he meant.
Okay, oh, that clarifies it. Okay.
Well, I swear to God, I don't know how this crosses the line.
Okay, all right.
Well, there are precautions that people take to prevent any type of accident.
Sure. You can have an enema before you have...
right, which also sounds miserable, by the way.
And I'm not against anal sex, don't get me wrong. I talked my wife into having anal sex one time. One time. And she said we had to quit because it was hurting. Apparently her strap-on was pinching her. The point is...
Okay, all right, much better.
See, I'm the victim of that joke.
That's right. That's why that works. Ben also said that it was the second performer. Actually, a really, really difficult, stressful process of performing this porn when he's straight. He then added, quote, "It sucks."
Unironically.
Wow. Okay. Hashtag. Yeah.
And he also said it's a pain in the ass. I'll tell you what.
What else? Come on.
So, yeah. Well, then I don't know why they're doing it.
Yeah.
And why can't you just use regular Viagra? Why does he have to go off market? But Viagra works.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just think I got the vibe from this, and I don't know them, but that they were working extra hard to say, I'm not gay.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like, yes, I just had every kind of gay sex you can imagine, but I am not gay. It sucks what I'm doing, right?
Yeah.
Well, from a TV standpoint, that's a much better story, and that's a much better narrative than we got a bunch of down-and-out gay guys who are doing porn to make a living and get by. That's sort of like, okay, I kind of assume everybody in that business is pretty much down and out and has to do this. It's not like, a life goal.
Yes.
Yeah, they go for the straight guys who not only are down and out and have to do something, but they decide to go gay porn, and that makes for a more compelling.
That's right, and this is a show, true life. I'm a gay for paid porn star. So something's not on the level here.
Exactly.
And I can tell. I have a gay detector. I can tell if a guy's gay. I have a gay test. So, and here it is. If I look at a guy and my dick gets hard, gay. And man, do they come out in the summer. Look at the quarters in the fucking sound booth.
All right, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Okay. All right, what's next?
All right. I don't know what we're doing next. Are we switching to our one content?
No, keep it going. Keep it going.
Let's do it.
The next story is amazing.
Yeah. All right. A K-pop group that landed in LAX had to be detained because TSA agents and authorities believed that they could possibly be prostitutes. Now, these are young women between the ages of, I believe, 16 and 21. And they're part of a K-pop group known as Oh My Girl. There they are. I don't know why authorities thought that they were prostitutes, but they detained them for 15 hours. And eventually, they had to fly back to Seoul. Okay, so there's no.
They didn't even let him in the country.
They didn't let him in the country. Apparently, there was also an issue with their visa. It's not clear what that issue was, so I'm guessing that's what eventually led to them having to fly back to Korea. However, there needs to be a clear reason for why they were assumed to be part of the sex industry.
Well, no, I think from my reading of the BBC story, yes, the visa issue is what flagged it in the first place.
Yeah.
But then they looked through their luggage, and it was nothing but, like, sexy outfits. And these girls are really young. They're between the ages of 16 and 21. They look, and some of them look even younger. So I think that they were probably worried about child prostitution. And so they're like, whoa, we got to be really careful here. Because all these girls are really young, and all the outfits are really sexy and, you know, suggestive, etc. Now, it turns out that that's the trend in Korea. And so these girls happen to be 16, 21, but a lot of the performers are 14-year-olds.
Yeah, so I have two things that I want to say. Number one, K-pop, and the way that these girls, there's something really sick about those music videos, and I've seen a lot of them, like when I go to, like...
Karaoke?
Yeah, karaoke, and you know, there's this one ramen restaurant that I like to go to, and they have this big screen where they're constantly playing K-pop music videos. And I noticed that they purposely make these girls look as young as possible. And I'm not talking about like, oh, they're teenagers, right? No, some of them look like they're children. And they act like children, and they kind of dress like sexy children, and it's weird, and it makes me uncomfortable, okay? I get that, first of all, a lot of them are underage. In this case, they're 16 to 21, so they're older in the whole K-pop atmosphere. But another thing I want to say is, if the TSA goes through luggage and they see sexy clothing and they use that as a possibility of someone being a prostitute, that's a really, really bad way of determining whether or not someone's a sex worker.
I know, of course, but at the same time, since they're younger, I think they erred on the side of caution. Maybe I'm being way too kind to TSA.
You are, I think so.
Yeah, and giving them way too much of the benefit of the doubt. And then the other thing is, they could have, wasn't somebody with them to say, hey, they're this group. Well, look it up on the internet.
That's the disconnect for me.
Yeah, here it is. Here's the internet, right? That's them, right? That doesn't sound too hard.
Well, also, they're represented, I thought, by WME, which is a huge company here.
No, WM Entertainment.
Oh,
that's different.
No, okay.
Okay.
Well, as I say, they're represented by this rinky-dink company. It's all right.
So, but they apparently are one of the bigger groups, so somebody should have been representing them in a way of like, no, they're not hookers.
Yeah, simple, as you say, a simple internet search would have done it.
Right. But the overall trend, I think, is the more interesting one.
Yeah.
And look, we've talked about this in the past. It's not like we don't do it in America either. Britney Spears with the little schoolgirl outfit in her first cover. Oops, I did it again. Ooh, baby, hit me one more time.
Yep. Yeah, we do it.
And what was she at the time? 15, barely?
16, yeah.
You know? And so like, look, obviously some percentage of men, and the more that it's in the culture, the more that it is encouraged, right, are want to go in that direction. So I would argue, let's not encourage it.
Yeah, but here's the thing. I absolutely agree with you. But we have all these different contradictory things happening in society, right? On one hand, you have those Jared Fogels of the world that are condemned. They're sick. They're perverts, which they are, right? They get prosecuted for what they've done. But at the same time, we totally allow media to like lure them in with sexualizing underage girls. We did it with the Kendall and Kylie and whatever, the Kardashians.
Yeah,
they weren't even legal yet. They're like bouncing around in bikinis.
I mean, my sense of it was they were putting out pictures of the Jenner girls starting at the age of 14.
Yeah, they were. So you can't send out these contradictory messages and then go ahead and talk shit about people who are into underage girls.
Yeah. Now, at the same time, Korea and Japan do seem to be taking it to a different level.
Yeah.
When all of the popular bands are not only super young but wear schoolgirl outfits. And now they're in 2012, Korea even passed law because they realize it and they're trying to say, okay, look, guys, too much, right? Because all the videos were incredibly sexually suggestive. So you have like these 14-year-old girls in schoolgirl outfits being like, oh yeah, whatever the hell they were doing. That was the worst sexually suggestive ever.
It was like being there.
I love that. Wow. I don't know. I was picturing a stripper pole or something. I don't know.
Jimmy's horny.
So it's a little beyond the bounds of reason, but obviously the authorities realize that.
And this is happening mostly in Japan and Korea, but can you blame them? I mean, they're just full of Asian girls.
Oh no, here we go again.
Come on.
Have you ever, wait a minute, Jimmy, have you ever asked the wife to dress up like a schoolgirl Asian girl, or is that not...
Asked? Yeah.
Honey,
asked.
Let's play schoolgirl.
Yes, but she's a teacher, so she didn't
Oh yeah,
she didn't cotton to that.
That's a bit creepy.
Right.
Yeah, a bit. You think? All right. Yeah, but isn't that amazing though? I mean, I'm going to reiterate Anna's point one last time. Like, it's on a personal level is super creepy, right? Yeah. Could you imagine if Jimmy actually asked his teacher wife, "Hey, can you dress up like one of your schoolgirls?" You're like, fuck, don't do that, right? But like whole countries do it. Like, oh yeah, let's get these 14-year-olds, get them like schoolgirls, and the guys will go crazy. Like older men will go crazy for them.
Yeah,
I mean, what the fuck?
It kind of reminds me. Maybe this is a strange analogy, but it reminds me of a conversation we had on TYT a really, really long time ago about, like, let's say a woman who's scantily clad, right? She's walking around, she has huge boobs, and she's wearing the smallest top possible. You can almost see her nipples, right? And then she's walking around, like, dressed like that, and then she gets upset when people look.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
and that's the society that we're living in right now. Like, we're just showing you all these hypersexualized young kids, and then people get upset, and people get prosecuted, by the way, if they get lured into that. Yeah. I'm not, by the way, I'm not giving pedophiles excuses. Like, they're terrible people. They should be prosecuted. But if we have certain laws that criminalize certain behavior, we shouldn't celebrate, like, one form of that behavior, which is what we do.
Okay, let's do one last story here. I was going to tell one more story. It's so inappropriate. I'll tell it during the break. Okay.
All right.
Okay. By the way, if somebody okay, look, I'll tell my inappropriate story because the other one was about somebody else. No, like if somebody's hanging out, they're like the woman that Anna described. Oh, I'll look. Mm-hmm. I'll look.
Okay.
Okay. No, because don't pretend like that you didn't want me to look. You wanted me to look. I'm doing you a favor.
Yes.
I'm doing you a solid.
Yes.
Hey, nice job. Mission accomplished. I looked at your tits. Okay, move on with your life. Congratulations, right? But it's got to be really like out there. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's okay.
It's got to be advertised. Okay, if you're advertising, okay, I'm a consumer. I'm just keeping it real. I'm a consumer. I'm a capitalist.
I was in Cocoa Beach.
Mm-hmm.
Cocoa Beach telling jokes, and as I was walking across the street to go to the club, there was this young lady, I don't know how old she was, but she had a tattoo, she had like a bikini top on, it's in a nightclub area, and she had a tattoo on her, right here. Mm-hmm. And she's come walking by, and I was like, and it had words on it, and I go, what does that say? She goes, back off, pervert. I go, you can't have a bikini top on with a tattoo and then get mad if I ask you what it says. I go, I told her, what I said was, hey, why don't you put firecrackers in your pussy and tell me not to look? I mean, you can't do that.
Did you really say that?
Yes.
I love that. Hey, Berber, what are you looking at? Just because I got firecrackers coming out.
Hey, go back to what you were doing. What? I like to put firecrackers in my pot. What's the big deal? What are you looking at, creep?
Oh my god.
All right. Okay, we got to take a break, it turns out. Okay, unsurprisingly. I think Irene is probably mainly just saving us from ourselves.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, all right, guys. But we're going to come back because this is not a normal show. This is a 10-hour show, all right?
Staying on until we find a cure.
Or they filibuster Sam Alito. Okay, so we'll be back. Alright, back in the Young Turks. More tweets. Christy Alexander writes, sick and in bed watching #TYT Live almost makes having the cold from hell better. Happy anniversary, and how about 10 more years? Yeah,
bravo.
Christy. Okay. And feel better, Christy. Much love. Jolene Murray says, happy 10 years, TYT. Thank you for getting me into politics and for always being such a great news source. Love you guys. #TYT 10 year. Scott Braidwood. I like this. Congrats on 10 years. Just signed up for membership. Feels great to be #2strong. I love that. Okay, so if you'd like to sign up, by the way, tytnetwork.com/subscribe. So thank you, Scott. Great to have you with us and as part of our family. That felt a little Christmassy. From our family to yours.
Yeah, very warm.
Right. Leanne Davis, how is K-pop worse than child beauty pageant stuff?
It's not.
And toddlers and tiaras that air in the U.S.
I hate all that shit.
Yep. Well, yeah, right there with you. Okay. We're in the second to last hour, right? So I can do member number 2. Member number 2 of all time, Daryl Kite. All right. Okay, Daryl. Whoa. Okay, only member number 1 remains for the next hour.
I remember the Young Turk Network when Cenk was just a fresh-faced young guy with a dream. I was here when we were just doing the show in a burnt-out building somewhere in the Mid-Wilshire district. Now you're all grown up, Cenk, and I'm proud of you.
Thank
just
you,
want to say that on the anniversary. Happy anniversary, Turks.
All right, thank you, Mark. But that's relatively true. I've been trying to ask people questions that I haven't asked before in all the years that we've known each other. I asked Ben finally, like, hey, what did you think when we switched to video? Right? And
because it was just a show on radio.
Right. He's like, mainly I didn't want to do more work. There's always more work. So anyway, he had a great answer for it in hour 2, I think, when we first started earlier today. So, do you remember having any impression of me when you first met me a million years ago in LA?
I always felt that you were a super smart guy who wasn't afraid to say what was on his mind, and then when you hear the breakdown on the air, and I mean really, when the show was on Sirius, and I would come and fill in for Ben or whatever, you really got the impression that there were some truckers listening in Nevada or something, some long haulers in Florida or whatever, but it wasn't, you didn't get a sense of necessarily tapping into anything necessarily, but I also was just passing through, and JR was there and Dave and everybody. But my sense of you was, wow, this guy he does speak truth to power. He's not afraid of anything. And it was a really good feeling. That's why I loved going, and it was really a great experience to fill in there.
Oh, that's interesting. Thank you for saying that. I was wondering if you felt like there's some percentage chance this guy's unhinged.
No. Come on. No, I mean, believe me, I want to say anything disparaging that I can. I want to, but I really didn't feel anything negative. So,
okay, all right. God bless.
But I will say this: I had no idea that it was going to grow so quickly. I mean, I know probably to you it doesn't seem as though it's grown quickly, but really, this has grown into a bigger and bigger operation very quickly, and that means you're on to something. You're filling a need because mainstream media has completely forgotten the public. It's pablum. They're just cranking out the same crap. And so people need an alternative, and that's why they've come here. I mean, because this is really more than an alternative. This really is the place where you get truth. You get, the unvarnished truth. And that's why I'm here. That's why I watch. Anyway, congratulations. Yes, you've come a long way.
All right, thank you, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. And look, the best we do is be honest with you guys. So, I don't know if we ever arrive at the truth. I hope we do from time to time, but we're trying to be as honest as possible. Apparently, I was smitten with your colonization theory.
You were? Oh, yeah, he quoted it earlier.
Yeah, I quoted it earlier.
It's a good theory.
Yeah. It smelled a little like truth to me.
Doesn't it?
Yeah.
I was thinking that.
Yeah. All right, so obviously Wes is back. He was here for a little bit earlier, and now he's back with us. We're going to do more stories.
Yes, we have some good stuff. All right. Researchers at Harvard University looked into Airbnb renters and those looking to rent, and they found that if you have a black-sounding name, you are at a disadvantage. Now, this expands on previous research that shows that if you have a black-sounding name, you're at a disadvantage. But now it specifically looks at Airbnb. Now, a working paper from 3 Harvard Business School researchers suggests that users with black names have more trouble booking rentals. While the company doesn't require users to post a picture when they sign up with the service, it does require a name, right? So people might not see what your image looks like, but if you have a black-sounding name, well, they might subconsciously have some bias that leads them to not want to rent their space to you. The team made inquiries into just under 6,400 rentals on the site in Baltimore, Dallas, Los Angeles, St. Louis, and Washington, D.C., using identical users' details except for names that might have indicated their race. White Lori versus Black Latoya, for example. They found that black guests were accepted roughly 16% less often than white guests.
Well, that's pretty significant. And then, of course, we'll hear that we're race baiting for quoting facts. So, sorry to the Young Turks went into the field and made that study up. Okay, so we didn't, and so it exists, and this is why African Americans feel frustrated in the country. But wait, now this is the other part of what we always talk about is, it's not that people are necessarily doing it on purpose, and that's why they feel like, why do you keep saying there's racism in the country when I'm not racist? And it's because they're not trying to act racist. A lot of this is subconscious. In fact, on the whole, as the researchers say here, we find that the results are remarkably persistent. Both African American and white hosts discriminate against African American guests. Both male and female hosts discriminate. So it's not just white people who discriminate against black people, it's also black people discriminating against black people. Because that poison of the stereotype is in the back of a lot of our heads. I don't want to say all of our heads,
right,
but a lot of our heads.
Yeah, and it's not, I like that you brought that up. It's really important because it's not only black and white, it's every ethnicity, right? It's not like Airbnb is just black and white. You have Asians, you have Hispanics, you have all sorts of people that are renting their space on the service. And so I don't think this is a black or white issue. I think this is more an issue of the biases that we have, the stereotypes that we've bought into, and whether or not we want to accept the fact that maybe subconsciously those biases are playing a role in our decision making.
Yeah, and by the way, unfortunately, it also applies the reverse direction to graphic 48 here. The same group of researchers has looked into other alleged discrimination on the platform, noting in a paper last year that non-black hosts were able to charge 12% more than black hosts for similar rentals.
Yeah, that was the thing that jumped out at me. That's a weird one, isn't it? I mean,
yeah, because think about it, what Mark's saying, why it's weird. Because, okay, now a lot of people will then, I know, will say, oh, well, you know, blacks are more likely to be this or that, and that's why I don't want to rent my house out to them, and that's not discrimination. Let's just keep it real, right? Okay, now wait a minute. How about if you're going to their house, and it's the same house either way, but you don't want to pay for a black house? So why not? What difference does it make, right? It's not like you can't use the excuse of, oh, they're going to be criminals, oh, they're going to take my stuff. It's their stuff, right? No, but still 12% difference. Because it isn't about that. It's about the stereotype. It's this discrimination that we've bred into the culture. So let's take it out of the culture. That's why we put a spotlight on it, so we can realize it, so we can make it better.
Exactly.
All right, well, problem solved.
All right, well, moving on to
I could quibble with you.
Oh, you quibble?
If you want to quibble.
Oh, okay.
I'd be interested to know on the 12% charge, did it go by neighborhood? I mean, how did they study that? I get that you can study how people are turned down, but I'm curious how much you could rent.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, of course, that's a fair question if they did the study wrong. They're like, it's a similar rental, the houses look identical. One's in Beverly Hills, the other one's in Compton.
Yeah.
Right, of course that's ridiculous,
yeah.
Right?
And by the way, the stat that you mentioned there with, the 12%, that's a completely different study. When it comes to the Harvard study, they accounted for all those factors. So they looked at, various neighborhoods to see if this is a consistent issue, across the board. And it is a consistent issue across the board.
Look, I gotta say, as bad as it is, the numbers are not that bad. If you would have done this 20 or 30 years ago, if such a service existed, you would have found 30 or 40%.
Yeah, well, if you'd have done it 50 years ago, you'd have found 80%.
But here's another thing to keep in mind. Who's more likely to put their stuff up for rent on Airbnb? It's young people, right? It's part of that shared economy. Look, I don't know exactly what the demographics are of people who are renting property.
I know plenty of people in their 40s and 50s doing it.
Yeah, well, yeah. But at the same time, a lot of young people are the ones that are taking advantage of services like Uber and Airbnb because they need to make money.
Yeah, and to your point, your first point, Wes, I'd be shocked if the latter study didn't take neighborhoods into account.
Yeah.
Because then it's a fraud of a study. Yeah, come on. That's
I'm amazed that when you rent a house, you know the race of the person whose home you're renting on Airbnb.
Yeah, well, no. Again, the first study, and I imagine the second study, is doing it based on names.
Yeah.
So if you're renting a house in the same neighborhood that looks the same, but you're getting it from LaToya Jackson or Johnson, LaToya Johnson, as opposed to Lori Windsor, who actually, again, is a real person, who's in our network, or was. Then that's the 12%. Okay, still Wes is not entirely buying it, but I hear you.
No, I think the bias definitely exists. It's just, it's not that bad. I would expect it to be worse.
Yeah. No, but that's also true. That have racial relations progressed in the last 50 years? Of course!
Have they, though?
No,
yes.
of course. Oh, my God.
In the last 50 years, yes. But I feel like things have been devolving in the last few years.
In some ways, they have.
Yeah.
Certainly when you look at the crisis in law enforcement,
So, of course, look, and always progress is never like this. It goes in waves, right? And so sometimes it'll dip on its way up.
Oh, it's dipping.
Right. And so if you want to talk about Muslims and Mexicans right now, we're dipping, right? Mm-hmm. And then obviously you've got all the Black Lives Matter activists, but they're putting a spotlight on it, and the videos that we're seeing are putting a spotlight on it. It's not like it's making it worse. It's just showing you what the problem was.
Right.
Right? And was it worse 20 years ago? Well, yes and no. See, that's a complicated question. When it comes to police abuse, 20 years ago they were beating the shit out of Rodney King, and they did it all the time, and nobody ever caught him on video until Rodney King, right? But at the same time, back then, I think they were a little bit more reluctant to shoot you on the spot. I feel like they've gotten more trigger happy in the last 20 years, not less trigger happy.
I don't know the data on it.
That's true.
It's very possible it was worse 20 years ago. I don't know the data.
Yeah. I'm doing it based on my experience, which isn't fair because I grew up in a nice suburb. They weren't going to shoot me in a nice suburb, but that's just not what happened. That wasn't my experience. And I lived in Ronald Reagan's America where everything seemed lovely, right? And we never got exposed to any of that. So maybe they were shooting people within 2 seconds back then too. I just didn't know it. But even in the culture, on TV, they'd say, "Freeze! Stop right there! Put your hands up!" Right?
Yeah.
It was like, that's what we thought cops did.
Well, you've also seen, certainly just because we're on this little jag here, you've certainly seen the militarization of the cops in a very dramatic way over the last several decades. So if you go back 20 years, you just did not have the degree of firepower showing up to every situation. I mean, now they show up and they're ready for it. They show up like SWAT, or worse than SWAT, and oftentimes they need to be armed that big, but oftentimes they don't.
Yeah. They also weren't as jacked up on steroids.
Yeah.
Back then. I mean, I just remember they weren't like, a moving mountain. And I see it all the time now. They're just huge. You're like, dude, how many hours a day are you lifting?
Right, you long for the old days when they just rolled out of the donut shop and they didn't even want to get out of the squad car. You know what I mean? Don't make me get out of this thing. Come on. Knock that off.
And 50 years ago, you had the terrible racism and, the lynchings and et cetera, maybe 60 years ago. But then on the other hand, when you talk about weaponized, Matlock and Mr. Roper hardly had any weapons.
I don't know. I think it's getting better just because I call
Matlock was
places in the Midwest. And I think
Mr.
better.
Mr. Roper from Three's Company?
No, I'm talking about Matlock. No, I'm talking about the show they did together.
Yeah.
You're talking about Andy Griffin.
Andy Griffin.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I get it.
That's why Matlock and Mr. Roper.
Now I get it.
Okay. Listen, to your point, I think race relations have gotten better despite all the heated rhetoric on all sides, because I think we're finally starting to address a lot of things, but also traveling around the country, I mean, I see a lot more interracial couples than you saw 20 years ago, and no one bats an eye at it, even in, different parts of Arkansas. It's people are getting used to it, and it's just a slow change. It's a little faster here in California than other places.
Almost everybody here is an interracial couple. Isn't that funny?
Oh, yeah.
You're Armenian and Latino. You're, I guess, white and South Asian.
I'm an Irish Catholic, Dutch Protestant, Osage Indian, Russian Jew.
You're mostly white.
You're white.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm white.
White, that's how they
Call me white.
Hey, we'll call the ethnicities out here, pal. You're white. Okay. Turkish and Asian, right? Jimmy's Irish and Mexican. So, yeah. Hey, Seuss is the racist with Mexican and Mexican, so what the fuck? All right. Is Sarita biracial? Gary, is Sarita biracial? Yeah. So, okay. You're not as racist as Jesus. All right. What's the next
All
story?
right. Time Magazine interviewed Caitlyn Jenner about her experience being a trans woman, and during the interview, she had some pretty strong opinions about femininity, and if you're a trans woman, you should embrace femininity as much as possible and do your best to look like a woman so you don't make other people uncomfortable. So if ever there was a perfect example of Caitlyn Jenner not understanding her own privilege, this is the best example, okay? She says the following: one thing that has always been important to me, and it may seem very self-absorbed or whatever, is first of all, your presentation of who you are. Alright, so far, that seems fine. Okay, what does it mean, presentation of who you are? I think it's much easier for a trans woman or a trans man who authentically kind of looks and plays the role. So what I call my presentation. I try to take that seriously. I think it puts people at ease. She also says, if you're out there and, to be honest with you, if you look like a man in a dress, it makes people uncomfortable. So the first thing I can do is try to present myself well. Then she finally says, I want to dress well, I want to look good. When I go out, as Kim says, you've got to rock it because the paparazzi will be there. So the only thing I want to really emphasize in this story is just how unaware she is of the real obstacles, the real struggles that the trans community faces. Because the vast majority of people in the trans community who are trying to transition from a man to a woman or vice versa don't have the resources that this woman has to get the surgeries that she needs to look more feminine in her face, and to get the clothing that you need to look more feminine. All of those things cost money. And a lot of people in the trans community are living in poverty right now. So when you make strong statements about, like, if you're a trans woman, you should do your best to look as feminine as possible, it's like you're judging them and you're looking down at them as if they don't want to look feminine. A lot of them do want that, but they don't have the same resources as you.
But to be fair, Anna, I mean, she's getting advice from someone from a different class, Kim Kardashian.
Right.
So,
who is an expert on all things.
Yeah, I mean, and if anyone knows how to connect to the underprivileged in America, it's Kim Kardashian, right? These people are monuments to superficiality to begin with. Yes. If you're looking for any kind of great depth, you're not going to find it here. I mean, even Caitlyn Jenner, and I know she's been celebrated in all these different ways, but as you say, she had a safety net of celebrity, of reality show. I mean, she leapfrogged her whole family with this, with what was a sincere, but I'm going to use this word now nonetheless. Now I sound like Jank. I'm going to use this word though. This stunt, okay? But I understand it was a sincere act, an incredibly courageous one in a way. But I'm saying in another sense, in a superficial way, in a television way, it was a stunt, and it worked. It got all the attention, and she's bathed in glory. And so, with that lengthy preamble, I will say that I think these comments clearly reflect a superficiality, and as you suggest, an ignorance on what the people who are really involved in a struggle, a sexual struggle, are going through.
Look, she has been a Republican all her life, which I find interesting because Republicans hate her, and they hate what she represents. But one thing that she's against is, any, like, government programs that help the needy. Like, she's spoken out against that on her own show that's supposed to deal with, transgender issues. And the thing is, she's just so unaware. She's in her own bubble, and she doesn't understand. Like, you might be part of that community, but you're an anomaly, honestly, in that community. And so to use your experiences as representative of what all trans people go through and what trans people should be, I think is, like, cruel in some ways. These comments are offensive.
I don't want to now pile on here a little bit, but I have to just tell the story about Bruce Jenner because I did a big speaking engagement at the Beverly Hilton. It was a big deal, and so I was very kind of nervous, and I had to do a keynote speech. And I was going over my notes, and I said to the guys, the organizer, I said, "Well, he said, are you okay?" I said, "Yeah, I'm just, just want to make sure I get this because keynote speech is kind of, you want to start with something funny, and then you want to get something serious." And I said, "Hey, man, relax.
It'll be better than last year's keynote speech. I said, who was that? I said, Bruce Jenner. Well, what happened? Bruce Jenner's great. He took a call during the speech. The cell phone rang in his breast pocket, and he actually picked up the phone and had the conversation right there at the podium.
Oh my God!
I thought, wow, okay, that's all I needed to know about Bruce Jenner. Now maybe he's found God since then, but that is a pretty self-centered cat, man. So,
yeah, I never heard that. So that actually explains everything.
Yeah, really
anyway, a couple things.
Because we talk about the bubble that people live in and how they can't understand the rest of the world, and that's why, like, poor people, why don't they get more money?
Yeah, that's essentially what she's saying here. Like, trans women, why don't they look more feminine? They're making other people uncomfortable.
Right.
I mean, come on.
So we talk about the limited bubble that people are in. It sounds like Caitlyn Jenner might be a bubble of one.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, if you're so unaware that you're in front of this huge crowd that you take a call and you know, that man, like, you have no conception of other human beings at all.
Or your responsibility to others either.
Yeah.
Like it's all about you.
Mm-hmm. So, last thing on this is that I just got a new pet peeve with Caitlyn Jenner, and through all this, I was slightly annoyed that she's still like, "Oh yeah, I'm a Republican," when she doesn't get it, yada. But I didn't care that much, and I was happy that she brought a spotlight to the trans community, and some people like her, so they're like, "Oh, buy transitive property. Maybe transgender people aren't so bad." Overall, still a net positive. But okay, now it's a small thing. The big story angers me a lot more, of course. The not getting it. The small thing is Caitlyn Jenner. I just realized it. It's the same as the rest of her soap opera family. Like, she chose something with a K. You know, Kylie and Kim and Chloe, and so she did the same thing.
No,
I know it's with a C. No, but so is Chloe. So I think.
No, it's with a K.
It's with a K?
No, I feel like and this is just speculation, and I don't know if this is even true, but I feel like she specifically chose a name that could have started with a K, but she went with a C to give the middle finger to Kris Jenner. I don't know if that's true, but
no, I feel like that's like her being like I'm still with the family, but ooh, I'm so I'm so risky. I went with a C. Right? It's Caitlyn with a C. Oh yeah. I know you're taking a bold risk there. Okay, don't go out on a ledge now. Okay, so that's officially annoyed now.
Yeah.
Dude, I have no comment on this story at all.
Okay, bang, no comment. We move forward.
All right, final story for you guys in this hour. A new study from Sweden proves that asshole behavior at the workplace is contagious. According to the researchers from Lund University, workplace rudeness is contagious. When one employee gets away with being an asshole, making fun of someone else, taking credit for another's work, sending gossipy emails, others actually follow suit. So it's very rare for other coworkers to stand up and say, "Hey, you're being a douchebag. Like, stop picking on that person." That high school bullying experience actually extends on to your professional life. Those who act rudely experience stronger social support from their peers.
So the part that I actually found the most unsurprising is the more that it's allowed, the more it spreads.
Yeah.
So if somebody in charge doesn't say, or others that are by them, doesn't stick up for the person, everybody's like, "Oh, license to be an asshole." Okay. Mm-hmm. Then it spreads like wildfire. And then everybody's a jerk to one another. And then once you started that culture, like, it becomes a culture of like, I'm going to be smarter than the other guy. I'm going to find a way to undercut that person, whether it's just to get a cheap laugh or to rise up. And you encourage that, and that festers and it festers.
So it always makes me question whether or not people are inherently good or bad, right? Like, get environment out of it. Like, we as people, are we bad? And then we become civilized, and as a result, we behave a certain way based on that. Because, like, why? Why do we want to be dicks? Okay. And why is it that when we see someone else acting like a dick, we use that as an excuse to also be dicks? It's like the Donald Trump effect. Yeah. Donald Trump is a dick, and then all these people, instead of course, there's some people that stand up for the powerless, but then you have this huge population of people in the U.S. that are like, yeah, now I can be a dick. Yeah. You know, they feel emboldened by it.
That's right. And somebody's got to put an end to it, and if you don't, right, and then it grows and it grows. So I have a definitive answer, although that doesn't mean that people won't disagree with me and that I won't be wrong. I'd be surprised if Wes didn't also have a definitive answer. But look, I think that people are both. They're both. So, and I don't say that out of because I'm a libby peacenik. Like, oh, we have a better side of ourselves too. Let's talk about our better angels. No, I mean, look. On the one hand, we're super competitive, and that evolutionarily that makes sense. I gotta get that berry before she gets it, and then I live and she starves, right? Or I get that rabbit, I live, you don't, right? And so that all makes sense as to why evolutionary you would need that competition. But we're also very social animals, so we're also built to be cooperative. And we talked about this on a recent show. We go crazy if we're not in the company of others, right? Yeah. And so that's why if you put us in solitary confinement, we lose our minds. So we are built to be competitive and cooperative. So is that 50-50? It seems close to 50-50 to me. Could it be 55-45 in one direction? I'm sure it could. It's not that exact, obviously, right? But in terms of what arises out of those two different natures, it depends on the culture you create.
Yeah, and also we want, as humans, I think you want allies. And so do you make the bad people your allies? Do you just kind of stay quiet? Like, what do you do? It takes balls to kind of stand up against the workplace bully or the bully in school.
Yeah.
So.
Luckily, I got those. All right, what do you guys think?
Okay, my opinion, we're chimps. Chimps are dicks. Civilization and civilized people are all about the process of trying not to act like a chimp.
Yeah.
But as soon as the chimps get excited about something and they realize this is someone we can go after, the chimps pile on them.
Yeah.
Well, and then if good or bad, it's
I like
chimps.
that. I like that.
And if you want the bad stuff in us is like, chimp behavior.
Every time I have like bad thoughts, I'm going to think of myself as a chimp.
Be like, I'm just a chimp right now.
And it's not even bad. It's just your animal side. I totally sign on to that. I think that's what it is all about. I mean, just like guys are always trying to get it on. And they go, really? Well, what are you talking about? Well, I understand there's been a bunch of layers put on top of that, but essentially we were created to procreate, and that's what
and to be dicks.
And be dicks in the process.
Well, I mean, look, have you've been places where monkeys roam free? Mm-hmm. Do you leave your doors and windows open? No, because they're dicks.
They'll take your shit.
Yeah, they'll take your shit, and they know they're being a dick when they do it.
They'll smile. They'll turn back and smile at you like,
"That's got you, motherfucker." So we're in the process of just trying to control all that.
So obviously, our DNA is a little different than the monkeys, but we're also very similar, right? So
there's a couple similarities.
And when we pile on people, in some sense, we're also being cooperative. We're working together to pile on that poor guy. There you go, right? So all that is also true, and you can't ignore the evolution. I mean, it drove us to a certain place. We're so competitive that our sperm compete with one another, and our penis is designed to compete to shovel out the other guy's sperm that was there before.
Yeah.
Okay. No, but that's literally true. I know it's true. It's funny every time.
It's just funny every time.
Yeah. It's supposed to, because with the foreskin, serve as a. No, I don't think they do.
Let him look at me. The foreskin
is the head is designed like a shovel, and the foreskin is the vacuum. So pulls out the other guy's sperm and shovels it out, and then puts your sperm in there. That's how competitive we are. Okay, so. Maybe competitive out, just cooperative a little bit. I've talked myself into, but both sides do exist. So, and as much as guys want to have sex like crazy, even the guys who can get laid every single day, the most famous guys in the world, get married. There's also a drive to have a single companion, at least for a little while. Right?
So I think that's a cultural overlay, but I think that is stability, and there is a drive for stability.
No, Mark, I don't think it's just cultural.
It's territory.
Yeah, no. I think that evolution. It makes sense that, and this is my theory, but it's not just my theory. That it's about 4 years, super roughly, that we bond together in monogamous relationships until the kid can run away from the lion on his own. 9 months, and then 3-year-old, he can run pretty fast. Okay, we're moving on. Because evolutionarily, then you want to spread your seed to other people so you have more variation in the genetic pool, but you want to make sure that all that time you invested isn't wasted when the 1.5-year-old is eaten by the lion. So that's probably how it works. So obviously all this is more complicated, but my overall point, despite all this, is don't give up on us, right? We do have a better side. It's not just, feel-good talk that you get. It is also built into us through evolution so we can all get along and work as a team and win as a team and kill all the other animals.
Remember,
that is what we did.
Your penis is designed to get rid of the other guys. All right. Remember that also. Okay, so if you remember two things, the good in us and your penis is working for you.
Right. And by the way, if your penis is designed that way and you think you're the bad guy, well, she was designed to have several different sperm inside of her, so that's why the penis had to be the shovel in the vacuum. So
don't look to me for support, man. Look, I read the book too. I thought it was a fascinating book.
So we all like to have sex. There's nothing wrong with that either. Okay. All right. That is it for this hour. But we have a whole other hour. So Mark is leaving us.
Goodbye.
All right, everybody, check out the Edge. Mark's excellent podcast.
Edge-show.com.
Bang. Anna, of course, is on the Young Turks and the Point. Anna's going too, but don't worry, Jimmy Dore's coming back, and so is Sprinkles.
Aww.
Johnny Sprinkles.
All right, we'll be right back. Back on the Young Turks, final hour. 10th round of a 10-round championship fight. Okay, we've been on the air for 10 years straight, it appears. For 10 years doing a live stream, longest running live stream on the planet. And so we're celebrating that today. And we're doing 10 hours. This is the 10th hour. I've got some winners to announce in a second. We're going to do some more stories. I'm going to start super random, though, because these guys were talking about coconuts during the break. So, to just give you a sense of how slow I am. So, I got a couple of friends who randomly, two different guys, I've stayed at their house a bunch of times. We've known each other for 30, 40 years. And they have coconut milk shampoo. I don't know if you guys know this.
Oh, never had that.
Okay, and it smells great. And every time I stay at their house, I'm like, this shampoo smells delicious. I love this shampoo. And then I go home, I'm telling you, this has been going on for 20 years, right? And then I was at the store the other day. I was like, I too can buy coconut milk. I'm a slow learner. Remember, I was a Republican. So I bought it, and I'm like, yeah, this is it. This is the good shit. And I'm using it now. I'm like, I just feel liberated.
I've never heard of or seen that, ever.
Oh, really? I had a very similar experience. It was when I moved out of my parents' house, and I was going through the food store shopping, and I'm looking for stuff, and then it just hit me. I can get whatever the fuck I want right now.
Yes.
And I went and I got a quart of chocolate milk and I drank it.
That's right.
And then when I check it out, it was empty. I go, just ring it up.
Yeah.
I drank it in the store.
Yeah,
and I was like, I can do this. I can do whatever I want. It was just like I could go buy all ice cream and fill it up. I couldn't get over it. All I did was the chocolate milk, and that was it. And I got it out of my system.
That's right. No, I remember daydreaming about my driver license because I wanted to be able to just like, you know what? I don't know why this was the daydream. What a silly dream, right? Because I'm like, you know what? If we ran out of milk and I still want to eat my Cocoa Pebbles, okay, I could drive to the grocery store because I'm a grown-up. I'm a grown-up who can get his own milk for his Cocoa Pebbles. Yeah.
We're remaking it.
It's an empowering feeling, though.
It does. It is. And then I finally got my license, and then it happened.
You went and got milk?
Yeah, I wasn't sure that it was milk, but it was something akin to that, right? And I felt so happy, and I was like, and I was in my pajamas. I was like, I'm an adult. I can do whatever I want. I'm going to stay in my pajamas. Yeah. And I got my wallet, and I got my keys. I got in the car, and I was so excited, and I backed into something and got into an accident.
That's some adult shit right there.
Yeah. And I was like, oh man, this is such a bummer.
Yeah.
this being an adult thing kind of sucks. It hit me right away. Yeah, okay, never got to know.
Sometimes I think about the bigger version of that, of like, I'm living in California right now, work for the Young Turks, but you can just move. I can move to Hawaii or Canada or Thailand or whatever. And I think some people actually do that, and they seem crazy to me. Like I can't, I can conceive of it, but I could never actually do something that big. I guess I moved here.
I feel the opposite. I feel like, why doesn't everyone from Cleveland move to LA?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
The rent's already too high. Please don't encourage that.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've never understood this. I've never understood. Because as a comedian, I drove all over the Midwest and all these shithole towns. And I'm just like, you guys, the road I drove in on goes the other way. You can get the fuck out of here anytime you want.
Well, I think about Bridgeport, Connecticut. I think the same thing.
Well, there is an answer there. So one of the answers is that, again, I'm going to reference for like the 28th time in 2 days, the colonization that Wes talked about in school.
Are you really dropping that?
No, I'm serious. I'm dropping that knowledge everywhere. Okay, now I'm going to explain it for like the 4th time in the last 2 days. So it's a good thing Wes is not here to explain it, so I'll do it for him.
That guy's a fucking asshole.
So just a quick version is we deregulate everything. Everything is consolidated. So the big banks start buying up all the little banks, for example. So your local town had a big banker, and he spent money there. And then they had all these mom and pop stores, and they had a little bit more money than the other guys, and they spent money in the town. Then Walmart comes along and obliterates them. So some of them are out of business. Some of them got rich and moved out of town, because once you're rich, you want to live in Santa Barbara. You want to live in Santa Barbara. So now, they extracted all the wealth from the towns. They're continuing to extract the wealth. They've made them into colonies, and there is no wealth going in. And so the coasts have colonized the middle of the country.
Interesting.
And so that's why part of the problem, Jimmy, is that they can't drive out. They don't have any resources. They're working at Walmart. Where are they going to drive to? What are they going to drive with? Where are they going to go?
$3,000, right? $4,000.
The other part of the answer is, there's, as much as it makes sense to want to go to that island that Jesus keeps putting up during the breaks, right? We also have a feeling in us that pulls at us to be at home. And so Cleveland is home, so you got to stay home, and that's where your family is, and that's where your friends are, that's where all the people you know are, so you want to stay there.
Yeah, you knocked up somebody.
Right. And there are 3 elements to that, by the way. I'm saying off the top of my head. One is conservatives don't like change. So all the conservatives are far more just as a matter of nature opposed to change. They're not going to, this is the street I grew up in and I'm going to stay here, goddammit. Right? There's those people, and that's a big chunk, that's like 50%. And then there's the people who can't afford to go, right? And then there's the people like me who are nostalgic. Like, I think New Jersey's heaven on earth. Because I grew up there, I go back there to Route 18 that I loved. I'm like, okay, all right, objectively it looks a little rundown. Okay, I get it. I'm not sure it looks like utopia that I had in my head, but to me it's heaven, and so there's that too. And all your family and friends being there is a powerful, powerful thing, right? That's true. Yeah, so that's why people stay. Anyway, all right, now let me do some tweets. Keld Visor says, Mark's right. Thanks for 10 years of unvarnished and unlubricated truth. I'm not sure you quite put it that way, but that is an interesting way of putting it. I'm a Derby Panda says the Young Turks is feeling the need for honesty since we're all surrounded by lies. Hisham Al-Shoaibi says Wes is in the house dropping some wisdom. Okay.
So far, I've dropped no wisdom.
You've dropped. I feel like he has all of his wisdom.
I'm just here. I'm like your skinny Ed McMahon.
Although funny enough, I'm the one laughing and not so skinny. Okay. Dan writes in, thank you to TYT for giving me an interest in politics when I was 14. I'm now almost 16, and I will continue to watch you as I grow. Okay, that's fantastic. Thank you for joining us, Dan. Liquider3, sorry, I always have trouble with your name, says, oh, this is interesting. I'm trans. I can speak with authority here. Fuck Caitlyn Jenner. Wow. She doesn't speak for me or anyone trans I know. Hashtag doing it for profit. Ooh, that's interesting. Okay. So I don't know that part, but obviously that's her opinion, and so that's interesting. Okay.
It takes a lot of
guts
guts to say that.
That's right. Okay. Jay Hansen says Caitlyn Jenner has a future Fox commentator written all over her. Eventually, they'll need a trans person willing to sell out trans people. Yeah, that's true.
Are they talking about Trans Ams? What are they talking about?
Okay, all right. Ray for Madness says all shitty behavior is contagious all the time, everywhere. So don't be a fucking cunt. Golden rule, people.
Don't be a fucking. I like
that. Is the golden rule.
Yeah.
That should have been one of the commandments. There's room. You can get rid of so many of those.
That's the subtext of a lot of them.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Don't fuck your neighbor's wife. Come on, don't be a dick.
That word without doing a little bit of a British accent, can you?
A little bit, yeah.
You don't have to. You can't just say cunt.
Yeah.
It's going to be a cunt.
Yeah. I've been listening to the Ricky Gervais show, and I wish that we use their slang more. Their slang is so much better than American slang.
That's
bollocks. Exactly.
Candygram for Mongo, last one. Candygram for Mongo says Jimmy Jank and Johnny Sprinkles. Just what a semi-drunk girl needs. Hashtag bring it.
Semi-drunk. Keep going. That's what I say. Don't quit now.
You know what semi-drunk guys... No, I'm sorry.
All right, last two things, and then we'll do some stories. First of all, the hoodie winners. This is a big moment. Okay, so we did hashtag how I found TYT. A whole bunch of people submitted videos. I love them. I didn't get to see all of them because I was in and out, especially during the breaks. I want to watch all of them because they looked fantastic. And so we were going to pick 3 random winners to win TYT hoodies. So here you are. Megan, DJ Manti, and Connor Lonergan. All right, so well, Sinterland, thank you for participating. Okay,
hoodies too.
So you guys all 3 of you get hoodies. So I guess we'll find you somehow and get you your hoodies.
Now, Cenk, when you started the Young Turks 10 years ago, did you have the vision that this is what it would be? You'd have a company with 60 people, a big wall of TVs behind you. Is this what you envisioned?
Okay, so that's a great question. So we started, the video show 10 years ago. We started the radio show 13 years ago, right? And so the answer is an absolutely yes and no. So the yes part is, first interview we ever did was Pittsburgh paper, because we were on a local Pittsburgh radio station there. And they described us as part Howard Dean, part Howard Stern. Which to this day is still a pretty good description.
That's good.
Yeah. And they asked me, "What's your goal?" And I said to them, "Global domination." What a rinky-dink! Like, I'm serious. That's barely started. Howard Stern's not there yet. There's hardly anybody listening. We're on a rinky-dink station in Wichita and Pittsburgh, right? And I'm thinking global domination. So I had that attitude from day one, but I didn't envision what it looked like. I didn't have the balls to think like, okay, but what does that mean, right? What do you do? You're gonna have a company of 60 people? No, okay, but even more so, if you'd said to me, you're gonna start online video, I would have said yes, because I had already planned to start online video even when we were doing the radio show. That if you said you're number one in the news category, I would have been like, ooh, like I could see that, but like, wow, really? But you mean in the digital world? And you said, no, you beat MSNBC and Fox News and CNN. I'd have been like, I think my heart would have started to beat a little faster, like, oh fuck, really, right? And then if you told me you got 1 billion views, not viewers, right, but views, I'm like, no, dude, fuck off. Like, now you're getting crazy. That's not going to happen. Yeah. Like, I would have, if you told me 10 million, I'd have been like, yeah, like 100 million. Fuck, we did it, man. Holy shit, we got 100 million, right? But now, nothing fucking impresses anybody, right? Yeah. So, we hit like over 3 billion views. And yeah, we get good media coverage from time to time, like we have been this week and stuff, and that feels good. But then you go to do business meetings, they're like, oh, 3 billion, yeah, whatever. Like, Dick, what do you mean whatever? What do you mean whatever? And I kind of want to yell at all those meetings, which you can't, and it's counterproductive. Yeah, but we didn't have anything. Like, right.
From nowhere, we invented this.
Yeah, it wasn't like the Koch brothers had, David Koch once had an honest speech where he's like, we did this the American way, we worked hard, and my brother and I, and then our dad died and gave us $400 million. Yeah. So that was just one honest moment, right? And it's not like, and they did a great job. If you don't care about morality, they took $400 million and turned it into like
80 billion
or something along those lines. That's a pretty good job. But we didn't have the $400 million at the beginning. We didn't have any of that, right? So, but you know what, Jimmy? Though in the business world, they hold that against you. They don't mean to. They're not being dicks about it. They're not like, yeah, nothing. Yeah, try again, motherfucker. Right? No, but it's a visceral thing. They're like, oh, there's no insiders at the company. There's no one I recognize. I feel a little uncomfortable. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Right? Oh, you didn't start out with a lot of money. Well, that's a little risky. So I feel more uncomfortable. Oh, you built it up from the ground up and it took 10 years. Oof, I really feel uncomfortable because this is not a hot company. Hot companies, you catch on fire. They do it in 6 months and they got a lot of whiz and bang.
So do something safe. Give like a rich guy's kid $10 million for an apple. Do that. That's safer.
Yeah. And so we still have that, man. So we haven't, we got a lot of hurdles ahead of us. We got a lot of obstacles. Got to keep on fighting, keep on running. We're still in the woods.
We still get no respect.
Yeah, well, in some circles, that's right. Okay, so I haven't had a moment, Jimmy, I was just saying this during the break, and maybe that's what triggered your questions. Whether it was mad as hell, or the 10-year thing, or the 1 billion anniversary, or the 1 billion celebration we did at YouTube Space, or the 10-year anniversary we're doing now, where I sit back and go, hey, we fucking made it, man. Look at this thing that we built. Because I'm too busy running. Like, I feel like if I stop for a second, I'm going to get run over. So I'll get back to you in 10 years.
Well, I just want to say I've been with you since 2011 but I knew of you before then because I would rip off a lot of your clips to do on my show. It's really, I would always go, I bet that Jen guy's got something on this, and then I would just go look for you, and then but it's really changed my life. I never thought I would enjoy doing anything as much as I enjoy doing stand-up comedy. And this has really focused me in another way. It's another chapter in my life. And it's because you had a vision. And then you let down the template. And you opened up this whole world. And then I get to walk into it. And I just wanted to say thanks.
Thank you, Jimmy. I really, really appreciate that. And what's great about that whole phenomenon is that if you put down a beacon, it turns out people who like that come. So whether it was Wes 11 years ago or you or John, just John.
Thank you. That is my name.
In 2012 when he came in, look at who came in the door. Smart people who are passionate and care about doing the right things. So it turns out if that's the flag you plant, that's the flags you get, right? And so
like attracts like.
Right. And so if that's the kind of company we're building and we keep building, fuck, that's good enough.
And there's no dickishness. Mm-hmm. And there really isn't.
Very little.
People this big, there should be a lot more dickishness. One would predict.
Yeah, that there'd be more cattiness and undercutting.
Part of it's because there's no money to fight over.
That's why we fight about drinking each other's milk. That's all the resources we have. It's more 2%.
Right. But we also don't encourage it, right? So it's frowned upon. Dickishness is frowned upon here.
Yeah.
All right, let's do some more stories. Come on.
Okay. It's sort of what we do, I guess. Let's talk about the news a little bit. 8 students at the Citadel Military College in Charleston, South Carolina have been suspended after photos were found of them on Facebook wearing white hoods that some say look like KKK hoods.
No, not at all.
Some think that. What weirdos those people must be. I'm joking, of course, because if you turn to the mainstream media, in some forms at least, you'll see something like this video.
And scandal at the Citadel to tell you about. The South Carolina Military College now suspending several students over this controversial photograph. You can see 7 cadets wearing all white clothes and hoods over their heads that some say resemble the KKK.
Some say.
That beautiful presenter there, isn't it? Some say?
Some say. No. I don't know where they get that idea. Okay, so now if the Citadel had no history of racism, you might say like, boy, maybe there's some real knuckleheads there. I mean, I would have hoped that one of them would be like, okay, I get it, man. We're trying to be ghosts. But let's look in the mirror for 1 second and realize how shitty this looks, right? Like, so there wasn't anybody in the room. There wasn't an adult. There wasn't one of the cadets who was like, this guys, at a minimum, this looks awkward. Yeah. Right? So.
Well, here's why it's not ghosts, okay? Because they would have used the full sheet. Yeah. That's just the pillowcase.
That's a hood.
That's a hood. That's not a ghost. That's a hood.
Yeah, it's like you should realize the awkwardness when, like, it's sort of like turning in the eye holes. Like, dude, I can barely see to light this cross. The eye holes keep moving. Like, this isn't right at all. But anyway, one of the heads of the Citadel doesn't want you to think that this is anything racist, despite their history, which we're going to get to. So the president, Lieutenant General John W. Rosa, was quick to explain the incident as a group of students singing Christmas carols as part of a Ghosts of Christmas Past skit. Well, unfortunately, there are ghosts of their past, but it's not of Christmas, it's of the Citadel. So the Post and Courier, which has been reporting on this, recalls an October 1986 incident in which 5 white Citadel cadets entered black student Kevin Nesmith's room wearing white sheets and towels and shouting racial insults. They left a charred
Christmas carol.
Yes, it was. They were swinging around the Christmas tree or something. They left a charred paper cross in his room. After that, he eventually ended up leaving, despite the slight punishment that they gave to the kids who had terrorized him in that way. The NAACP then filed an $800,000 federal lawsuit on his behalf, claiming that racial bigotry has historically been tolerated and sanctioned by officials at the Citadel. Now, really fast, we have a couple of other incidents from more recent history. Former Citadel cadet Jordan Jackson told the Post and Courier that she was a victim of racial harassment at the military college. Almost from the moment she walked through its doors the previous fall, she was the target of racial epithets and notes. She eventually quit the school rather than endure more insults. And so they also have the Confederate flag up on the campus. The Charleston County Councilman Henry Darby received hundreds of phone and email messages after he asked the Citadel to remove the Confederate Naval Jack flag from Summerall Chapel on campus. That's just after he asked it, not like required it. Several of the messages from people identifying themselves as Citadel alumni included racial slurs and the use of the N-word. So there are some ghosts, but they're from fairly recent history, and they're alumni of Citadel now.
All right, man.
And the evil of the Citadel's past is now choking one of the co-hosts of this program.
Okay, we lasted 9.5 hours before the coughing bit really took it up.
Took its toll. Yeah.
Took its toll, yeah. I've been coughing during the breaks fairly significantly, but sorry to interrupt there.
No worries.
So I've, as Wes and I talked about earlier, I've got walking pneumonia. So good luck, everybody.
Thank you. Hey, really?
I didn't think.
I'm going to be sick most of next week, but not this weekend.
Okay. All right, hold on. We got the water. Let me grab the water real quick. And I did want to say one thing more about the Citadel story. By the way,
why don't we bring up that picture again?
Yeah, bring the second. You can tell everything from the picture, not the boys in the big picture, but pictures. Now look at the guy on the left in the Citadel sweatshirt. Mm-hmm. That look on his face isn't like we're doing a sing along. It's like we're getting away with it.
Yeah.
We're getting away with being a bunch of racist motherfuckers.
Holy shit!
We're having a good time doing it.
Going by the arms, all of those people are white.
That's an interesting coincidence.
And they
by the way,
from Canada because none of them are wearing their shoes indoors.
So
put the hood on.
It's not a
2015.
22% of the Citadel is now black. So the fact that they didn't have anybody black that's ghosts could also be somewhat telling, right?
He would have complained.
Yeah, there's some chances that's what would have happened.
Yeah.
At the very least, if they had asked someone black, they might have said, "Hey guys, this doesn't look great."
Yeah.
Right? So look, given the context of the racial issues at the Citadel, not just in 1986, which was the first story, but in 2013, which is one of the more recent stories that John told you about. At a minimum, given all that racial context at that school, wouldn't you want to be more careful? So if you're not careful at all and you do something that looks terrible like this, it's almost as if Wes said, we're getting away with it.
That's a look on his face. We're getting away with it.
Yeah. And look, the first reaction of the president
they're never going to think what's best for the school. or the other people. That's who they are. They're going to think, I would care what's best for me, and putting everyone else down.
Yep. And you see the first reaction from the president is, oh no, this is nothing. It's just a Christmas carol. So I'm sure he's going to look into it very diligently, and he's going to make sure that they get punished, like his predecessors have. No, it's an old boys club there.
Yeah, it's just coincidentally in South Carolina.
Yeah.
They never was like that in South Carolina before, have they?
That's first.
Right, okay. All right,
yeah.
You got one more story, John?
I've got 3 more stories.
All right, give me one more in this segment.
Okay. Pretty much every time we go on the air in the Young Turks, we're very critical of the way that the media covers the election. You've seen us criticize the media time and time again, so let's mix it up. Here is Charles Barkley.
Hey, Ernie, this Donald Trump thing has been fascinating, sad, funny. It's all over the place. He started out insulting the Hispanics. You know, living in Arizona, I think the Hispanics are amazing people. To lump all Hispanics together, that was insulting. Now to lump all the Muslims together, that's even more insulting. Listen, this is the United States of America. This is the greatest place in the world. Do we have issues? Of course we have issues. But to try to divide and conquer, which is what the Republicans always do, and to be honest with you, CNN has done an awful job this election. An awful job. They have followed ratings and sound bites this entire cycle. No matter, I mean, think about it. And I love CNN because they're part of our company, but they've been kissing butt, chasing ratings. I mean, they have become like Fox News for the Republicans. To be honest with you, they follow every single soundbite just to get ratings for these debates. And it's been sad and frustrating that our company has sold their soul for ratings.
Wow. 100% true.
Wow.
Yeah.
He's saying that. Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know how they transitioned to that because I'm pretty sure that was the sport. His
I think
sports broadcast.
they're gonna have him do sports shows on the weekends now. Al Sharpton's gonna take over for him.
So no, but that's why I
College
really like
basketball.
Charles Barkley, because he he's going to tell you what he thinks. Yeah, he's not going to pull any punches, no matter where he is. Now he's in a position of power there because he also brings them ratings, right?
Yeah.
And so he makes them a lot of money, so they're going to be reluctant to try to put too much pressure on him. Especially because he's Charles Barkley, you try to put a lot of pressure on him, he'll come back on the air and be like, okay, now this is what they told me last time.
Yeah.
Right? So, bless his heart, man. He's got that a little bit of power, and he uses it for good. So, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And he says, I'm going to tell you like I see it. And this is what CNN is doing, and he's right. Yeah. So, more power to him. And by the way, remember, Charles Barkley's a former Republican.
Yes.
So, now he's taking on the Republicans. So, there's 2 great quotes from Charles Barkley in that regard that I love. Back when he was a Republican, his grandma asked him, according to him, he said, Charles, well, the Republicans are for the rich people. Why are you with them, Charles? He said, Grandma, because I'm rich. But then they asked him many years later, hey, Charles, why did you leave the Republican Party? He said, oh, no, I was a Republican until they went nuts.
Yeah.
It's like, that's what I love. They lost their minds. Yeah. And that was during the Bush years that he said that, around 2003, 2004. And so he's like, look, when you were lowering my taxes, it's all fun and games. I'm with you. Yeah, let's do it, right? That's to my advantage. He's the most honest guy in America, right? Yeah. And he's like, but now if you're going to, invade random countries, torture people, and do all this crazy stuff, I'm out.
Yeah. And we're still invading countries and torturing people. I mean, under Obama.
That's true.
Yeah, well, that's true, too, right? Less so, though. Less so.
Less snickering about it.
Yeah. Well, less of this. Yeah.
Oh, come on, give me a break. My brother kept us tight. Come on, give me a break.
So we could go back to that.
Yeah, come on, give me a break.
So I imagine he's probably going to be a little bit of trouble. The selling your soul for ratings, kissing butt, sad and pathetic. But I love that he's willing to say it, because we've been talking recently about, during the debates, how it seems odd that they don't talk about getting money out of politics on the gigantic cable station that's running this debate that relies on money from politicians who buy ads who then fund their operations. So that, and then you combine it with right there he's saying, so they can't truly be honest about Trump because they desperately want him on their programs. Even Chuck Todd, who blew up over him, or Scarborough blew up. Scarborough's going to have him on the next morning.
No doubt.
And so the media is so essential to Americans, people in general, but especially Americans. It's so difficult to get them to want to learn about anything, especially politics, which is by its very nature for most people boring. It's so hard to get them to pay attention or to learn something or to push past the lies of politicians. We need the media to at least push them an inch in the direction of knowing what's actually going on. And so we have these huge corporations that have the capacity to do that if they want it, but they just desperately want to make money. And they want access to politicians. Like, their interest fundamentally isn't educating the population. And of course, there are other forms of media that don't have that sort of, PBS and some forms of media on the internet, but that they're so dwarfed, even us, aside from in views, in money and in resources and in access, we're so dwarfed by these bigger corporations that don't fundamentally give a damn about regular voters. If it gets them the access and it gets them the ratings and it gets them the money so that they can fancy suits.
I will.
That's just suppressing.
It is easy to just say, oh, you're just chasing ratings, and that is you have to have integrity to rise above that. But it's funny when it so I just recently the Jimmy Dore show was dormant for a while on the Young Turks channel. I was out winning awards and writing books, and and now we're back, and so we just started up the channel again in the last few weeks, and I put up a video. Some guy made all these, I don't know if you saw it, some guy, instead of all the Republicans holding guns, because they all have these pictures, he put dildos in their hands, right? Did you see that? It was
I saw your...
so I decided, so just as a goof, I was like, I just did it as a clip, like, hey, look at this, it's funny, right? That thing, all of a sudden, all these hits right away, I'm like, oh, maybe we should do another dildo video.
Hell yeah.
So you're saying...
And then I'm like, oh, wait a minute, that's how this goes.
Instead of politicians kissing babies, kissing...
So that must be pretty. Yeah, I know. Hey, you got Donald Trump on. You can go to Italy this summer. Ooh, maybe I'll have him on. I don't know. Fuck, it's a tougher decision to make than we make it allowed to be.
No, but so Jimmy brings up a really interesting point, which is that when television first got started, so some of you know this, but a lot of you probably have never heard this before. They're using the public airwaves, literally, the airwaves, right? And that's what they broadcast on. And they got it for free. Now, it's actually worth billions of dollars at a minimum. Now, they got it for free, but it was in return for, the government asked for one thing, that you got to do news as a public service.
Yeah.
Now, for a while, they kept their end of the bargain, and news would lose money for them. They'd spend a lot of money on news. They wouldn't make it back in advertising, because that was the reason they got that billions of dollars of free airwaves. And then at some point, the government was like, I'm not looking anymore. Go do whatever you want, right? And so then they're like, okay, great, now we can make money with news. But then they got obsessed with making money, and it's got to be profitable, and it's got to be ratings-driven. So they're like, give me more dildos, give me more Donald Trump. Explain policies. Yeah, that's boring, right? We're not, that our ratings drop. We're not doing that anymore. That's out, right? And, challenge the politicians, but then they won't come on, and then we'll lose access to them. And then we'll lose ratings.
They want access. Donald Trump desperately wants to be on Scarborough every day. That's why when he says, I won't go on your debate unless you pay me $5 million, and they say, go F yourself, and then he goes on the debate, they need him. Yes, they want the better ratings, but he desperately wants to be on that stage. Yeah. Charge him $5 million.
Right.
He'll pay.
And so, at some point, we lost the string on that, so now everybody's chasing the money, and there's no public service anymore, and so it's as we discussed earlier in another context, it's how you set the rules.
Yeah.
So we made that an informal deal, we didn't make it a formal deal, and oops, then they decided not to follow it anymore. And so, by the way, and one thing we could do, and I wonder, Bernie Sanders, I wonder what he would think about this, is we could go to the TV companies and go, oh, by the way, here's your bill for the public airwaves. Now, it isn't yours, right? NBC never bought it. ABC never bought it. It is obviously the American people's airwaves. It's public.
Oh, so, how about we just have a bidding? We'll just put it up for auction.
Or we'll auction it, yeah. Oh, they're not going to like that. They're not good. Well, you're not doing the news as a public service anymore. That's obvious.
Yeah.
So maybe we should reopen that conversation.
You're anti-business. Why do you hate business?
No, I'm for the free market. Well, I want the airwaves to go into the free market, right?
I think you're letting the American people off a little light.
Mm-hmm. Oh, definitely. I mean, everything I said
They're the
also
ones giving them these ratings.
Oh yeah, totally. Oh, and I criticized humanity, saying that we are impossible to educate. We're not that intellectually curious, especially about politics. We're the problem. They're supposed to be the solution, or one of the solutions.
And we did do a Caitlyn Jenner Kardashian story.
Oh, we do
35, 40 minutes ago.
No, but I
think that has a point.
No, that definitely has a point about the trans community, etc. And we try to have a point with most of our stories. But look, on the other hand, and I don't feel bad about it at all, because I genuinely, as we discussed when I had the sports guys on, I got into a debate with them, and when I had the pop trigger guys on, we got into a Justin Bieber conversation / debate when we were doing thinking every one of these, because I genuinely care. The movies, we got into a whole thing about which Tarantino movies are better. So you don't like. Not every video has to be a public service announcement, right? It's okay to have fun. So I'm not saying like NBC and ABC has to be like even more dour than they already are, right? They're plenty dour. That isn't the issue, right?
Yeah, like Fox News gets to have the 5 because we already learn everything we need to know on Sean Hannity. So we balances out.
I don't care that they do Entertainment Tonight or TMZ. Have at it, Hoss. I'm a capitalist. I believe in it. I'm just saying, could you also do real news? Right? So
yeah, it's not an either or. That's a false choice. You don't have to have that dichotomy.
Yeah,
I sound smart.
Okay. All right. Look. We got to take a quick break. We're going to do one more segment. Come back. We'll tell you. Member number 1 is one more segment. Come back. All right. Back out of Young Turks. Look at that, Desi Doyen's here! Yay!
2014 again.
Wow. Has it been that long?
It's been quite a while.
It's been a long time.
Okay. That's because you got a show going on.
Yes.
At the same time.
Yes.
But nonetheless, let's promote it.
Okay, it's the Bradcast, and it is coast to coast and around the globe at bradblog.com and also at kpfk.org. That's our main station. And trying to think, Progressive Voices, TuneIn Radio. You can follow us on Twitter at the Bradblog. You can follow me on Twitter at the Green News Report. And I'm trying to think.
That's a good plug. No, that's solid. That's a good job.
So
Brad's here too. Good to see you, Brad. All right. Yeah, absolutely.
He's the reason why I can't be here.
So, by the way, so wait. Okay. So Brad, I'm super glad he's here because he connects, and I'm glad you're on the last segment. Because he connects the 99-hour filibuster with the 10-hour anniversary show, right?
That's right. Because I've known you, and by the way, congratulations.
Thank you.
This is, huge and amazing. But I've known you since 2006, when it was the Alito filibuster, trying to stop Alito from becoming a member of the Supreme Court. Of course, we know how that turned out, but it was a great opportunity, a lot of fun to do that. And that's been. I've actually known you since longer than that, since like JR was just like a wee babe.
Yeah. So if for those of you who don't remember, we did and somebody just wrote in that they've been watching since they were 14. Now they're 16.
Oh, wow.
So they were probably 6 when we were doing that or 7 when we were doing that filibuster.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure you don't remember. We stayed on the air for 99 straight hours.
Yeah.
And our effort was to try to get the Democrats to grow some balls and filibuster Sam Alito, because we're like, what if you don't filibuster that guy? What's the point of having a filibuster, right? I mean, he's the most radical conservative justice of our lifetimes that was appointed, and it turns out, by the way, we were 100% right. He voted 100% politically Republican, conservative on every issue, right? On every issue. So, and we didn't do the filibuster show over John Roberts. We did it over Sam Alito. And finally, and we said we're going to stay on the air. It's almost an impromptu decision. Jill Pike had a huge role in it. Mike LaSure, and we voted. Jill was the deciding vote that we should do it. And we were crazy, and we're like, now we plan things out, right? Back then, we're like, I don't know, let's go on the air. And we didn't know it was going to be 99 hours. We said, let's just do it indefinitely until the Democrats get embarrassed into doing an actual filibuster.
Yeah.
I don't know that we had any role in it, but John Kerry, and he was criticized for it.
He was senator back then.
Yeah, Senator Kerry, when he was in Europe, said, "Okay, I'm starting a filibuster because the San Melito is too much." We got a little bit of buzz around it, and the reason I want to thank Brad and Desi for it is because not only did they help in doing it, and they jumped to help us, and they were one of the first ones to do so when they didn't have to, but they also publicized it a lot, right? And they got a lot of other people involved, and so I think that was really, really great. And so that's why we talk about Brad Blog from time to time, and how helpful that was. So thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a lot of fun to do. It was, I think, a couple of hours, like 3 o'clock in the morning. It was a fun thing, though. It's gregreat.
I'm still filibustering.
And so, isn't that funny though? Look at the historical context, right? 9 years later, like 9 years earlier, the Democrats were like, "Oh, should we use one filibuster?" On the thing you're supposed to use filibusters for. Right? Yeah. And on the most conservative, radical guy there was. And they're like, "Oh, should we?" And then when the Republicans were in the minority, they're like, "Let's use it every time." Right. These knuckleheads, what idiots. Of course you use it every time.
Well, and also, I remember about 2006, 2007, talking to Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois, and the folks that were with me, we were all asking, why don't you do actual filibusters? You know, all Republicans have to do is just look at you funny, and you're like, "Oh, no, can't do a filibuster. Oh." It's like, why don't you do that? And he said, "Oh, well, some of the senators are very old, and they can't stand up for they can't be in the room for that long of a time." We're like, if they're too old to do the job, then they shouldn't do the job. What we need are some filibusters. And look what's been happening since Alito became Supreme Court Justice. And look at all the voter suppression laws that have come through. Look at the voter ID laws. I mean, everything. It's we are seeing the dismantling of all of the social justice work and achievements that have been done since the 1960s. They're all being dismantled as we speak.
You know, I'd like to protect a woman's right to choose, but I've got the gout.
And at the same time, actually make the Republicans filibuster when they filibuster.
Right. So that's,
make them at least look up from their paper. Like, I filibustered that too, and that. No, make them stand up and actually filibuster. Have a cost to it.
I like when Ted Cruz filibusters. He got Sam I Am. It's really funny.
Yeah, I like when Ted Cruz filibusters with Sam I Am, and I like when Rand Paul does his scheduled filibuster for 2 hours.
Yeah,
where they put the time for him.
Yeah, the Democrats still haven't done an actual filibuster.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they still haven't done a real one. That's right. They're unbelievable. Okay. So, but no, that's okay. They're in the minority now. I'm sure they'll be filibustering just as much as the Republicans did. Yeah. Okay. They have done a couple, but we'll see how the percentages shake out at that. So, of course, we only had 10 hours, so we're going to run over time here. So, let me read some tweets. I got to read member number 1, and then John has at least one last story for us. Okay. Angry Raider fan writes in, you know we're in the final hour when everybody starts giving poignant, reflective speeches about the show. LMAO. Which, stands for laugh my ass off about your poignant. Ronnie Germany says, light attracts light, and that is how you drive out the darkness. TYT is a beacon that all can see. Hashtag 10 years. So thank you, Ronnie. That's very, very nice of you. We appreciate it. Paul Charles has just some advice for me. 10 shots of tequila with lemon will fix that cough right up. Well, that's true, because I'll pass out. I won't remember it. I won't go to the hospital. And then Max had a comment about the last story we did on the Citadel. The Confederacy is dead, but a Southern military school with racial issues flies a Confederate flag that represents heritage. and they do. They're still flying that
so you could technically fly a Nazi flag and say it's my heritage because I'm German and I hate Jews.
Why doesn't the military...
You don't even have to say I hate Jews.
You don't even have to say that part.
Yeah, you just say, wait a minute, but that is my heritage. What do you...
Right?
You know?
Yeah, sometimes your heritage is shitty.
Yeah, and then you say, look, your German heritage isn't shitty. What that flag specifically stands for, that heritage is shitty. So now when you apply that to the Confederate flag, doesn't mean all Southern things are shitty. Okay? They have the corn on the cob or whatever, biscuits and gravy, they're all lovely, right?
Leonard Skinner.
Okay, although I do have one of their songs on my phone.
Yes, see?
Okay. But that flag, what it represents, which was a rebellion against America and betraying America and then killing a lot of Americans.
So today we're going to be talking about the Time Person of the Year, and there was actually some breaking news this morning. I was planning to talk about this yesterday, and I had things I was going to say, and then everything was shooken up by them announcing who the actual person was. So we were going to talk about the short list, which is still really interesting. So that's Donald Trump, Vladimir Putin, Angela Merkel, the CEO of Uber, the Iranian president, the leader of ISIS, Caitlyn Jenner, and Black Lives Matters activists. And so we're going to talk about who we thought might become the Time Person of the Year.
You said you thought it was going to either be Trump or Black Lives activists, right? Okay.
Yes. And I was wrong.
You were wrong.
And the funny thing is, when I thought it had to be Trump, I thought that they were going to want to capitalize on that and sell a bunch of magazines and everything. I was going to be mad. But now it's not. And I actually now think it should have been. But
I feel the same way, so we'll get to that.
We'll talk about who it is actually. Angela Merkel, leader of Germany. And their reasoning for it is pretty interesting. So they said that for asking more of her country than most politicians would dare, for standing firm against tyranny as well as expedience, and for providing steadfast moral leadership in a world where it is in short supply, she is the person of the year. And some of the reasons that they give is the Syrian refugee crisis, allowing in lots of Syrian refugees, helping out the Greek economy while imposing strict terms on them, the response to the Paris terrorist attacks, and also sending in troops to fight ISIS in Syria. And those are all perfectly fine reasons. She is, a great world leader and all that. By the way, really fast, before we start talking about who we think it should have been or whatever, so because he is a child, Donald Trump tweeted in response to this. I can't imagine, Black Lives Matter activists weren't like, you bastards, but he responded.
Really quick, Black Lives Matters activists were the runners-up.
No. Yeah. So the leader of ISIS was the first runner-up, and Donald Trump was the second runner-up. Black Lives Matters activists were ranked fourth.
I read a different article this morning.
Oh.
Some article lied to me.
Oh. I could also be wrong. This is just what I'm reading here on BBC. So he said, Donald Trump said, I told you Time Magazine would never pick me as Person of the Year, despite being the big favorite. They picked person who is ruining Germany. That's barely even a real sentence. Despite being the big favorite, they polled the people, and the people, we're going to put up this graphic, Bernie Sanders was the standout with twice as much as Malala. Now, you can argue whether or not Bernie should have twice the support of Malala, but Donald Trump is, I don't see him on there. He's not been on the list. He's below it
read
down.
That from here, so I don't know.
Exactly. The numbers get so small, so I don't know what he's referring to there. But anyway, so it was the leader of Germany, perfectly fine pick. They pointed out that a woman hasn't been the solo winner of this prestigious award in 29 years, so now they have. Now, who should it have been?
Okay, so here's my thinking. Now, of course, there's a lot of other people. I think Black Lives Matters activists should have been recognized higher. I thought they were runners-up, so I think they should have been runners-up.
So much news coverage of it.
Right, and I think they're doing
countrywide thing.
Right, and I think they're doing good things for an important movement. But I think if Trump had gotten it, maybe he would have been like, I'm person of the universe. I don't need to run for president anymore because I've already achieved this amazing goal.
I think you were right with the first part. He would say, I am person of the universe. And then he'd get a hat that says person of the universe. But then I think he'd be like, so I must become president. So, look, I think that if the leader of ISIS had gotten it, that would have been fine because there's not a person in the world that, for whatever reason, is thinking about ISIS every minute.
I think that would have been very detrimental because I think the way that obviously the way that they garner followers is through publicity and through social media and things like that. So if
the explanation, it wouldn't be a positive article about it.
I know, but young people who I know, of course, but young people who are seeing, this is the person of the year, and then they look into it, and things like that. So that could have been a little dangerous.
I mean, the same thing could potentially be true for Donald Trump. Well, look, here's what it would have happened. If Donald Trump had actually been person of the year, the reason that it should have happened is because of, I think, it revealing that in a way that people have suspected ever since World War II, when we saw Italy and Germany and Russia to some extent and Japan falling to forms of fascism or communism, like this desire to have this strong authoritarian leader. And we've always wondered, does America have the same sort of propensity towards the authoritarian personality? And we've wondered it. and now we know, because he is getting all of this support for basically the same. The only reason, like, we haven't descended to the same level, but only because some of the structural and economic variables of those countries aren't true here. Like, we're in a recession, sure. If our economy was as bad off as Germany was in the 20s into the 30s, and we had just lost a major war, imagine how much more salient the crazed rantings of Donald Trump would be. We happen to be in a relatively strong economic and military position, but we still have a quarter of the population that's like, Sig Heil Donald Trump.
And what a nice contrast that Angela Merkel is providing, who is a German leader, who is providing a sense of welcoming and diversity in her country.
Yes.
So it is an interesting sort of contrast with Donald Trump being a little, can I say Hitler-esque? Can I say that?
He is in the vein, yes.
Can I say that?
The only reason he's not
and then with
more
Angela
like that
Merkel,
person
a
is the
German
power,
leader who's,
exactly.
what we would like to see leaders act like.
But by the way, so they put the founder of Uber at number 6.
Uber, hey, in all fairness, Uber, everybody knows what Uber is.
Okay, so here's why I can sort of understand. So I'm extremely critical of people losing their shit about apps that 10 days after they get taken off the internet, nobody's going to care that they existed. Like, there's so many social media sites that are going to get replaced by another one, and nobody's going to care. It's not going to change anyone's life. All these dating apps are totally replaceable.
A lot of people's lives.
If I could have continued this sentence, this has actually changed how people function. If all of a sudden it disappeared, it would be replaced by Lyft or whatever. But it was essential that it happened, that it spread so across the world, especially across the United States. And so, to the extent that apps do actually change things, this is an example of one that actually changes things. President of Iran, maybe next year or something. Caitlyn Jenner, significant, but no, not Time Person of the Year. I think that we covered all of them. Now, there are other examples that you could bring up, I think. Like, look, Bernie Sanders, I love that he won the user poll. He didn't need to be Time Person of the Year. Maybe if he becomes president and changes a bunch of shit, then we can give it to him. But he doesn't deserve it yet. Malala should have gotten it probably a year or two ago. Pope Francis, what have you done for us lately, Pope Francis? But anyway, those are some of the examples that they gave, that we gave. Who do you think should have been the Time Person of the Year? Would it have been one of the people on the short list? Let us know down below. We'll see you next video. This week, Donald Trump took it to the next level, which is hyperbole. He said stuff just this bad, but he also said this. He said that he wants to just cut off Muslim immigration, not Syrian refugees, not members of ISIS. Just if you happen to be a Muslim. So he said he called for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States until our country's representatives can figure out what is going on. And what I like about that is that this is a man of specifics. What's going on? We should write a song about that. What is going on? I don't know. He cited polls as evidence of hatred of Americans by large segments of the Muslim population. I'm not going to break down how deceptive those polls that he was citing were. That's been done a million times before. It doesn't actually show what he says it shows. But in addition, if you go to a tiny little polling place called Pew, they show that Muslims across the globe are overwhelmingly opposed to the Islamic State. And in 2007, that Muslims were much less likely to view suicide bombings as justified than 5 years ago. In 2011 as well, they learned that the U.S. Muslims almost never consider suicide bombings to be justified. But damn those facts. We gotta bar them from coming in.
I mean, for a business person, I'm just going to come from this standpoint, because I feel like this might be in terms that he may or may not understand. So for a business person who presumably is okay with numbers and understands that Islam is, I don't know, one of the largest religions in the world, and then thinks about the Islamic
That's a fact, though.
State and what a small percentage that is.
I think it's something like the percent that support it is like or actually members, there's 0.000497, I think.
Oh, it's that much? Then ban them all, yeah.
I would say ban them all just to be safe and to stop them from coming in. For those two reasons, I would do it. And shut it down as a religion and bar them from holding political office. So, look, he's getting attacked from most corners as a result of this. Even Republicans, to their credit, attacking him, saying that this is against our values. Dick Cheney said this is against everything we stand for.
When Dick Cheney says you're doing something that's immoral, you know you're going where the sun don't
Emperor
shine.
Palpatine said, I'm not so sure about that. And Voldemort said, we'll look into it, but I don't know. So he's lost the greatest villains.
I mean, J.K. Rowling said he was worse than Voldemort.
Yeah, she loves talking about politics. So, a couple of other quick updates because I've been checking this as it develops today. So, a spokesman for his campaign was on, I think, CNN, and they were like, well, we're talking about, like, just regular Muslims, and she was like, so what? They're Muslim. It's just a great turn of phrase there. And you probably have heard that Trump wants to go next month to Israel to meet with the leader of Israel, and several Israeli lawmakers have proposed a ban to stop him from coming in because of the most recent comments.
Thanks the Lord.
Yeah. So, look, the reason we're talking about this is that we don't generally talk too much about politics on Think Tank, but this is important for our country because there are certain things that in the past you could speculate about. You could hypothesize a politician would say, but they wouldn't actually say it because the expectation would be that the voters wouldn't like it, or the media wouldn't like it, or the political establishment wouldn't like it, and there would be consequences. And for some reason, the consequences in this case aren't strong enough. And that says bad things, I think, again, about the significant portion of the American population that already supports him, and about our political process. If it can't weed out someone saying this sort of thing, then what good is it at this point?
No, I think beyond that, the scarier thing is that someone even thinks like this. To ban an entire huge religion that
like a third of the population, or almost a third of the population.
To ban from America, where we're not supposed to, we're supposed to welcome everybody with open arms and things like that. And then he has people who are supporting him. That to me is scarier. So regardless of the politics of it, it's like this is a thought process that a lot of people actually support, and that's scary. Especially, we just see history repeat itself over and over again, and it's like, okay, now it's against, it's against the Jews, now it's against the Muslims, it's against the Japanese. I'm like,
it was briefly against the Mexicans, but he couldn't even keep on that for more than a couple of weeks. He moved on. He moved on. But lest you believe that this means that he's some sort of bigot, he was quoted as saying, I'm probably the least bigoted person in the world.
Oh, well, if he said that, he's fine.
So you have that.
They say that words speak louder than actions, I think.
I think they say that. It's such a stupid thing to say. Like, really? You think this rich, kind of overweight, white...
But I don't think...
I'm not the least bigoted person. There's probably, I would guess, probably 2 billion people in the world less bigoted than me.
Wait.
We just lost the background. But that's okay. Anyway, so this is the current state of the Republican primary. We check in every once in a while.
For all you international viewers, help us.
Yes, help us.
Get us out.
Obi-Wan Kenobi, you are our only hope. Let us know what you think about this. Is this going too far for the American people or not? Let us know down below. We'll see you next week. More than a month ago, as part of sort of a countrywide series of student protests and debates about what should be acceptable on campuses and what shouldn't be, a Yale master named Erica Christakis sent a letter out, specifically, about the conversation, but also about Halloween costumes, saying, while she might not support every costume, shouldn't there be some room for experimentation? Well, I'll get her actual words here. She says, is there no room anymore for a child or young person to be a little bit obnoxious, a little bit inappropriate or provocative, or yes, offensive? If you don't like a costume someone is wearing, look away, or tell them you are offended. So either ignore it, or start a conversation about it. Now, there was a conversation about her letter, and it has led to her resigning. Right. Now, I say led to, because that is vague language, because a lot of the headlines are saying that she was forced out, which might be true, right? But we don't have enough information to say for sure. And I want to read a statement from the university's leadership, which can be sort of read either way, actually. Okay. So the university's leadership is disappointed that she has chosen not to continue teaching in the spring semester. Her teaching is highly valued, and she is welcome to resume teaching anytime at Yale, where freedom of expression and academic inquiry are the paramount principles and practice. So that last part definitely seems to be supportive of her message, that like the freedom of expression and all of that. And they're saying that she can come back. That doesn't mean that she wasn't sort of forced out by some element of either the leadership or the alumni,
or maybe
the
harassment. Maybe she showed
harassment as well.
Harassment, online.
Well, she's a person who exists on the internet, so
yeah,
I'm sure she's getting harassment.
Exactly. No, so here's the thing: is I am a little conservative when it comes to Halloween costumes. I think we should try to keep in mind
neckline should be up.
No, but not
skirt.
But you don't want to have a costume that offends anybody, and so where you draw that line could be different from person to person. But I think everybody should have the option to choose whatever they want. I don't think anything should be banned or anything like that.
Yeah.
So I like her message that she was saying, like, look, like we can kind of push the boundaries, and why don't, instead of banning this, why don't we just let the students have a conversation? That'll be a lot more effective than saying, no, you can't do this. You know what I mean?
You're going to be forced to resign for saying that now.
Wow.
Yeah.
You win some, you lose.
I'm disappointed Hannah's not returning in the spring semester for Think Tank. So I think we obviously have to mention that there are these protests going on at a number of different universities, and people love to just express. It's the protest. But the protests obviously are made up of very different groups of students with very different concerns about different things. So at one campus, it might be that there had been either harassment or actual physical attacks against minority students, and they see the leadership as not doing anything, which is obviously a very different thing than a debate about Halloween costumes at a different university. Now, it is all student protest, but not all of the protesters are as concerned about one thing or have the same tactics or the same goals. So we have to understand that.
Or dealing with the same leadership. I mean,
we're dealing with the same leadership, totally.
Different leadership, and so that, they have different motives and
exactly,
things like that.
Now, specifically on the costumes, I mean, we've made 30 videos over the course of the history of Think Tank and TYTU about which costumes are offensive and which you shouldn't wear and everything, and I think that there are a lot of costumes you shouldn't wear. Again, as you said, I wouldn't ban you from wearing them, but I think that you can do what she says, where you can be a little bit provocative or spark a conversation. And you might say, well, that's hypocritical because you say don't wear blackface. That's because that's not being a little bit provocative and it's not sparking a conversation. It's you being a douchebag in a cliched way that a million douchebags before you. It's you saying, I think the idea of being black is funny, and so I'm going to put on the costume. That's not like a new spin on something. It's not starting an interesting conversation. It is the same sort of douchebaggery that we see every single year. And all sorts of other faces as well.
With also a lot of really horrendous history that's associated.
Totally. Yeah. And everybody knows. Everybody knows now.
We know about that.
Yeah, don't plead ignorance. I mean, you're probably ignorant. Not you, everybody, but I'm saying the person wearing the blackface. Don't pretend that you don't understand what it actually means. You're just being edgy. You're not being edgy. But there are other sorts of. I wish she didn't have to step down. I wish she didn't feel like she had to step down. I mean, it's hard to imagine. So, I'm trying to imagine other potential explanations because, she is at Yale. She has a great position. Now, that's not to say that she couldn't be going to Oxford or something like that, but it's probably not a career thing. It probably is a result of harassment because whenever something like this happens, 99% of the internet forgets about it 3 days later. But that still leaves thousands of people who are going to tweet you every 5 minutes about it.
Yeah, whether it be Twitter or, college students are assholes. Like, I was in college, I was an asshole probably. And so you can.
And it doesn't wear off.
You can say things to teachers, and she was probably dealing with that on campus. And people were probably being rude to her on campus, and so.
Her myprofessorsucks.com profile was probably being berated.
No, but what is rate my professor? Maybe she maybe she was getting bad things online, so people were enrolling in her class, and that was affecting her. So there's a lot of different, I mean, who knows what really happened? Yeah. But I wish it didn't, because even if she said something, that people may have disagreed with, you're allowed to disagree. You're allowed to have your own opinion.
Not on the college campus.
Apparently not.
Anyway, okay, so those are some of our thoughts and a bit of us just joking around. Don't take everything super seriously. Let us know what you think about both her resigning and the current state of these sorts of issues at university campuses in the United States. We'll see you next week.
Recently, images of famous celebrities all beaten up and abused have been released. Now, it's not what you think. They're not actually beaten up and abused, but they were photoshopped to look like that and photoshopped to look abused. Now, artist and activist Alessandro Palumbo posted a series of edited images on Facebook showing with the women with beaten and bruised faces and chests. Each picture was captioned, "No woman is immune from domestic abuse. Stop violence against women." Now, if we look at some of these pictures here, you can see Kim Kardashian, and allegedly these were all posted without any of their consent, which might pose some issues.
That's what I was thinking, yeah.
Yeah, so this is Kim Kardashian. You see Miley Cyrus, Angelina Jolie.
Jesus Christ. They're Walking Dead in her.
Emma Watson.
No!
And Kendall Jenner.
That one family gets 2 people in it? Jesus, what is all with
Well, they're a famous family.
A Winona Ryder, perhaps?
You're kind of dating yourself, but that's not really the issue here. So basically, he wants to show that being domestically abused doesn't necessarily only happen to normal people. It can happen to celebrities too. It doesn't, select race. It doesn't select socioeconomic status. He says
the abusers too can be famous people. Like Chris Brown, they can be famous people, and we can do almost nothing as a result of it.
Exactly. So the biggest accomplice of violence is the silence. The silence which every year kills or causes permanent disability more than diseases or accidents. Domestic violence is a social cancer that knows no boundaries nor social status. It can affect anyone, whether you're an ordinary person or a celebrity. And I think the first part of that statement bugs me a little bit because it's a little victim blaming about the silence and things like that. But
That's the accomplice.
What?
They said it's the accomplice.
Of violence, yeah.
They could have worded it differently, but I don't think he's actually trying to blame.
Yeah, but I still think, a lot of people stay silent for, different reasons.
Yeah.
And while, we have no idea what these women's home life is, and we can assume and hope that they're not being domestically abused, I think he has a good message.
Yeah.
I don't know if he went about it the right way.
Well, especially the not getting permission. I can imagine that there would be some celebrities who would have a problem with it, especially because there's the possibility that they've been abused, maybe. So, imagine if you had been, and then you come and, there it is on the internet, and they already deal with so much photoshopping every day of
so many rumors.
Sexual photoshopping or their own Instagram accounts. There's a lot of photoshopping that already goes on.
Yeah.
And I think that the other accomplice is that in where there is this domestic abuse in celebrity relationships, people don't want to believe that the celebrity would do it. Which is why they question, what was the big one that Hope Solo, nobody believed that it could be true. So I think that there's this idea of the celebrity, no, they wouldn't be as terrible as we are.
They're not real. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Exactly. And so he's done this for a few different causes. He has pictures of Disney princesses with disabilities. He has The Simpsons, Marge being abused. He did certain art with the cartoons of Bill Cosby and things like that. So he does have a message, and he uses it on popular culture things to really drive the issue home. So I think that side of it makes sense. I was listening to a BBC podcast, and I guess Nelson Mandela's daughter or stepdaughter was in a domestic abuse situation. She was talking about it on the radio, and the interviewer said, well, there's royalty here and blah, blah, blah. How could it happen to you? And it was just such an icky question because it could happen to anybody.
I think a lot of people think that.
But that's what this guy, I think, is kind of fighting against. And I think that's what we should fight against because it can be anybody. So should we protect everybody? We should talk about it. I don't know if this is the best way to go about it because it seems like sort of invasion of these specific celebrities.
Also, it looks like they're in a lineup. In a lineup.
I mean, it's not bad Photoshop.
Yeah, no, he knows what he's doing.
But I want to hear from you guys. What do you think about this? Do you think that this is a great way to kind of share the message about domestic abuse, or do you think he went a little too far? Let us know in the comments down below, and we'll see you soon. Too often we forget that men are emotional beings as well. I think we tell them too often to man up or grow a pair and things like that.
Yeah, you said it before we started filming.
I did not.
I'm kidding almost.
And so they do cry, and we want to talk about why they cry, to understand them better, because we don't give them enough leeway in the sense of emotions. Now, the first one is whenever my wife cries, it always has an effect on me, and I don't want her to have to cry alone. It's really sad for me.
That's sweet.
The sweetest thing
to cry
ever.
alone. Interesting.
I'm very susceptible to that. I'm not a man, but just to clarify, but I'm very susceptible. Like when somebody else starts crying in front of me, I'm like a baby. You know when one baby starts crying and then the other baby around it start crying? That's how I am.
That's one of the top flaws of babies, I think, is that they do that. God, get it together,
if you
baby.
see somebody else crying, it doesn't make you sad? You don't want to cry along with them?
It affects me. But no, I don't think to crying, no. It affects differently.
you start crying.
Okay, what's the second one?
Seeing my dad cry. Seeing your dad cry is one of the saddest things ever.
I've never seen my dad cry. I actually don't know that I did.
See, I think that's the case for a lot of people, that they don't often see their dad cry.
I probably
so
did.
when they do see their dad cry, I think it's a much more impactful situation.
Yeah.
I cry anytime my dad tears up. I'm like gone. It could be over anything.
Yeah.
And I'm like, well, I should just preface this all by I cry about everything. So I guess this doesn't. I don't really, not really adding anything to the story by saying what makes me cry. It's pretty much everything. But I'm just sharing. The next one is the scene in Interstellar when they come back to the water where Coop watches.
Yeah.
You haven't seen it?
No, I haven't seen it yet. I get that it's sad. I will comment on this later. Please comment in vague terms.
So John won't see this, but for any movie, like, have you seen Click with Adam Sandler? It's old. It's a really good movie. A really good movie. No, it's a good movie, but there's one of those movies where you realize, I mean, you know the basic premise of Interstellar, so you realize that you miss a lot of what's going on with your kids and things like that. And that, to me, I mean, you know he goes to space.
Basically.
Okay, whatever. You're going to be okay. So, whenever
I might cry now because of spoilers.
But anytime we're in a movie, they miss like a huge part of their kids' lives, or they miss a huge part of their lives to really enjoy and revel in. I lose my shit. I was hyperventilating in the theater of Click, and I was hyperventilating watching Interstellar. I was like, I just can't handle it. But I'm not a boy, so I guess.
There's an episode of Star Trek The Next Generation where there's a culture that has basically died. Like, they were dying out and they knew it. So they launched a probe that when it detected a spaceship, it would like zap someone's brain. So to carry on the memory of the species, you find yourself on that culture back in the day when they existed. And so this happens to Captain Picard, and he expects that he's going to be saved. Like, he's like, I've been transported somewhere. What is this? But he never gets saved. He just lives out the rest of his life, has a family, has kids for decades. And then when he dies, he's back on the ship. But he's lived a whole life there, and now it's gone. Like, to him, it was as real as his real life. And that made me
So that, spoiler alert, isn't tear-worthy?
That episode's from the 90s. People should have seen it by now.
Fine.
Oh, that's sad.
When
Okay,
the dog dies in a movie, anytime the dog dies in a movie, I can't, even in real life, too, but...
Not even dies, but I recently, like a couple years ago, I rewatched Homeward Bound.
I haven't seen that.
What? Homeward Bound?
Come on, I didn't do that.
Dogs in... Yes, you did. There are dogs in peril, and they're saving each other. I cried for maybe 40% of that movie, because they keep helping each other. It's really sad. Anyway, what's that?
No, but I think this one's actually really interesting, because I was thinking about it while we were... Because, like, every dog, like, Marley and Me, and, you know...
I haven't seen.
Well, the dog dies.
Fuck you.
but, like, think about all the movies where dogs die.
Yeah.
Are there any movies that...
Beethoven?
Like, wait, hold on. Are there any movies that revolve around a cat dying? No, because cat's stuck.
I honestly don't know.
Exactly. Lastly, when I proposed to my now fiance, I cried like a baby. She was in shock so much she didn't cry till later that day. I had all this stuff I wanted to say, but all I could get out before the tears was, I love you, will you marry me? That's so sweet. That's like happy tears, and that makes me happy.
The first time that I proposed, I actually started crying too, but it was because she said no. In front of my family, actually.
Really
I set up this big thing. It was on the Jumbotron.
You're lying. No. This is all lies. This is all lies.
I cry when I lie sometimes.
I hear that. I hear that.
So I've said very often, I cry. The only thing that really makes me cry is in TV or movies, generally movies, when people sacrifice themselves to save others.
Like that Inside Out. I'm going to ruin every movie in this.
Inside Out. I haven't seen.
Yes, you did.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. That's a great example. I'm not going to say the specifics, but yeah, it's when people do that, I'm like, oh no, no, don't do it. The sun's in my eyes. What makes you cry other than everything?
Everything. Pretty much everything and everything. No, me and my friends sometimes will go through like YouTube videos of proposals, just because, like, you know, like sometimes
people are filming their proposals for YouTube.
Oh, there's amazing proposals on YouTube. I will show you guys. There's a whole trove of proposals on YouTube, and we'll just go through them after and after just to like cry. It's beautiful.
I've never done that.
It's so beautiful. So this is good to understand why guys cry, because they do cry.
Mm-hmm.
But I want to hear from you guys. If you have things that are different than that are on this list, put them in the comments down below. And women, if you've seen a guy cry for a specific reason, let us know that too. And we'll see you soon.